This is an audiobook recording of The Prince of Malice. This audiobook is a work of fiction and is copyrighted by Holly Myers. All rights are reserved. No part of this recording may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except in the case of brief quotations used for reviews or critical articles. Unauthorized distribution is prohibited and punishable by law. Now that's out of the way. Sit back, relax, and enjoy The Prince of Malice. Chapter 1. Dominic. I feel strange in my suit. It feels even weirder having my own mom tugging at my lapels, adjusting the jacket so it sits well on my shoulders and making sure my collar is straight. She doesn't need to do this. See, that's a lot better. The fake smile she has pinned on her face all day doesn't slip. Now, stop shrugging so much and keep your shoulders down. You look like you have no neck. Relaxing my shoulders feels wrong. But it's her day, so I do what she wants from me. I fix my posture, drop my shoulders, and let her run her hands across them, flattening down the creases I've developed in the jacket. She takes a step away, keeping her eyes on me and avoiding treading on the train of her dress. I still don't understand why you're doing this, I say. Well, I need you looking your best for today. She responds to what she wants me to have meant. You know what I mean, she sighs, turning away from me entirely and trying her best to act busy, arranging her flowers in a vase that she's already arranged and rearranged again and again. You'll understand this sort of thing when you're older. You're always telling me that, I complain. I must be right then. She laughs to herself. It takes time. Love has never been your strong suit. Don't pretend that you love him, I say, already regretting my tone. It's not fair to her. I've said those words this morning, this week, and what feels like every moment since I found out she's marrying him. She just wouldn't give an answer I like. I'm not talking about loving him, she says curtly. I mean my love for this family, for the Rossis. I'm doing this for you, Dominic Rossi, and your brothers, and all I want for today is for you to appreciate that. Fine, for today. I reset the cuffs on my shirt, stretch my shoulders, and stand up straight. Mom looks me up and down. When she smiles, I think she's happy, that I've said enough. She's permitting me to say nothing until the ceremony is over, and then I'm free to mingle around the reception, throw back a few drinks, and have my pick of the guests. But no, I want you to walk me down the aisle. She's abrupt, dropping this on me last minute. It's either a split-second decision or a long-planned ambush. What? But Gianni is the oldest. Gianni supports this. He gave his blessing at the engagement party, she interrupts. This is definitely thought out. You're the one with problems, and everyone knows it. But if you're the one to give me away, then maybe they'll have a different idea about you. I won't do it. It won't change anything. They'll take one look at me and... You'll do as you're told, Dominic. Why do you have to keep interrupting me? I yell out. Because I'm your mother, and you're not listening to me, she fires back. All I'm trying to say is that the Valentis have hated us for years, especially me. You didn't help it. I know, Mom, I know, but this is your wedding day, and I don't want to make things worse on your day. She doesn't reply. For all of her shouting and arguing, I'm always more afraid of her when she goes quiet. Mom? Still nothing. Come on, Mom, I just want to do what's best for the family, not stir up any trouble like you asked. Finally, she turns around to look at me. Her eyes softer now, more welcoming. She walks up to me and takes my hands in hers. That's all I want, nothing more. She smiles again. Then you'll walk me down the aisle. I thought she wanted me to walk her down the aisle, yet she is definitely leading me, holding onto my arm, keeping the rest of her body still and cold while marching toward her future husband. This is all a lie and a plot, so she needs to put on a show for the families. But when they all know that this whole day is just to keep them from each other's throats, she doesn't need to be much of an actress. No one wants to be here. I can see it from how they look. Some want this day to be over, to show their faces in fake approval. Others are brave enough to stare us down with daggers in their eyes. Disgusted that Mom would go through with this and that Salvatore even suggested it in the first place. Though divided by the aisle and the countless years of aggression, the Rossis and Valentis are together today, and I'm sure we all agree that this entire thing is complete bullshit. The look on Salvatore Valenti's face is just another joke at this point. Mom is willing to put on a smile, blush for the crowd, and parade around in her wedding dress. Her new husband, however, decides to keep an apathetic face, stare at the back of the room, and wear the same dusty old suit that he throws on his back day after day. A man who's done so little today, yet everyone here would either describe him as a calculated genius who built an empire from nothing, or a ruthless man who's made a mockery of the Rossi family with his latest scheme. Personally, I think he's nothing more than an old bastard who's caught my mother up in a wedding to keep everyone from killing each other for a few more years. Worst of all, he wants me to call him Dad. Pass. I don't want him as a dad, even if it's my last option on Earth, especially with the smug stick figure of a son he's raised. Luca Valenti is standing next to his father in a suit that does a great job of showing how scrawny he is underneath it. I don't understand why he's smirking. I could throw him around and rip that smile and suit off of him before he could even cry for help. Actually, that sounds like fun. Maybe I should give it a try after the reception. "Thank you, son," Salvatore says to me through his over-whitened teeth. "Son." I force a grin back at him and let Mom go. She has to stand by herself at the altar. Salvatore gets his son as his best man, but Mom is left alone. How fair. That's how the Valentis play, I suppose. "Go take your seat," Mom says, now alone in front of a man who has promised this is all for the best. I can't wait for this day to be over. My mother, Sofia Rossi, is the only standout thing in this whole room. I understand she's the bride, and that's supposed to be the case, but I would have assumed they'd have decorated the reception a bit better. Maybe some more flowers, less harsh lighting, or honestly anything at this point, but no. Here we are, standing in the back room of one of Salvatore's restaurants. A handful of tables scattered across the room, with no real thought, and Mom's bouquet from the ceremony now on a table instead of in her hands. The overhead lights feel more like a grocery store than a wedding reception. I feel so bad for her. She always tells me about what her wedding was like with Dad. It was only a small thing with close family and friends who weren't too judgmental to mention her bump coming in. Yet she talked about it like it was the best thing in the entire world. Her dress was secondhand, but she acted like it was hand-stitched by the greatest of seamstresses. The whole ceremony and reception took place in a family friend's garden out in Vermont, but she described it like a winery back home in Italy. I don't think any amount of denial and rose-tinted glasses could turn today into anything like that, even if she tried. I should talk to her. Make sure she's okay. The room's small, too, and there's barely enough space for anyone to stand, let alone move around. Each step I take feels like I'm just getting pushed back by a tide of guests, and there's no clear path through to her. "Oh, it was just so sweet how you walked your mom down the aisle," the voice of an unknown woman exclaims as a soft hand held onto my arm. "And in that suit, you look so very handsome," another man says. "I just want to get away from them." "Thank you. That's very kind. I must say, the pair of you don't look too bad yourselves." I'm not lying either. The woman's gorgeous. Her skin is radiant, her curves in all the right places, and her dress cut just so that you can see everything you need to, but still have enough left to learn later. I know her family isn't here. She wouldn't wear that if they were, so that's promising. The man, however, is already blushing from my compliment and is leaning at such a sharp angle that any moment now he'll knock into me. Claims he's had a few too many to drink and asks me if I can help him sober up. I've seen it too many times before. He moves closer to me, stumbling as he does. "Careful, are you all right?" I ask as I catch him and bring him to a stop before he falls. "I'm so sorry, I've just had a bit too much to drink," he predictably responds with a laugh. "This is why I go to weddings." "Would you be okay to?" His voice trails off and my attention is brought elsewhere. Laughing and smiling with some people is Luca Valenti, eldest son of Salvatore Valenti, and I have to guess now the wedding is done, my new stepbrother. He stands off to the edge of the group and chimes in now and then to remind them he's still there before replacing his stony face. Very handsome stony face. Just looking at him is annoying. "This always happens to me. I'm just such a wreck," the drunk man says, his voice catching my attention again. Would that be okay? He asks, clarifying a question I didn't hear. Yes, but would you just give me a minute? A new idea forms in my mind. I need to show my face to the new family. Then I'll be right back. Won't take long at all, I ramble, already walking away toward Luca Valenti, the image of him humiliated pulsing in my mind. Sure, just don't keep us waiting, the woman says. Marching across the room, I notice the exact moment that Luca catches my eye, and he pulls away slightly. Even though I'm nowhere near him, I chuckle, which only makes him squirm more. I lose my stride, stopping for a moment. What the hell was that? I try my best to shake it off and keep walking. He's just playing mind games, trying to throw me off my game. But guys like that always have a button to push to set them off. And I really want to find that button. Mom told me I couldn't mess this day up for her, that it won't just make me look bad, but the whole family, especially her. I can't do that to her. However, if Luca is the one to throw a tantrum at the big wedding in front of everyone, he'll look like an idiot. That'll knock him down a peg, and I'll be able to do whatever I want to him. I grab his arm and pull him away from his pretend conversation, getting right up in his face. He's so small and meek up close. Oh, Dominic Rossi, it's so nice to see you. His tone is about as fake as his watch. I can't believe this has all happened so quickly. I know, right? It's surprising. Your father must have been quite desperate. I have to hide my smile. Don't want to be too obvious. Luca laughed off the jab. Well, I don't think you can be too desperate for love now, can you? I can't stop my fist from clenching by my side. I'd like to see him laugh off a proper jab. Oh, right. Sure. Got to keep up appearances for everyone. Can't let everyone know just how hopeless you Valentis are, I say in a hushed tone I only want him to hear. What's that supposed to mean? He says, his anger flashing. All I mean is that your father was practically begging for us Rossis to dust off his reputation. This is basically a thank you party for saving your asses. I push further. Very funny, Dom, but that's no way to talk about family. Exactly. We're family. This is just how brothers talk to each other. You'll get used to it. As long as you can take as much as you give. What is he thinking? Because I know what I'm thinking. Don't you worry about me. I'll be fine. It's you I'm worried about. I didn't suspect the Valenti heir to be so sensitive. Well, it must be a lot easier being the middle child who's needed for nothing and can waste their time being a screw-up, he hisses in my ear. I grit my teeth and charge at him, grabbing him by the collar and throwing him against the nearest wall. Why do you have to be such a smartass? I yell. He just laughs, which pisses me off even more. He feels almost weightless in my arms, and tossing him to the floor is easy. What's wrong with you? I hear from behind me. It's Salvatore Valenti. Get away from him. Damn it. That piece of shit got to me. I'm dragged away from their fragile heir as Salvatore's hands grip my shoulder. My mom pulls me toward her. What is your problem, Dominic? Why can't you just behave? Salvatore helps his son to his feet. Luca's putting on a show for everyone here, but I'm the only one who can see through it. We were talking, and he just attacked me, he whimpers, and I think for a moment about ramming my cock into his pretty little mouth. I can't even get my words out before I'm stifled. Enough! Get him away from here, Salvatore barks, his lackey brothers already escorting me away. My mom walks over to Luca and brushes off his jacket. Come here. Are you okay? How am I the only one who sees through him? I'll take care of him, my brother Gianni says to Salvatore's brothers who are still holding me. Sort him out, one of them says before finally letting me go as I writhe away from their grasp. Gianni pulls me further from them and claps his hand around the back of my head. What the hell is wrong with you? Ouch, why'd you do that? I yelp. To knock some sense into you, apparently. What were you doing back there? He was the one being disrespectful. Go hit him, I retort. He didn't make a scene by throwing you around the room, did he? Gianni scolds. It shouldn't be my job to have to keep you out of trouble. Then why do you? I was fine back there. Sure you were. Getting manhandled by your step-uncles is fine to you, and I have to do it because you won't do it yourself, moron. Geez, just relax. I'll behave. You better, he threatens, flexing his back and walking off. Looking back over my shoulder, I catch a glimpse of Luca as he's ushered into another room to give him a checkup. His facade drops for barely a moment as he shoots me a smirk. Something in me shifts. I don't know what it is, but watching him smile at me just feels strange. I do my best to shake off whatever feeling it is. It doesn't matter. It'll be different next time. He won't always have them to protect him, and then I'll be the one left laughing.
Chapter 2, Luca. I stand in front of the mirror, knotting my tie in place, and doing my best not to notice my father's looming figure behind me in the reflection. He's always been the type to stand behind me looking over my shoulder. Unfortunately, it's never to support but to judge me. You spend far too much time in front of those, he nags. I want to look good for today. This is for our image, isn't it? He turns away from me and I try not to dwell on his lack of response, despite my whole reason for asking the question in the first place was just to see if he'd prove me correct. Ignoring his repetitive footsteps resounding off of the tiled floor, I return my focus to my tie. The knot needs to be perfect. Undoing it, readying a few times over just to make sure that every part of my outfit is exactly right. Still, every time I fasten it again, it feels the exact same as it did before, no matter how differently I do it. Despite today being my father's idea from how he's been acting for the last few months, it isn't nearly what I had expected. There aren't many guests attending the wedding, even with two large families with wide networks of friends and associates coming together. Regardless of my father's vast wealth from generations of the Valenti family business, little money has been spent on the occasion. And in spite of his need for control and micromanaging everything that's happened in his life for as long as I can remember, he's barely said a word regarding the wedding since the plan to marry Sofia Rossi was first hatched. Positive or negative, I at least expect him to say something. Yet here he is, still just standing behind me. He has not put any extra effort into himself this morning than he has on anyone before it, and by the look of him waiting here, he doesn't plan to. Why are we here today, son? His voice carries the expectation of the correct answer. I burnished the knot. So you can marry Sofia Rossi. He takes a moment to respond. On the surface, yes, but there's more to it. Of course, our families have been fighting, and it was taking a turn for the worst. I take a deep breath. I need to show him that I know what I'm doing. However, after the wedding, the Valentis and Rossis will be united and have no choice but to cease their rivalry. He hesitates again. I don't understand where I went wrong. That's only one facet of this plan. To be a true leader and strategist, you must always think on multiple levels, be steps ahead of the rest. I know this. I know I'm not ready yet, but I won't ever be unless he stops talking down to me. There's an extra step to this plan. Another outcome that's to our benefit. Yet again he pauses. Is it only for dramatic effect or to patronize me? Between the Valentis and the Rossis, who's the weakest link? The Rossis. Correct. So with them by our side, anyone wanting to get to us will see them as the easiest way. And that's exactly what we want them to do. They're weak, but they take time to deal with. You can trust me on that. So they'll slow down our enemies? Exactly right. As well as removing them as one and making us look even better. It is a good plan, I must admit. It just isn't one that I've liked ever since it was revealed to me. At no point did I have a say, though. I tried to persuade my father to reconsider, but once he's set on an idea, he will force it into place no matter the resistance. He's been the same way with his desire for me to take over the family business and take his place as head of the Valenti family. Of course, it's something I want to do, but I don't know if I'm ready yet and I need to become ready before it's too late. Come on, son. We need to get out there, my father says as he pulls his jacket together. The Valenti men must be punctual when presenting themselves. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My father has a presence to him. He could stand in any room and everyone there would know it. Something about him draws the eye. It's as simple as that. It's a quality I don't seem to have. I could stand in a room and be as noticeable as the wallpaper. Sure, I am there, but no one takes notice of the wallpaper unless it's unbearably obscene. I try my best to accept this fact, change my perspective on it, and see it as a positive. I'm not plain, I'm subtle. I may not be extravagant, but I'm efficient. I can get away with a lot more when no one's eyes are on me. It all just means that today no one's eyes are on me. It's difficult to catch someone's attention when you're standing beside a man as prideful as Salvatore Valenti, especially when it seems you're standing in his shadow. How are you feeling? I whisper to my father tentatively. Don't be ridiculous. This is no different than a business deal, so treat it like one, he responds with a dispassionate stare. The doors fly open, the guests stand to show their respect, and my future stepfamily walks in. Sofia Rossi seems to be another person who prefers to go unnoticed, at least that's how I've been viewing her since we met. She's quiet, reserved, and never makes a decision in front of others. Although this all may be down to the fact that she only became the head of the Rossi family after her husband passed. Maybe her behavior is because she isn't cut out for the position she's found herself in and isn't someone to relate to. Standing beside Sofia is someone I definitely don't relate to one bit, Dominic Rossi. He's loud-mouthed, aggressive, and has an aura to him. The way he carries himself, his stance, his walk, the way he talks, and how he doesn't seem to have to try all that hard. It's different. Not only is he different from me, but different from anyone I've ever met before. It's intriguing. Like his mother, I've only ever met Dominic once or twice before the wedding. Even then, words were rarely exchanged, yet I find myself wanting to know more about him. He has a reputation for being a pain for his family, and if I am going to take charge like my father wants, then he's someone I'll have to manage, whether he's my ally or enemy. Despite everything else about him, I do have to admit that he is also very attractive, in a conventional way at least. Not that it's really something I'd pick up normally. I'm not one for caring about the physical side of things, and I'm certainly not one for Dominic Rossi. Still, he's got a good height to him, he's well-built and muscular, and he has a dark aura to match his jet black hair. He looks like he could crush a man with his bare hands. And I have certainly thought about those hands on my body. His eyes lock onto mine. I've been staring at him for so long, trying to size him up, but I didn't realize until now that I have been so obvious. His cold glare cuts through me in an instant, and I turn away but can still feel his eyes on me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The reception was, for lack of a better term, simple. It only needed to serve the purpose of holding the guests who were willing to stay longer than they needed to, and so that is exactly what it did. Most people opt to stand around the room in small clusters, making sly comments between themselves while no one too involved in the wedding could hear. I try my best not to draw too much attention to myself while standing on the outskirts of a group with my uncles. I don't think this is going to work. You know how the Rossis are, one of them sneers. They aren't too bad. I mean, it could be the Grecos. Luca, what do you think? I mean, you're a smart enough kid to know this is all a bad idea, right? One of the uncles probes. Oh well, I stutter. I mean, sure they're different. I search for a satisfactory answer. But this is all a necessary evil to better the family. That's what I'm talking about. Are you serious? Just look at them, my uncle says as he gestures across the room. I follow his gaze and am soon pushed back by Dominic's scowling face as he rushes toward me. Just the sight of his rage-fueled determination makes me shiver. Dominic stops in place, shaking like a raging bull as he charges again. He grips my arm and yanks me from the safety of the group, pushing into my personal space. He's quite imposing up close. Oh, Dominic, it's so nice to see you. I try to hide my shock. I can't believe this has all happened so quickly. I know, right? It's surprising. Your father must have been quite desperate. He smirks. Well, I don't think you can be too desperate for love now, can you? I laugh awkwardly. All right, sure. Got to keep up appearances for everyone. Can't let everyone know just how hopeless you Valentis are, he mutters. What's his problem? What's that supposed to mean? All I mean is that your father was practically begging for us to dust off his reputation. This is basically a thank you party for saving your asses, he japs. Very funny, Dom, but that's no way to talk about family. I raise my voice, knowing exactly what he's doing. Exactly. We're family. This is just how brothers talk to each other. You'll get used to it. As long as you can take as much as you give. A smile forms on my face. Don't you worry about me. I'll be fine. It's you I'm worried about. I didn't suspect the Valenti heir to be so sensitive, he spurns. I lean in closely, only speaking to him. Well, it must be a lot easier to be the middle child who's needed for nothing and can waste their time being a screw-up. His jaw tightens and before I know it, he lunges at me, grabbing my collar. Soon, my back is pushed against the wall behind me. Why do you have to be such a smartass? He bellows. I can't help but laugh. Maybe my uncle is right. The Rossis are thuggish. His grip tightens. What's wrong with you? My father exclaims. Get away from him. Maybe I was right to have my concerns. Freed from his grasp, I can relax my body again, my assailant being taken out of reach of me. What is your problem? Why can't you just behave? Sophia scorns her son. Dad helps me up. To be honest, I'm not as shaken up as I appear. We were talking and he just attacked me. I stutter, trying to hold back my laughter. That's not. Dominic struggles to finish his sentence. Enough. Get him away from here, my father orders, and my uncles take him out of the room. Are you okay? Sophia asks. Come here. She fixes my appearance. I'm okay. Don't worry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what got into him, she apologizes. Today must be a lot for him. It's not his fault. Not his fault that he has the temperament of a child and it's just so fun to mess with him. Asterisk. Fading sunlight breaches my bedroom window as the eventful day comes to a close. Pulling the tight dress shirt from my body, I notice the fresh bruise blooming on my chest. Dominic left quite a mark. I can't help but touch it, feeling the tender pain as a short groan escapes my lips. Dominic's short temper is almost laughable. He was so confident, but it was just too easy to push his buttons. I can't believe he did that at his own mother's wedding. Maybe this whole plan isn't the right idea after all. If Dominic is anything like the rest of his family, then this can only end in bloodshed. Still, Dominic getting so riled up and violent was fun to watch. Watching him run out of words and turn to violence so quickly makes me feel something, and I don't know what to think. Surely it was just the shock of it, but I can't be too sure. Feels different. I feel my dick swelling at the memory of him slamming me against the wall. My new stepbrother. I have a feeling our relationship will be interesting.
Chapter 3. Dominic trudging across the Valmont College campus. I catch the intermittent smell of the ocean air on my way to class. The salty scent mixes well with the morning sun's cascading rays, creating a cocktail strong enough to drag me from the pit of frustration I buried myself in after last night. The long walks usually provide me with the needed quiet to nurse my hangover before my lecture or congratulate myself on my most recent conquest. But today is different. I want noise and disturbance to distract me from what happened at the wedding. There is nothing, though. The lecture itself won't do anything for me either. Despite how much I've tried, it just isn't working for me. I had promised Dad that I'd study business under the assumption that it would help me understand the family dealings, but only months after his death, Mom is already shacked up with Salvatore Valenti, so promises made to him have seemingly expired. But my tuition is paid in full, so I can't leave yet. So with 3 years left to go, I can take my foot off the gas and prioritize what Valmont really has to offer. The fast-paced hub of Montcove's party scene, comprised of the city's wealthiest douchebags and dimmest heiresses. Now that's something that can distract me. Thanks for that, old man. My lecture hall appears in front of me, just past the grassy quad that has a few stray students situated in the different shady spots beneath the ancient trees. This is an aspect of the campus that never really appealed to me. Their only use was to sit and study, but I don't like paying attention in classes. So why put in any work outside of them? The college itself is a harsh mix of ancient Gothic architecture sidling up to the newly constructed ultramodern buildings. The library in the center of the entire campus that was built when the college was first founded is now surrounded on all sides by the brand new art, science, and law buildings, a combination that makes as much sense as the Rossis and Valentis. Damn it. Despite all my attempts to reject any thoughts of the wedding, it all just keeps flooding back. Worst of all, it makes me think of him, Luca Valenti. Just the thought of that little shit raises my pulse and makes my jaw clench. Focus, you idiot, I mutter to myself, shaking off any remaining thoughts of him, even if only temporarily. For now, all I need to think of is college and this lecture. It doesn't matter how boring it is, just as long as it's not him. All I need is something to keep me occupied until I can go out tonight, find someone to sleep with, and drink so much I forget their name. Breaching the threshold of the lecture hall, the fresh sea air is quickly suppressed by the thick wooden doors and replaced with the smell of tepid coffee and stale air. Ushering myself through each row of seats and passing all the chattering students who are more prepared than I've ever been, I look at their faces as I walk by. Some notice me and catch a passing glance as I cross their peripheral vision, but most stare toward the front of the room, waiting for the lecture to begin, or keep to themselves and their friends. It's just like the wedding. Seriously? Again? I can't get it out of my head. I need to focus on something. anything. Good morning. Are we all ready to begin? Professor Bressler asks. This will have to do. Every word he speaks just goes through one ear and out the other. I can't pay attention. I never can with this class, but this time I am actually trying, which just makes it more frustrating. What is wrong with me? I throw my pen down beside my blank notebook, looking around to see every other person in the room devote their attention to the lecture. I am the only one struggling. The lecture hall doors swing open for the first time since the lesson began, and someone who is drastically late strolls across the room. Sorry I'm late. Slept in, he calls out to Professor Bressler in an overly casual tone. Just take a seat, Mr. Morganelli, and don't interrupt us any further, he responds with a sigh. I look over and see the man who makes me only the second worst student in the room, Angelo Morganelli. He shuffles down the row of seats beside me, getting in the way of every person until he finally plants himself beside me. What did I miss? He asks, as if I'd know. A lot, but even though I'm sitting here, I think we know just as much. He chuckles loudly, earning another scowl from the professor. You doing okay, man? You look all weird. He eyes me up and down, and I didn't realize I was making it so obvious. Yeah, I'm all good. Don't worry. Just had the wedding yesterday, and it went about as well as I'd expected. I just want to be able to stop thinking about it, but everything, and now everyone, seems to be reminding me. That bad, huh? What actually happened? He kicks back in his seat, not even pretending to be paying attention like I am. Got in a fight with my new stepbrother. My teeth grit all on their own. Just the thought of him makes my entire body tighten. I don't want to get into all of it again, though. All right, well, what if I told you that the Alpha Sigs are throwing a party tonight? Those assholes? I groan. The Alpha Sigs have a reputation of being way too over the top. Their ranks are made exclusively of rich legacy admissions who are too embarrassed by their cushy upbringing to show their privilege and instead decide to project masculinity and aggression to make them look tough. They always start fights. I don't think I can put up with that tonight. Come on! The first party of sophomore year, you just know it'll be crazy. Plus, if someone does start a fight with you, maybe it'll be a good outlet for all that aggression. While his poking me in the ribs is a bit too far, he's making some good points. I had been hoping for a party soon, and maybe Angelo's right. I can let loose with the Alpha Sigs, no holds barred. My dick certainly needs some action. Fine, I whisper to him, his involuntary gasp in response garnering more unwanted attention. But if things get out of hand, I'm leaving. I look forward to it. He smirks, leaving me even more cautious of the night ahead. Maybe tonight will go the way I had wanted the reception to. I can drink, get off with some guy or girl, or hell, maybe even both, and hopefully I can put all of this wedding and Luca drama behind me. Then again, there I go thinking about him. Even just walking through the gates and heading up the driveway, I can hear the thumping bass escaping the frat house walls. The flashing lights gleam through the windows, and the cheers and yells of the partygoers call out to me like a lighthouse guiding a ship to port. This is going to be fun. Getting inside the house, I am quickly enveloped by the hot air and high energy, all of it washing over me in one go and embracing me, and I can feel the tension leave my body already. Soon enough, I spot my first pit stop of the night, the liquor table. A poorly constructed fold-out bench with every bottle of cheap and expensive alcohol that was either purchased or lifted under the oblivious nose of every liquor store owner in a 5-mile radius. Quickly throwing together my drink of choice with whatever's got the highest alcohol percentage, I relax my body, lean back against the wall, and start scouting for someone interesting to talk to. Soon enough, I spot someone. I think he's in my class, but I can't quite place his name. Either way this goes, I have little to lose. I take a strong swig of my drink, feeling the warmth of the alcohol run through my body, loosening up my muscles. Striding toward him, he takes notice of my approach as I get close and resets his posture. Luca did something similar at the wedding. Fuck, I growl to myself. Sorry? That drink was a lot stronger than I thought. I try to laugh it off. You're in my class, right? Financial management with Bressler? That's right. He leans toward me. That drink must be strong since we've talked before, you know. Oh, right. So strong that I can't actually remember your name at the moment. I take another sip and overdo a wince. He chuckles. You're being serious, aren't you? It's Darius. I knew it started with a D. I lie. I'm Dominic, just in case you also forgot. Don't worry. I know who you are, Dominic Rossi. He pronounces every syllable of my name in a way that sings to my ear. Now tell me, why such a poor? Bad day? I can't help but laugh. More like a bad weekend. Why don't you tell me about it? He coaxes me in. Well, I wouldn't want to bore you with the details, but my mom got married. The memories flood back, but I try my best to keep them at bay. I assume congratulations aren't in order? He moves even closer to me. Not quite. My new stepdad is a distant asshole, and don't even get me started on my stepbrother. The words leave a bitter taste in my mouth. He's just so entitled and arrogant. He sounds awful. Maybe I can help, he attempts before I cut him off. You have no idea. He's so manipulative and snide. He just gets under your skin. And God, I hate him. I rant until I notice Darius's face turn sour. I'm sorry. I'm just complaining. That's okay. You've got a lot going on. I'm just going to grab myself another drink. He backs away. It was nice talking to you, though. He walks off, cramming his way through the crowd until he's merged into it and disappears from my sight. I sigh and down the rest of my drink, already searching for another person to talk to. Scanning around, I catch sight of the one person I least expect to see, and my heart sinks. Luca Valenti stands in the doorway to the house, a confident smile resting on his face that makes my insides twist. Why the hell is he here? Angelo's arm brushes past me as he tries to walk by, but I grab hold of him to stop him. What's he doing here? I ask as I gesture toward Luca still standing there. No clue. Probably knows someone, Angelo responds with a shrug, trying to pull free from my grasp. Just avoid him. Distract yourself, remember? I let Angelo free with a huff. Closing my eyes, I try and assimilate myself back into the energy of the party, feeling the vibrations of the speakers reverberating through the floor. Smelling the mixture of tequila and sweat hanging in the air, listening deeply to the swelling music and the sound of people's feet moving as they dance. I'm just going to grab us some drinks, and I'll meet you over there. Luca's voice cuts through everything else. I flick my gaze over to the drinks table. I'm standing between it and him. I don't want him to see me here, but he has to walk right past me. Hoping he won't notice, I duck my head and dash into the next room. This is just my luck. With a deep breath, I return my focus to having fun tonight and perk my head back up, searching for someone to talk to. The crowd seems to blur into one splotch. No one person looks all that unique mixed in amongst each other. Then I see him again, Darius, leaning off to the side and talking with some other people from our class, I think. For his height, he's very slim and has a distinct slouch. For someone so noticeable in this crowd, he's definitely trying to blend in. I have to talk to him again. Wading through the crowded room, I try my best not to be too obvious. I don't want him running off like he did before, and I can't quite forget the other person I want to stay hidden from. Darius, hey! I speak softly in comparison to the music. He notices me and turns back toward his friends as if he didn't see me. I'm sorry about earlier. I was being weird, and it won't happen again. Like I said, I had a tough weekend, I know. Look, I shouldn't have rushed off, he replies. I don't blame you for it. I would have done the same. Can we just start over? Darius smiles. Sure thing. Thank you. How was your day? I try to settle back into the normal conversation we were having before. It wasn't too bad. It's nice being back at college, you know. I visited my family over the summer, and it's just so chaotic with them. His voice fades. I catch a glimpse of Luca stepping into the room, his small bunch of friends surrounding him and ushering him in. I don't think he's seen me yet, but I know he will eventually. No matter where I go, he seems to follow close behind. Look, if you want to have this conversation with him instead, you should just go. Darius catches on to my sightline. His scowl tells me I'd messed this up again. It's not like that. That's my stepbrother, the one I was telling you about. I clamor for some chance at changing his mind. Your brother's Luca Valenti? Stepbrother. I correct him. How do you know him? Oh, everyone knows Luca Valenti, the same way that everyone knows you. He pauses. Look, this is all too complicated for me, I'm sorry. Darius walks off once again, and I know he won't come back. My eyes lock back onto Luca. You just have to ruin everything for me, don't you? I could have fucked Darius 7 ways tonight and released some of this pent-up anger I'm carrying. I slam my drink down. Barging across the room of people, I make a beeline toward Luca. I won't let him keep messing up my night. This time, I'm able to get close enough without him noticing. I pounce toward him and shove him back. What the hell are you doing here? I hiss. What the hell? He yells, barely able to keep his footing. Dom? I push toward him again, getting so close to keep him trapped against the wall. Don't call me Dom, I snarl. Now tell me what you're doing here. All right. Just relax, Jesus. I go to Valmont, he rambles. I got invited by my friend. She's right over there. Luca points toward a girl already talking with someone else. Is that okay? Or are you going to attack me again? You can cut the crap. You know exactly why I did that. I sneer at him. Your whole act is getting old. My whole act? I don't know what you're talking about. His tone sounds like it's designed to piss me off. Oh, sure. So you're telling me that no one's called you on this before? You're nothing more than a fake and manipulative dick. You need to calm down, he murmurs. You're going to cause a scene, and from what I've heard, that won't go well here. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You provoke me, and then when I actually do something about it, you make me look like some psycho. You're the one that said it, he jokes, but cuts his laugh short after seeing my glare. Why do you keep turning up, huh? Why can't you just stay away from me? What? You're the one who stormed over here. What was wrong with that guy you were talking to? He laughs. I can't exactly blame you if you prefer me. I mean, come on. Seeing his smirk makes my face turn red. I wish it were from anger, but I can't be too sure. Oh my God, you're blushing, he quips. Screw this, I howl and storm out. Barging through the crowded room, I hear Luca finally go quiet. I can't keep putting up with him. I'm sick of it. From now on, if I see him, I'm just going to walk away. I won't let him get the satisfaction of pushing my buttons.
Chapter 4. Luca. Dominic can't seem to get away from me fast enough. Despite not knowing he was even here, the party feels so much more empty now than it was with him here. I paw around me for the drink that I placed down when he came at me. Throwing back what's left of it, I stand up straight, getting back to where I was before he shoved me aside. He really can't bear being around me, but why? You okay, Luca? What the hell was that? My friend Emilio places a hand on my arm to steady me. Yeah, I'm fine. I struggle for the right words. In shock. Mad. Frustrated? Disappointed? I don't know. They're the only words I can find. Who was that guy? Wait, was that him? Emilio gasps. Yep, that's Dominic Rossi. What's he doing here? I think he goes to Valmont too. How come we've never seen him before? Maybe it's just my luck? It was a fair question, though I don't feel very lucky. Or it's because last year I had no idea who he was. Hopefully that'll be the last we see of him. He tries to reassure me, but it doesn't quite work. I doubt it. I think I'm going to call it here. What? Don't let him ruin your night. I'll grab you another drink. It's fine. The drama's just tired me out, I say. Don't want to ruin your guy's night. I have an early class anyway. Emilio takes a long, hard look at me. Fine. Just let me know when you get back. Of course. Now you guys have fun, okay? I try my best to crack a smile and leave quickly before anyone can see through it. Asterisk. Strolling down the driveway, I look out for any sign of Dominic having stuck around. I don't know what I'm hoping for. As if 5 minutes of air will make him talk like a reasonable adult. I replay my encounters with him over and over in my head. At the wedding, he came to me looking for a fight, and tonight he did the exact same thing. Maybe I should seek him out? That won't work. He's far too territorial. He'll fight me off like a wolf fending off another predator. He's such a meathead, not thinking anything through and simply driving forward fueled by pure emotion and testosterone. I wish I could act like that. To give in to my carnal desires and pursue what I want with no second thoughts or regrets. But I can't. I'm a Valenti. We are held to a higher standard, and if I want to get anywhere in life, I will have to live by them. What would I even want? To be like my father? To grow into a leader and take over the family? Or is that only what he wants? Is that what separates someone like me from someone like Dominic? Having true passion and desire? Pursuing what you want and breaking down any obstacle that stands in your way with reckless abandon? So, what does he want in life? Am I his obstacle? At the wedding, he came after me and tried to start a fight and cause a scene. Back at the party, he basically tried to drive me away. Does he want the Valentis and Rossis to divide again? Or maybe, does he want me? My whole body shudders at the thought. There's no way. The idea is almost laughable. Dominic may act like a blind fool, but even he would know that such a want is not only wrong but dangerous. Right? Then again, why do I now feel so frustrated at that fact? Is that what I want? Dominic Rossi? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I toss and turn in my bed, doing the best I can to banish any thoughts of him from my mind, but no matter what, fragments of my feelings still linger. I rip the pillow from the mattress and slam it against my face, bellowing out a scream of frustration into it. This is wrong, all of it is. He's my stepbrother and our family's alliance is fragile enough already. If anything were to happen between us, it could fracture it for good. I have to stop thinking about him. Yet I can't. I grip the cold sheets around me, feelings and fantasies of Dominic flashing and pulsing in my mind. The vision of him shoving me into the wall again, but this time we're alone. And unlike me, he's not afraid to act and presses his lips against mine. Feeling the heat of his hands radiate onto my body as he gropes at me. I fight off the image. Another dream of him having already thrown me to the ground and mounting my exposed body, tearing my legs apart, and burying himself deep inside of me. A gasp of breath escapes my lungs as I'm drawn back to the reality of my empty room. My entire body shakes, the remaining feelings of pure ecstasy course through my veins, and I know that my mind has submitted to the idea of Dominic. My head sags under the weight of my lethargy. Keeping my eyes toward the front of the lecture hall is almost too much for my body to manage. The droning sounds of my professor lull to become white noise that nearly sends me to sleep. Luca? You awake? Emilio whispers as he nudges my arm and startles me into consciousness. Yeah, sorry. Didn't sleep too well, I groggily respond. You should have stayed out last night. It would have tired you out and you would have slept fine, he pesters. I'm fine. It probably wouldn't have changed much either way. Don't tell me you were kept up all night thinking about that guy, Emilio groans. No, of course not, I lie. Just family stress. Oh, I'm sorry, man. You want to talk about it? Honestly, I just want to forget about it all as soon as I can. Avoid all of them as much as I can, you know? I doubt my words, but they're not outright lies. Emilio goes quiet beside me, letting me return to my thoughts again. I don't want to push Dominic away and forget about him forever, but it's what he seems to want. It's what's right for both the families. So that's what I'll do. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After class, I keep my eyes on the ground as my feet patter quickly on the stone walkways that divide the campus into its many different quadrants, taking quick turns and shortcuts as I make my way to my dorm. This way, I shouldn't see Dominic and he shouldn't see me. I hop across a grass partition between the paths and continue onward, my pace only getting faster with every step. I cut close to the college's full parking lot, seeing all of the students flee the scene of their final classes, desperate to get away. Luca, a voice calls out for me, halting me in place. I scan the surrounding area frantically, looking for the voice's owner, praying that it doesn't belong to him. Luca, it calls once more, and this time I'm better able to track down its origin. I spot my father standing beside his car, his arms clasped neatly in front of him and his salt and pepper hair slicked back. I can just barely catch a glimpse of his personal driver waiting at the ready in the front cabin. This is a business call. I rush toward him. Dad? What are you doing here? I ask, terrified of what the answer may be. Get in the car, he directs, his voice still and ice cold. What's happened? I push back slightly, trying my best to stand up straight to match his stature. I said get in the car. Then I'll explain. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The car's interior is sleek in its design, not a single thing unnecessary or inconvenient in either size or location. The privacy glass is pitch black, masking the conversation and leaving the driver completely in the dark. My father sits parallel with me in the fine leather seats, and he finally lets himself go, sprawling out slightly. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? I ask yet again. He reaches out and grabs a freshly poured glass tumbler, taking a deep swig of whiskey from it. You're being impatient, he scolds. I thought you'd be ready for this kind of thing by now, but it's never right to rush business. So perhaps I need to reconsider? His words are meant to taunt, but nonetheless he said he thinks I'm ready. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I can just tell that this is important. And what gave you that impression? His eyes are already examining me for my answer. Well, I pause. I must get this right. You spoke before at the wedding about maintaining the Valenti image, as well as concerns about future enemies. I ensure my words are precisely what I intend. That as well as you coming to get me with no warning and making sure we only talk once in the car. All of this backs the idea that this is an important and serious meeting, not just a family visit. He listens intently, taking another sip of his drink. Anxiety pulses through my veins, and each additional second feels like my head's going to explode. Dad finishes and places down his drink, taking yet another moment of pause. Well done. You're not too far off. He smiles. Relief floods through my body in an instant. Do you recall the Greco family? Every part of this conversation feels like a test. We had some problems with them before the Rossis, right? That's right, we did. And they've been keeping their distance for some time now, but now it seems like that interval was spent planning. He sucks his teeth. Because ever since the news got out about the wedding, they've been having talks and making small plays. What have they done? I try my best not to sound nervous, forcing my voice not to shake. Well, Antonio Greco is pushing his empire further by the day. He's squeezing us out of everything we do. There's venom on his tongue. How do we plan to react? My father takes a moment to look me over once again, lingering on the thought. We plan to do nothing. For now at least. Antonio has made his efforts to reach out to us himself. I suspect he has something important he wants to say. He looks me dead in the eyes. It is reckless to act before knowing what cards are in play. That's what a Rossi would do, not a Valenti. He chuckles to himself. My teeth grit behind my faux smile. Then why align ourselves with them? Because now they are under our thumb where we can keep them in line, he snaps. I hold in my spite, knowing I must appear cool and calculated in front of him. I attempt to alter the conversation's course. Why are you sharing all of this with me? Well, son, it's about time that you stepped up in the family business. When the time comes for our meeting with the Grecos, I want you there with me. Are you serious? My voice is teeming with both eagerness and anxiety. Are you sure I'm ready for something like that? I think so, but do you? He remains cold, his question being just another test. I pause, already realizing that doing so is a mistake. This is everything that I want to be doing, but also the very thing that I'm scared to do. Yes, I'm ready. Good. When the time comes, I'll come get you like I did today. Make sure you're ready for it. It will be good to see how you handle such a situation. There'll be a common thorn in your side when you take over from me, he declares as he reaches for a button by his side. Holding it down, the privacy glass lowers to reveal the driver in the front seat. Philo, you can bring us back now. Philo nods without a word, and suddenly the window rises as quickly as it fell. The car reduces its speed, smoothly coming to a halt. I won't keep you any longer, my father says, showing off an authentic smile for the first time since picking me up. The door beside me is swiftly opened, Philo standing outside of the car holding it for me. Awkwardly, I shuffle across the pristine seat and make my way out of the vehicle. Once I'm out and standing on the sidewalk, Philo closes the door behind me, gets back into the car, and drives off before I can say goodbye to either of them. This is what I need. This is something big and important enough to properly distract me. Right now is the time for business and strategy, not some petty crush. I can dedicate myself to the family, help my father, prove myself, and soon forget all about him. This is perfect. Looking up, I go to take my first stride away from the curb, but instead, I catch a glimpse of him, Dominic, walking alone across the campus square. He's so far away from me, but yet he is the first thing that catches my eye. Tall, strong, and handsome. You have got to be kidding me. Is the universe testing me as well? Or is he doing this on purpose? No. It doesn't matter. This is just my first step to proving myself. If I am to take over the Valenti legacy, then I need to push past these thoughts and feelings to focus on what actually matters. Hey, Luca. The voice coming from another direction pulls me from my spiral. I search for whoever spoke, finally spotting Emilio and rushing toward him and away from where I last saw Dominic. Where have you been? Sorry, just had to talk with my dad real quick. What's up? I wanted to make it up to you for missing out on the party last night, so I've got us invited to another one. He's barely able to hold back his excitement. Oh wow, okay. I'd love to. It's just. What's wrong? Emilio's face turns troubled. I don't need any more drama right now. Is Dominic Rossi going to be there? I pray he won't be, but something deep inside of me seems to disagree. You won't have to worry about him. It's the Delta Zetas party. Invite only. There's a dress code and everything. No chance they'll let him in. I let out a sigh of relief, but in that same place, deep in my stomach, a knot begins to twist up. I can't wait.
Chapter 5, Dominic. I lean against the frame of my dorm window, just barely sitting on the sill and feeling the cool breeze of the nighttime air on my face. The night is still and quiet, but still, I can't quite seem to fall asleep. I don't know why, but every time I close my eyes, I am overrun with conflicting thoughts. The Valentis taking over my family and using my mother. Luca making me look like an idiot in front of the families. My own mom ignoring my concerns. Running into Luca at the party and finding out he goes to college here. I feel like I can't leave my room or else I'll run into him. But what am I supposed to do? Just stay in here until I eventually fail out of college and then hide away at home too? That's pathetic. I sink into my own mind to try and escape from it all, to get away from how weak and stupid he made me look in front of everyone. I think about an alternative ending to the Rossi Valenti wedding, crafting the perfect what-if conclusion for what could have happened if I hadn't been grabbed and pulled off Luca that night. Getting to be all alone with him, maybe in some storage room after he was sent off to grab something, or even trapping him in the bathroom, watching him squirm in front of me, as he knows there is no way out for him and that he is not strong enough to stop me from doing whatever I want to him. Grabbing hold of him by his stupidly expensive suit jacket, throwing him back against the nearest wall and pinning him down. Watching fear take over his eyes and his entire body trembling under my fingers. Even just thinking about it makes me grin with excitement. Then when I have him completely under my control, after he stops struggling to escape and just lets it all happen to him, I throw him down to the floor and pounce on top of him. Like how I wanted to at the reception, but this time, he wouldn't have his dad to step in for him or his uncles to drag me away. On top of him, I would just start beating him and tearing him apart, bruising his perfect face, ripping his pristine outfit to pieces, and exposing his scrawny body underneath, his tight, bare body just beneath my fingertips, feeling the slight bumps and crevices in his skin, the heat radiating from him and inviting my hands to feel more. And only when he begs for my cock do I give it to him, hard and fast, tearing him apart. My train of thought gets away from me, ending up in a place I hadn't been expecting. What the hell was that? Where did that come from? I feel my face turning red as a crimson blush overtakes my skin and the cool air outside extinguishes the heat that comes along with it. No, I can't think about that any longer. I need something else, something to distract me for now. The echoing laughs of a small flock of students call to me through my window as they walk on by. Carefully, I edge myself out of the window and get a better look at them. The group of men are all wearing black tuxedos and head away from the campus. Could be fun, I mutter to myself. Jumping up, I grab my jacket off the back of my door and duck out. I stuff my hands into my pockets, lowering my face as I follow the group of suited-up men from a safe distance. Leaving the threshold of the academic grounds, they make a turn down the next street. Greek row? I ask myself in a hushed tone. They continue down the street and stop just before one of the houses that I instantly recognize as the Delta Zeta's house. The men all reach into their inner jacket pockets and retrieve small envelopes, handing them to a significantly large man standing at the front door of the house. Knowing I'm not wanted, I peer around the entire house. I've been here before, but they never took their security this seriously. The raucous noise of the party blasts through the walls of the house, telling me that I need to go inside. I scan the surroundings for any possible way inside. The front door is stationed with a bouncer, and the side porch is packed with partygoers who would definitely notice me walk past. I retreat down the block and skirt my way around the next house, keeping my profile low so that no one at the party can see me sneak past. Manicured bushes line the back row of the houses, almost completely blocking off any sightline to the back windows, except for one small break in the shrubbery. Crouching low and holding apart the mass of leaves, I'm just able to push my way through the thicket and collapse into the house's backyard. The rear patio is small and holds no space for people to socialize, so the party stays away from there. Instead, the hosts are using it to store small party supplies. Random assortments of extra decorations, red solo cups, and most importantly, the kegs. I run my hands through my hair to freshen it up from my trip through the hedge, brushing away a collection of leaves that cling to my jacket, and finally rolling up my sleeves. Awkwardly crashing through, I make my way through the back door. Lugging one of the kegs from the backyard over my shoulder, I use it to hide my face from the crowd of people who gawk at me as I enter. "Hey, where did you guys want this again?" I ask the group, hoping at least one of them will excuse my presence with an answer. "Just throw it down somewhere over there," one responds, relieving me from any further scrutiny. Making my way through the crowd, they all split apart like the Red Sea to allow me through. All of them are enraptured by the sight of a keg lofted over their heads, a mesmerizing image for partying students. I lower the keg gently to the floor with a small thud, taking a step away and being enveloped by the swarm of people as they all head for the metal drum. "I'll leave you guys to it," I chuckle, backing away from anyone who could recognize me. Making my way into the next room, I grab someone else's drink from the coffee table as I pass by and perch up against the wall, just standing in place, allowing the sound, heat, and energy of the party to wash over me. For now, I don't need to talk to anyone else. I just want to be able to be part of the fun. "Did you just take my beer?" An aggravated man grunts at me. "What's that?" I play dumb, taking a sip of what is definitely his beer. "This? Yeah, dumbass. You just stole my drink," he yells, his friends quickly backing up around him. "Sorry, man, but I just got this from the other room," I lie. "They just tapped a keg in there, though, if you want to grab another," I say with a smile, hoping they'll putter off for a new drink and not decide to kick my ass. "Are you even supposed to be here?" one of the others asks, already looking down on me. "You're dressed like shit." His friends join in on the laughter, and I stand up properly and look them in the eye. "Look, guys, I didn't get the memo about the dress code, all right? I just came here to help out and have a good time." "Sure, bud." The real owner of my drink scoffs. "So you know Diana then?" "Are you kidding? Me and Diana go way back. We practically grew up together." I lie through my teeth. "The Diana who moved here from California for freshman year? He's got me there." "What can I say? My family travels," I joke, but the first guy is already squaring up to me, his fists clenched tightly by his sides. "You're a real smartass, aren't you?" "Trust me, you haven't met a real smartass." I sneer, ready to cock my fist back. His friend grabs him by the shoulder, pulling him back. "It's not worth it, Bryce. Just let it go. We can talk to Diana and get him kicked out." Bryce settles. "Would be funny to see him get thrown out on the street." Already laughing at the idea, he walks away. I check around. No one else saw that happen. Good moving swiftly out of the room, I duck away from where the group of guys went and head in the opposite direction. Sweeping around the corners, I peep briefly into each room, hoping one of them will be quiet and distant enough for me to lay low for the rest of the night. Finally, I reach a small bedroom at the far end of the house. The walls are bare, the furniture is basic, and no personal items are anywhere to be seen. For tonight, it's been converted into another quiet social space for people to talk in, but only one other person is sitting in here. He rests back on the small couch across the room from the door, not saying a word to me as I walk in, but only nodding. I nod back and watch him return to his quiet contemplation. The sounds of the party still move through the house, even being heard from this small hovel of a room. Perching on the coverless bed, I close my eyes and am almost able to imagine myself as part of the party. Still in that first open room, dancing and mingling with the drunk crowd, enjoying my time with everyone else. But if I want to stay, I have to be in here. "You really do have a way with people, don't you?" someone says from the doorway. I turn to face them, meeting Luca's deep blue eyes as he leans against the frame. His stature looks ridiculous in comparison to the large door, making him look petite in his tailored suit, as if he's a knockoff spy action figure. I burst to my feet. "What do you want from me?" "Whoa, calm down. I just saw your argument back there and watched you sneak off here." "You saw that?" I snap at him. Luca nods. I was starting to think that your outbursts were my fault, but you just seem to have that effect on people. Why don't you just stay the hell away from me? I side-eye the other man in the room. He quickly catches on and shuffles his way out of the small room. I'm not too sure, actually. Too much fun? Luca laughs. Well, I'm glad I can entertain you. You certainly do, he teases. Anyway, it's not like I'm seeking you out. You just keep turning up, no matter where I go or what I do. It's mutual. Before the whole wedding ordeal, I hadn't even heard about the Valentis having an heir, I jab. Now, though, it's like I can't go 5 minutes without you showing up to ruin my night. How do you think I feel? I can't sleep at night because of you. I bet you can't. I'm taken aback, stunned as to what to say next. I'm keeping him up at night? What are you talking about, I ask, totally bewildered. I just mean, he stutters. You being a wild card all the time is putting stress on my entire family. Are you sure that's all you mean, I taunt. What else could I mean? His cheeks turn red, throwing me off my rhythm. You're making all of us look weak. It takes me a moment to settle my unsteadiness. Why should I care? Your mom is part of this family now. Do you want her to look like an idiot for raising a son like you? I burst toward him, seizing his arms and swinging him into the wall. His back slams against it, and I pin him down. My eyes blaze with rage. Don't you dare talk about my mother, Luca smirks. What are you going to do about it? Fuck your throat so hard you throw up on my dick. I feel the heat of my own breath deflect off of his face. Forcing my forehead against his, I slam his head into the wall. Enough of this pussyfooting around. What do you think I'm going to do? The tension in the air between us crackles in anticipation. Before I can react in any way, Luca pushes himself toward me and presses his lips against mine. The soft touch of his kiss feels euphoric, and the only thing I want to do is push it further. I grip him tightly and slam him back into the wall, thrusting my tongue between his lips and teeth, enjoying feeling him open for me as I violate his mouth with my tongue. My pulse races, and my breathing quickens until it syncs with Luca's, making the two of us feel like one single being in this moment of pure lust and passion. Fighting against my hold suddenly, Luca rips himself from me. I could have kept a hold of him easily, but I choose to let him go. This time. Our eyes meet, and now open, I can see and understand every unspoken thought that flashes through the vibrant blue of his eyes. I don't want this moment to end. My dick rears hard in my pants as though it will bust out of them at any moment. Fuck, I need to get laid. I focus on his lips again and propel myself to them, but Luca shoves me away. We stand only feet away from each other, but after our moment of connection it feels like miles. I'm sorry, he mutters. My entire body is frozen in the moment that's long gone now. He barges past me and runs from the small room. I am left all alone. I don't move. I can't move. Why won't I move?
Chapter 6, Luca. I rush through the cold streets of Mont Cove, cutting across streets without even looking for any oncoming cars or hazards. I shiver away the cold bite of the frigid nighttime air, only now realizing I left my coat back at the sorority house. Still, I don't think of going back for it. I can't get away from that place fast enough. What the hell was I thinking? Kissing the son of a rival family, let alone him being my own stepbrother and part of the link that holds our union together. If anyone were to find out about that moment, if Dominic were to say a word about what I did, it would shatter the brittle alliance. Dad would know that his plan falling apart was entirely my fault, and he would never see me fit to take over the business. I would be seen as weak, emotional, and reckless. The Valenti men are strong, logical, and calculated. It is the Rossi brand to act so carelessly. However, I was the one to kiss him. What is wrong with me? As my moment of weakness replays itself in my mind against my own will, I can't help but think of how he kissed me back. I made a mistake, but he was the one that doubled down on it. He held me closer and forced his tongue into my mouth. Could it really be all that bad then? I try my best to reject that idea despite my yearning for it. Of course it was that bad. If Dominic Rossi would have done the same if he had gone along with my kiss, then of course it was wrong. He is everything I'm not, so why the hell should I want to be like him? Act like him? I could never. I take notice of my absent-minded walk, staring around myself and realizing I have no idea where I am. I check the street signs for any hint of familiarity and see the distinct design of the church down the street and the name of the school on the block. but I have no memory of any of it. I fumble around in my pocket and take out my phone. I squint to be able to see the dim light of the screen through my bleary eyes, thumbing at the phone to dial the number of who I really needed right now. The phone rings repeatedly, and each time I become less and less confident that he'll actually pick up. Finally, a voice crackles on the other end of the line. Luca? What are you doing calling me at this hour? I pull the phone away from my ear and check the time. It's well past midnight and I hadn't even noticed. I'm so sorry, Dad. I got stranded out in the middle of nowhere after a party. How did you manage that? It was getting late and the party took a turn. I just needed to get out of there. I didn't want to directly lie to him. He would catch me out if I tried, so I hope that just bending the truth will work. All right, it was a smart decision to not get involved in anything, he says. I'll send Philo with the car. Do you want him to take you back to your dorm? No, actually, I switched the phone to my other ear. I was wondering if it would be all right for me to come home for the night. I wait for his reply and it feels like it takes an eternity to come. I'll have your bed made up for you, he replies. When you get back, meet me in my study. There's something we should probably discuss sooner rather than later. I want to go home to get away from any more stress, but his words only pile on top of my worries. Of course. Thank you for this. He hesitates before speaking again. The car will be there shortly. The phone clicks and the line ends. He hung up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The drive is as quiet as the night around it. Philo sits silently in the driver's seat and keeps his eyes on the road. Unlike my dad, I leave the privacy window between us open. I never liked the idea of it. It feels so strange to know that someone sits on the other side of the metal cabin, purposefully excluded from the conversation. It wasn't like Philo couldn't be trusted. He's been with the family and our business since long before I was born. He always felt like one of my uncles. The only difference is that he's on my father's payroll in a more official capacity. Philo is too much of a well-meaning and respectable man to be mixed up with the less than reputable dealing of the Valentis, and my father knew it. While he may drive us to and from our business, he always chooses to stay in the car waiting for it to be over. You have a good time at least? Philo asks. I heard you had to leave early, but I hope it didn't ruin your night. His words are sincere, he always is. And that's the exact reason he stays on the outskirts of the Valenti business. Yeah, it was good. Just too much drama that I didn't want to get into. I wish there was someone I could actually talk to, but no matter what, this has to stay unknown. Philo chuckles. I see. I think I had to deal with something similar when I was your age. What? I don't know what you mean, I stammer. It was just some college kids getting drunk and fighting. All right, that's fair enough. Guess I got it wrong, he says. Here I was thinking it was all down to some crush. His eyes glint and reflect toward me through the car's rearview mirror. My eyes dart away from his. No, nothing like that. I can't even look at him, but still I sense his doubt and suspicion. Philo says nothing for a moment. Well, you don't need to worry. You're almost home now. He smiles, his eyes focusing back on the road again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The car spins around in the driveway in front of the house, and the shadow it casts from the moonlight envelopes everything in its path. I look up at the huge Valenti manor through the car window and catch a glance from a dark figure shifting past the upstairs landing. A few dim lights illuminate the house, the entranceway, the upper hall, and my father's study. He's set my course through the house already. The door beside me opens, Philo standing at the ready. Here you are. Have a good night now. Thank you, Philo. You too. I give him a smile and a small wave as I walk away from him and toward the front door. The house matched Monkov's architecture quite well, both utilizing the Gothic style aptly and making them feel just as comforting as each other. Whether that's a positive or not, I'm still unsure. I push my way through the large, heavy oak doors, hearing the old creak echo through the entrance and announce my arrival. Shutting them behind me, I take a nostalgic look at the fashionably lit expanse around me as if it's been more than a week since I saw it last. Still, even in that brief time, things have changed. One of the outdated family portraits has been taken down and moved off to the side of the room, awaiting its proper removal, and stationed right beside it is one of the photos taken at the wedding of the Valenti Rossi family yet to go up on the wall. I move closer to it, gliding my hand over its bespoke, carved wooden frame and kneeling down in front of it to get a better look. The family members on both sides of the picture just barely fit inside of the framing. Even at a wedding marking their unification, they can't bear being close together. A clear divide appears on either side of the married couple. them alone being the only Valenti and Rossi to stand near each other. I stare at myself, dressed up in a similar suit I'm wearing tonight, my chestnut hair freshly cut and my eyes blissfully unaware of what would happen just days later. Before I can even realize it, my eyes shift and land squarely on Dominic. His jet black hair is styled up from his face, his perfect green eyes are staring directly back at me, the whole package wrapped in a suit he seems to want to shed as soon as he can. The idea alone makes me feel unfulfilled and wanting for more. "Luca, there you are," my dad calls from the top of the staircase behind me. "I thought I told you to come straight to my study?" He asks as if I had forgotten, but we both know I haven't. "Sorry, I just saw the new photo. Turned out better than I thought," I say, my eyes still lingering on Dominic's depiction. Yes, that just came in today. Didn't have time to get it up quite yet. Now, to my study?" "By all means." I make my way up the grand staircase, watching my father take the lead. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. By the time I make it inside the room, he's already positioned himself in his suede armchair in front of the roaring open fire. "Close the door behind you and take a seat." He gestures to the matching chair in front of his. I click the door closed and sit in front of him. "What did you want to talk about?" Taking a deep breath, his face shifts to be much more serious. "Before we discuss that, I just want to check in with you." His words send me into a state of delightful surprise. He usually left our personal matters to my mother, and when she passed, he left us to deal with them ourselves. "Your time at the party tonight, you seem troubled by it," he adds. "I just want to ensure they won't get in the way of what we're going to talk about." Immediately, I am ripped away from any assumptions of his care. Of course he only thinks of business, but that's what I need to be doing as well. He wouldn't be so shaken by something as trivial as a stupid, impulsive kiss, so why should I? No. They won't affect anything. My words feel more like prayers as I say them. "Good, so on to the matter at hand," he announces, leaning forward in his chair. "The Grecos have put forward their terms for the meeting. From his tone, I can tell this is serious and I must treat it as such." "What have they said?" "They want to meet on neutral territory. There's a small restaurant downtown that's favored both of our families before, so that's where we decided." I nod along as he speaks. "They've made it clear that the only thing they want from us is peace, but here's just one catch. Their patriarch Antonio Greco isn't representing them. He thinks that because of our history, we won't be able to come to an amicable agreement." I don't understand. "They want fresh blood to handle it. Greco's sending one of his new lackeys to broker the deal." He pauses. "Who do they want us to send?" I ask nervously, though I already know the answer. "They want you to go without me." He stands from his chair and begins pacing. "Really?" He only nods, keeping his back turned from me and expecting me to speak further. "Do you agree with them?" I query. If this was asked of me only a week ago, I would have jumped at the chance, but Dominic Rossi has gotten in my head and thrown me off of my game. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say. I wish I could push every last thought of him from my head and focus on what needs to be done for this family, but he's left me distracted. Is that his plan? To mess with my head so I screw this up? "I'm conflicted," he asserts. "You know I want more from you, and I can see that desire you have, the same one I had when I was your age. This is my priority now, it has to be. I just don't know if you're ready for something like." "I am ready," I blurt out, stunning him into silence. "I know I've seemed off, but I'm all good. I'm great actually." I look him dead in the eyes. "I promise you I can do this." He takes a moment to assess my state as I bury any remaining ounce of uncertainty beneath a pile of pure determination. "This is important, Luca. This is a big deal for this family, and if something goes wrong, all hell may break loose," my dad warns. "Are you sure you'll be able to handle it?" Without a second of hesitation, I reassure him. "I'm certain." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lying amongst the soft sheets of my home bed, I feel a wave of tranquility wash over my body, despite needing to handle the important business of brokering peace between the Valentis and the Grecos, something so similar to what my father has only just managed with the Rossis. If I can accomplish this now, I can definitively prove to him that I am a capable enough leader to take over from him and lead the family going forward. This is what matters most. All I need to do is focus on this, demonstrate my abilities and show my father that I'm smart enough, and soon I will be in charge. I'll be able to not only distance myself but also the family from Dominic and the Rossis. Everyone wins. I turn myself over in the bed, staring across the dark room into the black abyss. Is that winning? Every part of me seems to want something different. My head is telling me to put my family and our business first, but my heart has spoken for the first time in so long that I don't want Dominic gone from me. As my thoughts of him expand and twist together into a complicated cluster of conflict, a different part of me starts to speak up. My lips curve into a smile, feeling the caress of my own lips against each other as they begin to swell. I bite down on my lower lip in an attempt to calm myself, but it only excited me more. Beneath the covers of my bed, I feel the twinging muscles of my cock stiffen. Covering it with the palm of my hand, I beg for it to relent, but I only feel it press further. My mind shifts to earlier this night, the rush I felt from pushing myself to kiss Dominic, the aggressive moves of his lips against my own clashing with the strong grip of his hold on me. The taste of him when his tongue entered my mouth was earthy, smoky and intoxicating. The powerlessness I felt as his body pressed into my own felt incredible. I could feel his own dick hard in his pants as he pressed into me, and I wanted nothing more than to free it and take it in my mouth. These thoughts only turn me on more, until I'm unable to hold back my desires. My hand runs its way up and down along the length of my hard shaft. I delve deeper into my fantasies, craving to know what might have happened in that room if I hadn't run off. I think about all the possibilities: Dominic throwing me onto the unmade bed, slamming the door closed and trapping me in there, completely at his mercy. Feeling him tear my clothes from my body, pouncing on top of me and pinning me to the mattress under his weight. Watching as he takes off his shirt, revealing his toned chest as he presses himself against me. Enduring the pain of him biting down on my neck, feeling each mark appear on my skin like a brand tagging me as his property. I bury my hand underneath my underwear, vigorously stroking my hardened erection. Unable to hold in my arousal, a whimpering moan lets itself out of my mouth, giving me no choice but to force my other hand to cover my mouth to trap any more sounds. I struggle to breathe in my imagination as well, feeling the tight grip of Dominic's large hand around my throat, squeezing firmly to restrict the blood flow. My depleting oxygen leaves me speechless. Still, he can hear me begging for more. Pulling out his own throbbing cock, he buries it deep down my throat, making me choke on its girth. Tightening my lips around it, I swallow every single inch of him, running my tongue down his rigid flesh within my own mouth, feeling the growing force of his thrusts as he shoves his cock further into my throat and replaces any air left in my lungs with it. I rub my own cock harder and harder, fueling myself with the arousal from my fantasy. Somehow knowing it could never happen makes it so much hotter. My burning desire for his body makes me explode, the eruption from my tip painting the insides of my boxers. Feeling the heat of my orgasm against my hand intertwined with the pure ecstasy is intoxicating, forcing my whole body to quiver. The thrill of my dream fades from my mind as sense is able to return and Dominic escapes from my mind, leaving me alone in this old, empty room. Regardless of how good he makes me feel when our time together ends, I can only feel his absence even stronger. Whether our kiss at the party or our time in my dream, it has to end and then one of us leaves. Either way, I am stuck lying here in this bed all by myself. No matter what, I will end up alone.
Around my pen in a completely unusable hold around the plastic casing. Its tip stabs harshly into the paper sheet of my notebook, the black ink bleeding slowly onto its surface. If I ever see him again, merely the thought of all the ways I want to hurt him makes my rage overload, and I can't even piece together an end to the thought. Staring 1,000 yards forward at the front of the lecture hall, I glare down at Professor Bressler, but not taking in a single thing the man says or does. "Seriously, what is wrong with you?" Angelo asks as he sits by my side. His words cut through the cloud of hate that blinded me to my surroundings. "What do you mean? You're kidding?" He laughs. "You've gone all cold-blooded killer all of a sudden. What's happened now?" "It's nothing," I say through gritted teeth. "Just a dumb party last night." "You went to a party? Where the hell was my invite? I wasn't even invited. Is that what this is about? You didn't get invited, and now you're all pouty about it?" "No, I crashed it. Now I'm even more mad that you didn't invite me. That would have been so fun." "Can you just let me talk?" I hiss to shut him up. "He was there? Who?" "Oh, him? Your, cousin, right? He's my stepbrother," I correct. "That's not important. What did he do to get you all like this?" Angelo presses. "He just pissed me off. That's it." Angelo kicks back in his seat and looks me up and down. "Right. I know what you need. You, my friend, need to run with a different kind of crowd. These college parties are too dull. You need to blow off some real steam, get that blood pumping, you know? How? I have the perfect thing, just what you need. He pauses purely for dramatic effect. I'm getting you into a street race. I roll my eyes at him. Great idea, but with what car? Reaching into his jacket pocket, Angelo flashes his own car keys at me. Just don't scratch her, okay? He winks and tosses the keys at me. I just barely manage to catch them with a soft rattle as they land in my palm. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm deadly serious, trust me, Angelo assures. If you must know, I was getting myself ready for a race tonight, but I can clearly see that you need this more than me, so I'll be a good friend and let you take my spot. All right, where is this race? I ask. I must admit, the idea of it is tempting. Downtown at midnight. I'll take you there, and then you can take the wheel. He smirks and blows a tuft of his dark brown hair from his eyes. I take a moment to think it over, feeling the weight of the keys in my hand. I like driving. I like speed. I like racing. Fine, I'm in. Back in my dorm, I grab what I need for tonight. I pull my jacket on, feeling the cool leather ripple over my shoulders as I pull it together and zip it up. I peek through the window out toward the parking lot, waiting for Angelo to pick me up in whatever car I'll be pushing to its limits tonight. Nothing yet. I feel the repetitive vibrations of my phone buzzing in my pocket. Pulling it out, I look down at the screen, expecting Angelo's name to appear, but instead, I find Gianni's, my brother. Accepting the call, I put the phone to my ear. What do you want? Why can't you just keep yourself in check for more than 5 minutes? He immediately demands. Seriously, are you doing this stuff on purpose? What are you talking about? I play dumb. Don't pull that with me. We both know that doesn't work, Gianni retorts. You racing now? Do you know how stupid that is? Relax, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Calm down, I plead. How did you even find out about that? It's my job to find out. Everything you do affects this family's reputation, good or bad, but you just can't seem to do anything good for us. You're picking more fights, crashing parties, and now you're street racing. It's just one night, to blow off some steam, I assure him. You have nothing to worry about. I do have something to worry about. My dumb brother getting himself into trouble, Gianni curses. Do you know how dangerous this is? Do you know who's involved? How did you even get into this thing? A friend gave me his spot. He's told me everything's legit. Which friend? Who do you know that? I cut him off. Just somebody from class. He's cool. He's helping me out here, and I've got it handled. I don't care who this friend is. I don't know him, so I don't trust him. I want you out of this thing now. Do you know what? I do know him, and I'm going to this race. If you want me to stop, you'll have to drag me out of that car yourself. I end the call and slam my phone down on my desk. I can handle myself. I don't need Gianni constantly looking over my shoulder and telling me what to do. I hate it when he treats me like a kid. All it does is make me want to defy him even more. I want to race now more than ever before. A blaring horn sounds from the parking lot below, roaring through my window and making my entire body feel like it's shaking. Staring outside, I see Angelo leaning his head out the window of a seemingly brand new, perfectly clean, bright purple sports car. I can't wait to drive that thing. Riding shotgun in Angelo's car, I feel the roar of the engine all around me as the car careens down the Mont Cove streets. Screeching around corners, it barely dodges around the scarce nighttime traffic and races past stop signs and traffic lights. Can you even control this thing? I ask Angelo, barely able to hear my own voice over the sound of the car. Why should I let you have all the fun tonight? He calls back with an excited holler. Just you wait till you're behind the wheel. The dark gray shades of buildings around us blur together with the gleaming neon lights of the nearby signs and traffic lights to create a kaleidoscope of color as we fly past them in a flash. The faint aroma of gasoline mingling with the warm air fills the car through my open window, creating an almost primal sense within me. This is intense, raw power. The power I can't wait to have in my control. How much farther is it? I yell over the engine's growl. Angelo grins. You can't wait, can you? He chuckles to himself. It's just up here. We're almost there. A smirk rides across my face. Finally, I get to sit in the driver's seat. I set the chair to the right position, letting my legs stretch out as they test the pedals. I wrap my hands around the steering wheel, feeling the leather grip onto my palms, and I hold onto it like a firm handshake. Looking to my right, I see the row of other racers all set up in their cars as ready as I am. Each vehicle seems as expensive and intricate as the last, all of them boasting modded engines, spoilers, and racing-grade tires. To my left, Angelo leans in through my window. "All right, man, bets have been locked. I settled your entry money for you, so we'll split what you win, but you owe me if you lose." He pauses. "So just don't lose." "Okay, don't lose. Got it," I reply, not taking my eyes away from the street ahead of me. "Anything else?" "The finish line is a quarter-mile ahead of you, just in line with that stop sign," Angelo relays to me. "Cops should be distracted across town, so we're all good here." "Should be?" "Well, nothing's guaranteed. Just win this thing, all right?" "All right." Angelo steps back from his car, giving me time to get in the right headspace. I shoot my gaze down to the end of the street, focusing on the small red speck of the stop sign. That's the target. That's my goal. A man wearing a large black hoodie covering most of his face steps out in front of the cars, holding his arm aloft in the air. I hold tightly to the wheel with one hand, my other on the gear shift. Feeling the weight of the gas pedal beneath my foot as I test it over and over, I hear the aggressive purr of the engine roaring to life. The others do the same, the revving sounds combining to create a harsh melody of machines. My eyes hold steady on the hooded man, waiting for the moment he drops his hand. Waiting and waiting and waiting until his arm slices down through the air. I slam down on the pedal, pushing it down into the floor of the footwell as the tires screech against the asphalt. I wrench the gear stick from first gear and slam it into second. Feeling the raw power of the screaming energy fall under my control, I push the car to its very limits. Fighting back against the G-force pinning me back in my seat, I try to calm my exhilaration and focus on the road ahead of me. I throw the car up another gear. Despite my rapid speed as the car hurtles down the street faster than I've ever gone before, time feels like it's slowing to a stop. Mere milliseconds seem like minutes, allowing me to take in every single aspect of the race. Another gear. The other cars just barely keep pace with me, and I edge alongside another racer to stay in first place. The roar of the engine and spectators cheering and shouting surround me, and then I catch the flashing lights appearing in my rearview mirror. Fifth gear now. The rhythmic red and blue lights warn everyone of the chaos that is about to come. Members of the crowd scatter in whatever direction they can, ducking into the side streets and alleys, and jumping into cars and motorcycles they have at the ready before peeling off away from the scene. Two of the other racers veer from the road and take off in another direction, while the rows of squad cars give chase behind us and struggle to catch up. Darting my eyes to the side, I see just one other car keeping up with me. Not too far from the finish line, I don't want to give up now. I shift into its sixth and final gear, laying my foot down hard on the pedal and not looking back. Determined to win, I keep accelerating as fast as I can, pushing the car as far as it will go. Almost at the finish line, I can't let up now. I have to win this. I don't care what happens next. I don't know if it's the endorphins rushing to my brain or what, but I need to win. I lose sight of the car by my side as the driver gives up and falls back behind me to disappear in another direction. I'm going to win this. My car screams past the stop sign, blasting past the finish line. I slam my foot on the brake, putting the car back down into fifth and screech around the next corner. I can't see the cops, so they can't see me. Throwing the car back to its highest gear, I tear down the street, weaving past any cars that are in my way and ignoring any stoplights. In the distance behind me, I catch sight of a single car just barely following after me, but it has no lights or sirens. I have to hope it's not a squad car and is just some other racer, or maybe even Angelo coming after me in another car. I hit the brakes and slow the car to an almost complete stop, swinging around and pulling into an alleyway off of the street. Pulling up close to the wall at the end of the alley, I yank the handbrake and turn off the ignition, killing any lights coming from the car. Shrouding myself in the darkness of the alley, I duck my head and pray that the cops won't find me. I fight against my own breathing as my heart is thumping out of my chest, and I beg them to settle. "Come on," I whisper. "Just relax." I do my best to take on a solid deep breath, barely letting it out of my lungs. Slowly, I raise my head up and turn over my shoulder to check the coast is clear behind me. Nothing appears to be there, but suddenly headlights flare on, blinding me from what's just pulled into the alleyway. I scan my surroundings, now that I can see better thanks to my pursuer's high beams. No matter where I look, there's no other way out. No fence or wall I can climb. Not a single door or window on the tall buildings on either side of me. I'm trapped in here. There's no other way out than past that car. Slowly, I reach for the handle of the car door, gently pushing it open. Creeping my leg out, I step my foot onto the ground beside me and stand up from the car. Squinting my eyes, I am unable to make out anything behind the thick veil of light until the driver shuts them off. Their own door swings open, and a shadowed figure steps from the vehicle.
Chapter 8, Luca. Looking down at my watch, I check the time again. He should be here any minute now, but for now, I have to wait. Sitting alone in one of the restaurant's booths tucked all the way in the back corner of the entire establishment, I mentally prepare myself for the meeting ahead. I pull the sleeves of my shirt out from the recesses of my jacket, fixing up my hair so that it sits neatly upon my head and finally practicing my stern face for when they arrive. Not only do I sit alone at my table, but the entire place seems to be vacant apart from a single barman and what I think are cooks and waiters hiding in the kitchen. Something doesn't feel right, but it's far too late to back out now. The door to the restaurant swings open, and I lean my head out of the booth and make eye contact with the person walking in. He's fairly tall, possibly around 5'11", with an average build and a clean haircut of black hair. It's strange. Neither this man nor his description seems to match anyone in the Greco family or anyone they associate with. Still, by his direct line toward me in the back booth I was directed to sit in, this is definitely who I'm here to see. "Sorry I'm late. I was only just called in," the man says. "What do you mean just called in?" I ask him, becoming more uneasy. Why would they get someone to meet me so last minute if they wanted me here? The man you were supposed to meet with became unavailable at the last minute. Not that it matters, I am more than able to fill in for him. He responds in an unnervingly neutral tone. "Can I at least get your name?" "That would be unnecessary," he shuts me down. "This should be the last time we need to meet. After this, you'll be negotiating with who the boss really wants. We have no need for formalities here." "I prefer to know who I'm dealing with," I urge him. "It's difficult to trust someone you don't know." "Well then," he says as he turns back toward the door, "I suppose we're done here." I scoff. "Fine. No names." Satisfied, the man smiles, returns to the booth, and sits down across the table from me. He's already playing me. I need to focus here. "Shall we begin?" the stranger asks. "By all means. Tell me what you need to say." I clasp my hands in front of me, placing them on the table. "As I'm sure you're all aware," the man speaks slowly, perfecting every syllable of every word as if he's rehearsed it 1,000 times, "the Grecos have grown quite a hold on Montcove in recent months. Of course, you have your hands in a few pockets, but I don't quite see why that would matter to us." "A fair point to make." He chuckles, breaking his cold facade. "With how things have been going for us, it seems only inevitable that we will end up clashing against the Valentis." "Is that so?" I speak softly, trying my best to assess if his words are meant to be threatening. "It is. And that's a future that wouldn't be beneficial for either party," he continues. "So what we're proposing is an alliance." "Right. And it's just a coincidence that this is coming so soon after Mr. Valenti's wedding to Ms. Rossi?" He sighs. "I understand your skepticism, but I can assure you we only want what is best for both families," the man replies. "If we were to end up at odds, we'd both lose money, businesses, and connections, and we'd lose some of our own." I listen to his words intently, waiting for a moment to strike back. "However, if we were to join forces, we can increase all of those things. We'd have more control of Montcove, a larger network of connections, and a greater unit. So far, I'm hearing about a lot of things that we can do for you, but I'm yet to find anything that you bring to the table." I remain critical. I can't mess this up. I need to keep ahead of him and think logically about this. "We would offer you an alternative," he proposes. "An alternative to what?" The man takes a beat, collecting his thoughts for what to say next, and I scrutinize his composure. He seems to be going off script. I think I have him on the defense now. Look, he says, I can tell you're not easily swayed by mere words. That is a fair trait for you to have, and I can certainly see why you're the one who was sent here. I narrow my eyes, not wanting to fall victim to his flattery. But unlike yourself, I wasn't the first in line for this meeting. So I will speak to you frankly. What we want to offer the Valentis is an alternative to the Rossis. An alternative to the Rossis? Your alliance with them is new but fragile. They aren't like us. The Rossis are unpredictable and only care about themselves. His words speak to a part of me I don't want to listen to right now. Is that really the kind of people you want to align yourselves with? He's making a fair point. I have some kind of feelings for Dominic that I can't quite place, but this stranger's words remind me of my own thoughts about him and his family. As we speak, one of their sons is out there taking part in some crazy street race. He's going to get himself wrapped up in something idiotic and get killed or arrested by the police. And if the police get him, I'm sure he'll be quick to talk to save his own skin, he shares. Doesn't that just sound like what a Rossi would do? To me, that can only sound like the actions of one Rossi in particular. Which son? I ask, completely forgetting every other part he said. Their middle son, Dominic Rossi. But I can guarantee that he is no different than the rest of his blood. Where is this race? I demand. Downtown at the industrial estate. Why does this matter? I stand quickly from my seat, dragging myself out of the booth. I need to go, I assert, already making my way to the door. Where are you going? We need to discuss. Without another word, I walk out the door and leave him there in the booth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I step out of the driver's side of the car, standing out in the middle of the dim alleyway. I stare directly at Dominic, watching the anger take over his face and his fists clenching by his sides. Murder fills his eyes. I still can't believe I raced over here so quickly. I walked directly out of that meeting and sped to the scene without a second thought to make sure Dominic was okay. Somehow, I was lucky enough to run into him like this, but the way I've been drawn to him all week, I don't even question it anymore. It feels like every time we see each other is fated to happen. Why are you here? Dominic shouts. Why are you always here? I don't know. That's not an answer. I don't know, I repeat. I found out you were here and that you could be in danger and… I am fine, he interrupts. How could I have known that? Still doesn't explain why you came. Why should you care if I'm okay? Because, I stutter. I needed to know. Just leave me the hell alone. I wish I could. What does that mean? He hisses. I feel like I hate you, I snarl. But no matter where I go, you always seem to be there. And no matter what I try to do, you are the only thing that I can think about. Maybe you should try harder. I move closer to him, half flinching when Dominic does the same to stand his ground. Can you honestly say to me now that you want me gone? Can you look me in the eyes and tell me to leave? I scream, not even caring who might be around to hear. Dominic grits his teeth and stares at the ground before my feet. Go. I said to look at me. He tilts his face to meet my eyes, staring me down. His breathing grows heavy and rough, and I can hear it clearly despite the distance between us. Why can't you say it? I ask him. Why did you run away? He rejects my question and asks his own. What? I know exactly what he means, but I can't bear to think about it. At the party. He pauses. At the party you kissed me. I didn't want that, but still you kissed me and then you ran away. You left me there. Why did you kiss me back? My emotions swell in my throat. Answer my question. You answer mine. I don't know, Dominic admits. And I don't know why I can't tell you to leave. And I don't know why I ran. Quickly, he launches himself toward me the same way he's done before. Expecting it, I throw my hands up to push back against his and block his hold of my wrists. However, this time he grabs me by the waist and shoves me against my car. My back thuds against the metal door, sending shocks all the way up my spine and throwing me off balance. He presses me firmly against the vehicle and kisses me tenderly on the lips. Tenderly in a way I had no idea he was capable of. Pulling away, Dominic looks me deep in my eyes and says, Are you going to run away again? His eyes flash dark green and dangerous. Still trying to catch my breath, my heart beating out of my chest, I look back at him and smirk. No. Smiling back at me, Dominic leans in once again. He kisses me again, aggressively this time, plunging his tongue into my mouth as though in ownership, and I like it. I love it. I want more and more and more of him. I can smell the acrid scent of his exertion mixed with the scent of his arousal and something else, something woody, something him. He slides me across the side of the car, takes one hand off of my waist, and yanks the car door open behind me. "What are you doing?" I ask him softly. "Just go with it," he whispers back to me. "I'll give you what you want." Swinging the door open, he pushes me down and shoves me onto the back seat. Crawling back in the car, I feel the weight of Dominic's body moving onto my own. On top of me, he runs his hand up my chest and rips my shirt open. The buttons pop and my chest is exposed. I fight for my arms to be freed, needing them for what comes next. I wrap them around his neck and pull him closer to me, alternating between kissing his neck and biting softly into it. I hear him draw a sharp breath through his teeth, recoiling ever so slightly from the pain. "You little brat," he murmurs in my ear. I can't help but giggle. Pushing himself up, he starts to work his way down my entire body, running his tongue down my chest, kissing my stomach gently and then biting it, and only stopping once he reaches my waistline. He takes his hands and slowly undoes my belt. The feeling of his hands brushing against my already hardening cock makes my body quiver. Unzipping the fly of my pants, he teases me by slowly pulling them down to my knees. Wanting to watch every moment of this, I see him grin at the sight of my throbbing bulge fighting to be freed from my underwear. "Take them off," I beg. He responds only by rubbing both of his hands along the fabric of my boxers, digging his nails into them as he grabs hold of the material and tears straight through them. "Is this what you want, sweet stepbrother?" he asks as he looks down at me with hunger. "Please." I gasp and I am suddenly incapable of anything coherent. Now free, my erect penis springs toward his face, pressing gently against it. The feeling of our skin touching is exhilarating, but it only gets better as he grabs hold of my cock and puts it straight into his mouth in a way that feels better than even in my very best dreams. Rising up and down and massaging it with only his lips, I release an uncontrollable moan as if it were permission for him to continue. I grip the seat beneath my back, digging my nails into its firm leather and holding onto it for dear life. I can feel my own soul leave my body as Dominic intensifies his control over me. He bobs his head faster and faster, my growing fervor feeling as if it's reaching its peak and I'm about to explode inside of his mouth, but he doesn't stop. I edge closer and closer to my breaking point. I try to hold it back, but his tongue just feels so good and I can't stop myself any longer. My entire body contorts as the overwhelming feeling takes over every single one of my muscles as I ejaculate into Dominic's mouth. Erupting into him, I feel his throat flex repeatedly as he swallows every last drop of it. He pulls his head up from my crotch and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "I'm not done with you yet," he growls, taking his jacket off and tossing it down beside us in the increasingly cramped back seat. Next, he grabs me by the back of the head, gripping my hair in his hand and using it to pull me down into his lap. Burying my face into his crotch, he makes me feel the hard outline of his member against my cheek. "I want you to beg for it," he demands with a smug look building on his face. I know I'm completely at his mercy, and I have no power or say over what happens in this car. I feel weak and helpless. "I love it. Please give me your cock. I want to taste every inch of you. I want you to use my throat for your pleasure," I plead with him. "Good boy," he responds, using his free hand to take down his pants and letting loose his unfathomable length. It's so much bigger and more meaty than I thought, and I gulp at the thought of taking it all. Not that I'm going to get much choice now that I have begged for it, I realize that. Against my own will, he forces it straight down into my throat and I gag again and again, but he doesn't stop. My eyes are watering and drool is beginning to spill from my lips. I'm absolutely choking on him. He is deep in my throat and he controls the speed and motion of how I suck him as he holds my head tight in my hands and rams it down on his dick before releasing it slightly to pull up before ramming it back down again. It is a face fucking like none I have ever had before. I savor every taste, feel, and sensation of him. It all feels like how I had fantasized, but somehow so much better. Grabbing his hand on the back of my head, I tear it away from me and gasps in surprise. I have so much drool that spills out of my mouth. He looks at me for a moment confused until I lift my head up from his groin, place both my hands on his hardened rod, and stroke it gently up and down, using my now available tongue to lick along his shaft all the way from the base until I reach his blushing tip and begin to suck on it again. I softly pucker my lips around it and playfully tease it while still massaging his enormous cock. "Do you like that?" I taunt. He can't even say a word. Each placement of my lips delivers only another moan from his mouth. Every stroke causes his body to convulse slightly. He must be close. I commit myself to choking on him again, shoving his shaft deep into my throat and almost choking on its size. This feels incredible. He must think so too, because soon his eyes roll back into his head. And I'm hit by the hot jet of his semen spewing down my throat. There's so much of it I can't take it all. I do my best to swallow it, but heavy drops of it fall from my mouth and land beside him on the seat. Fuck, I exclaim. Don't worry, he says. You can clean it up. Dominic grabs me by the throat and thrusts my face down into his puddle, feeling the white liquid stick to my face. Lick it up, he commands. I follow his word without hesitation and begin to lap it up. Feeling my rough tongue against the smooth seat and tasting the combination of leather and semen, my body is rocked by another overwhelming shiver. This feels amazing. Chapter 10, Luca. Rolling out of bed, I check my watch. It's almost midday. I've missed my morning classes, and I have no motivation or desire to go to any of the others I have for the rest of today. I place my feet onto the cold hardwood floor of my old bedroom, having crashed here after last night. I return the car after everything that happened, doing my best to clean off the back seat in the dead of night without anyone noticing, and when I was done, I just couldn't fathom having to drive back to campus as well. Especially with the possibility of running into Dominic hanging over me. Even knowing that my father will interrogate me about it if I'm unlucky enough to cross paths with him in the house. This will still be easier. Standing on my feet, still exhausted from my lack of sleep, I pull on the same shirt and pants that I had worn the previous night. I stumble toward the door to my room, carefully opening it and peeking out into the hall. Scanning around, hoping I can duck out quickly, I sneak my way toward the grand staircase and take small, quiet steps as I go down to the open foyer. The front door is only feet away from me. If I can get across the foyer and out down the driveway, I can call a cab from the street and head back to campus with no one the wiser. Here so early? My father's words taunt my failed attempt. Halfway to freedom, I turn to face him. My professor cut my class short, I fib. He was feeling under the weather. Seems to be a lot of that sort of thing at the moment. He scowls. After everything that happened last night, I had completely forgotten about abandoning the meeting with the Greco family's representative so that I could go after Dominic. About that, I start to explain. I don't want to hear your excuses right now. His words are curt, and I don't need to make any guesses about how he feels about me running away. I'm not making excuses. The Grecos are shady and undermining us. I didn't want any part of it. And how were they undermining us? This is the right thing to do. I will tell my dad what the Grecos want. I can show myself as a strategic leader, shut down the Grecos as a threat, and keep the Rossis around. If the Grecos want them gone, they'll be useful to have around. They want you to cut off the Rossis and ally with them instead. He looks at me intensely, trying to discern the nature of my accusation. I stand still, trying to make it seem like I have nothing to hide. Unfortunately for me, I do have something pretty big to hide. All I can do is pray that he doesn't credit it to the meeting with the Grecos. Why would they want to do that? My father asks me. They claim that the Rossis are unpredictable and are unfit to align themselves with us. I begin. Instead, they want to stand by us, saying that our combined empires will be greater than any other. I see. I don't trust them. He keeps his gaze locked onto me. Well, we can see just how unpredictable the Rossis are this evening. That isn't the response I want. What do you mean? Did you already forget? We're having them over tonight, he continues. I wanted you all to play nice, but now it has another purpose. I bite my tongue. Only when I actually want Dominic to stay around, my dad starts considering cutting his family. We'll have to wait and see, I say with a forced smile. I have to make sure they all look good tonight. I also have to make sure that Dominic doesn't find out about any of this. I don't really know much about him, but I can only assume that if he were to find out that he and his family could be in danger, he wouldn't stop at anything to get back at the Grecos. But that's not the response we need right now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The grand table creates a vast divide between the families. Valenti's on one side and the Rossis on the other. Everyone sits quietly as they maintain their attention on their meals. An awkward silence hangs heavily in the air. I turn my head up from my plate, casting my gaze onto Dominic, who sits across from me and is paying me no attention. His cold demeanor has remained steady throughout the evening so far, and any attempts to grab his attention have been unsuccessful. The rest of his family have been just as aloof. My father has remained silent thus far. If I don't do something to break the silence, no one will. Sophia, you're looking lovely today, I compliment as I give her my best attempt at a smile. Sophia looks at me, returning my awkward grin with one of her own. Thank you, Luca. You're looking lovely yourself. That's a nice suit. I give her a nod of thanks and turn to look at Dominic. For the first time tonight, he catches my gaze. He looks me up and down, inspecting the suit for himself. Soon his eyes widen as he notices my shirt. The same shade of blue shirt that I wore last night while Dominic tore it from me and threw it to the floor like it was nothing. At least Sophia is nice, I suppose. I turn to my father, sitting in solemn silence as he ignores his opportunity to say something nice. Now that we've covered the formalities, can we get down to business? Johnny Rossi asks. An excellent idea, my father responds. Of course he only speaks when he gets to talk about business. What did you have in mind? His smile looks cold and uncomfortable. There's been a lot of talk about the Greco family going around, Johnny begins. I dart my eyes to the side, making eye contact with my dad for only a second before we both return our attention to the conversation. As I look back to the Rossis across the table, I take notice of Dominic eyeing me up and down again. He either noticed the nonverbal exchange or this is still about last night. In any case, I can't dwell on it for now. I clear my throat of the words I want to say to Dominic, however this only draws his attention to me even more. What kind of talk? Well, Johnny continues, they've been pushing into our territories and I'm sure they plan to do the same to you. You have no idea. I see. My father allows Johnny to keep talking. I was just wondering if you had any plans to push back against them. Johnny's question was presumptuous, bold. Matter of fact, the Greco family have been doing some talking of their own. Isn't that right, Luca? His question throws me right under the bus. Is this his punishment? The Rossis all turn to look at me. That's right, I say. I spoke with a representative of theirs just last night. Dominic's brows furrow, his face twisting ever so slightly at the information. Johnny speaks up again. What did they want? To strike a deal, my father reveals. What kind of deal? Johnny probes further. They claim to want peace and say they have a lot to offer us, Dad continues. Johnny scoffs. Sounds like they just want to cut themselves into our own arrangement. Let's not be rash, Johnny. We should still hear them out, Sophia butts in. The same way we did before, isn't that right, Salvatore? My thinking precisely, he replies with a smirk. The Rossis have no idea that the Grecos are pushing for us to sacrifice them. I need to say something. I'm with Johnny on this. I think it's best we remain suspicious. Don't let them gain the upper hand. Dominic pushes into the conversation. And what do you suggest we do? His tone is harsh. He clearly hasn't forgiven me for running off again, which is fine, but this isn't the right time for antagonizing. I don't know yet, I admit, trying to get him off my back. Really? What about your strategy of leaving them high and dry during the meeting? My father interrupts. What does that mean? Sophia clarifies, honing in on me to tell the truth. I had to leave early, I confess. Watching Dominic's face again, I see the shift in his eyes as he makes the connection. He doesn't seem happy when he realizes that I had to leave to go after him. Leaving early? Dominic chuckles. Doesn't sound like you, Luca. I grit my teeth. Why does he have to do this now? I don't think that this is really the time for that kind of comment. I push back, hoping he gets the hint. Well, I think that this is the perfect time. We're talking about something serious here and you went ahead and screwed it up, he says, knowing exactly what he's doing. His words hurt, and I don't need reminding of how I messed up an important meeting with the Grecos and another with him all in the same night. Luca's right, Sophia says, sticking up for me. There's no use in dwelling on the past. Thank you, I reply. Sophia gives me a gentle nod of support. We should focus on the future. I look over to my father. A future with the Valentis and the Rossis together, right, Dad? He meets my eyes and produces a difficult smile. That's right. I know he's having second thoughts now. He has no allegiance to the Rossis, and why would he? This whole marriage is a means to an end, a power grab to nip them in the bud as a threat. Now, however, a new threat shows its face and promises power in return for peace. What reason does he have not to swap the old out for the new? But I have a reason. He's my reason. I look to Dominic across the table for some essence of support, some fragment of understanding in what I want. I don't want to run away again, but I'm too afraid to not keep hiding for now. So to have this conversation, we have to do it quietly. I don't know, Dominic starts. I still don't see a reason for us to trust you. Dominic, not now, Sophia scolds. Johnny joins her with a cold glare directed at his brother. No, I'm serious, he persists. Why should we expect you to not throw us to the side the second we become inconvenient? We won't become inconvenient, Johnny pipes up. His confidence is clear in his voice, but I think even he has his doubts. Oh, what an incredible idea. Just don't become inconvenient. A foolproof plan, Dominic rants. He locks his eyes purely on me. But to me, I think a Valenti will use you however they want and throw you to the curb the second they're done. Dominic shoots up from the table, storming out of the room without another word. What's wrong with him now? Johnny yells as he stands up to chase after him until Sophia yanks him back down to his seat. Leave him be, she speaks softly. As Dominic leaves, I already see him draw his phone from his pocket and make a call while crashing out through the front doors. Maybe now we can continue without further interruption? My father asks in a demeaning tone. I look between them all, completely stunned. My father's apathy I can understand, but even his own family seemed to show little care for Dominic. Excuse me, I say without waiting for their permission. Quickly stepping my way out of the dining room to go after Dominic, I try my best to catch up with him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. By the time I make it out outside, I see Dominic already rushing his way down the asphalt strip, making his turn on foot out of the front gates and back out onto the street. His fast pace never falters, despite the attention he pays to whoever is on the other end of the phone line. Where is he going? I already know I won't catch up to him on foot, so I turn back around and dash for the car in the driveway. Climbing inside and taking the spare set of keys from the glove box, I peek through the windshield, seeing him disappear from view as he makes his way farther down the street. The car starts and I chase after him, speeding down the driveway and swinging around the corner straight out of the gate. In the time it took me to get out there, he must have made it a couple of blocks as any sign of him is already gone. Steadying my pace, I check all around me as I look for anything that could show me where he went. Yet the streets are empty, and no pedestrians or cars occupy the roads or sidewalks. There is simply nothing around. That is until a quick streak of bright purple hurtles in front of me, blasting through the intersection without a second thought and flies onward. Even as it moves past at such a perilous speed, I can still manage to identify the car. It's the same car that was in the alleyway last night, the one that Dominic had for the race. Was he behind the wheel? It doesn't matter. I have to go after him before he involves himself in some other dangerous activity. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The car ahead tears through the streets of Mont Cove, showing no care or caution for other drivers. I follow as close as I can, struggling to match their speed in the luxury SUV I drive. In the distance, the sports car takes a rough turn around a street corner, and I watch on in total disbelief. Is this how Dominic and his friends drive? They make yet another turn, their path starting to seem familiar. I think they're taking the scenic route, but they're definitely heading back to the Valmont College campus. Hopefully this means he won't get himself into anything stupid. I pray that all he's doing is getting a ride home from an overly reckless friend so that he can go back to his dorm and sleep the evening off. Please tell me that's all this is. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Pulling into the campus's parking lot, I see their vehicle parked and unoccupied. Not too far ahead, I can make out the shape of Dominic and another shorter man walking alongside him. But they're not heading back to the dorms. They're not heading toward any of the fraternity or sorority houses or anywhere I would expect them to go. They're heading to the college gym. I park up a good distance away from them, hopping out the car and trying to keep a low profile as I follow after them on foot. Checking my watch, I know for a fact that it's way past the gym's open hours, so why are they both heading inside? This whole thing put me on edge. Something about it all just makes me feel uneasy. This isn't right and won't end well. I need to go after him. Why do I always need to go after him?
Chapter 11. Dominic. The gym's locker room is somehow colder than it normally is, and I chalk the harsher temperature up to the late-night climate mixing with the fall season. No matter what, though, I have to push past it. Tearing the shirt from my body, I toss it to the side and embrace the frosty bite of the air. "You ready for this?" Angelo asks with an unhinged grin. "I'm ready," I reply. Bobbing my head and loosening my joints, I do my best to psych myself up. "Put them on." Displaying my hands in front of me, Angelo takes them individually and begins covering them with the cotton hand wraps beside him. He fastens the soft material around my wrists, wrapping them over my knuckles and threading them between my fingers. Once they're finally secure, I crash my knuckles into each other, rhythmically punching my fists together to make sure they're properly fastened. "I'm ready," I huff. "All right then." Angelo replies, "Let's get you out there. It is time to fight." The air is thick with the clashing smells of sweat and pure adrenaline, and the odor clings to my skin as I throw out heavy blow after heavy blow. Swinging toward my opponent, I grunt with each attempted punch. Still, none of them seem to be able to land. My competitor is much smaller than I am, a much shorter and wiry man who, at first sight, I had considered to be an easy match. What he lacks in size and stature, however, he certainly makes up for with speed. He ducks and dodges beneath each of my strikes, my best hit on him so far being a glancing elbow off of his left shoulder. But he's not fighting back yet. Cheers erupt from the intimate crowd, each of them emitting their own harsh barks of encouragement at whichever of us they put their money on winning. The raucous noise makes the small crowd sound like a coliseum of hundreds. Still, I can't help but smirk, thinking about the cash flow coming from the angry and disappointed bettors who picked the wrong dog in this fight. Valmont's gym was usually pristine, freshly polished, and well lit in every corner, but tonight its floors are rough with the shoes of the crowd scuffing the hardwood, and the lights are dim with a single ceiling bulb creating a spotlight on the center ring where I fight, leaving the crowd almost faceless as they're drenched in shadows. I refocus my attention onto my opponent. I draw my fists back to my chest, giving myself a moment to catch my breath and wait for him to strike back. His arm blurs as it slices through the air toward my face, landing firmly against my cheek and knocking my head to the side. The searing pain runs across my entire face, rattling my teeth and making my eyes feel like they're bulging out of my skull. I back away from him, keeping my distance for my counterattack. I watch his footwork, the way he bounces from one foot to the next right before he throws a punch. Using this assessment, I wait for it again, buying my time until he bobs to his dominant foot and letting him lay out another strike. Seeing it coming, I dodge out of the way, freeing myself to drill toward him from close range, cracking my fist hard against his jaw. His entire body recoils as he stumbles away from me, his cries of pain totally drowned out by the cheers of the crowd around us. Finally, I've landed a blow. I push forward, moving close into his space and not letting him catch a break. I throw another strike, but he weaves to the side, jabbing into my gut with a punch of his own and knocking the wind out of me. God, that hurt. Not even giving me time to recover, he advances again, using his greater speed to throw more hits out in quick succession. A light blow to my chin, a hard drill of pain into my ribs, and finally a glancing blow off my arm. He's not giving up, so neither can I. Doing what I can to stand my own ground, I hold up my guard and block another 2 of his swings. I'm unsure of what to do next, and the only option I have is to keep holding him back. I swing wildly, no thought or strategy, instead just blind punches in his general direction, hoping to clear space between us. The swell of my pain and exhaustion are about to reach their breaking point, and I can only throw out 1 or 2 more punches, praying they'll land and knock him to the floor. One wild uppercut sends me straight into his reach, earning me another punch to the temple. My next attempt at a hook has the same luck, passing him quickly and throwing me off my balance. In return, I get a hard hit to my jaw. The next thing I feel is the cold hardwood as it goes from being underneath my feet to behind my back. Then everything goes to black. My eyelids flutter, my surroundings slowly blurring into view. The single light above me is blocked by a black mass of a human figure. "Angelo," I mutter, the words barely forming on my lips. I feel the figure's hands cradle the back of my head, moving their face close to mine as they inspect my injuries. "No, Dom, it's me." The voice sounds familiar, but I can't place it while in my dizzied state of disarray. "You're all right. I've got you." As I start to come around properly, the excruciating pain all over my face comes back to my senses. The burning aches feel unbearable on my skin. I squint to try and see through the low light and focus on the person's face, but the tensing muscles of my cheeks just makes the pain worse. "Don't rush yourself. Take your time," the voice instructs. The next thing to come back to me is my spatial awareness. I can feel the presence of the murmuring crowd gathered around us, watching on at my weakened state being nursed by a stranger. I can't look fragile in front of all of these people. Forcing my body to sit up, my ribs scream at me to stop, but I don't. The aiding hands of the person help me to stay upright, allowing my vision to settle back to its normal state and see the figure for who they really are. In an instant, my sight is overtaken by the soft smile of reassurance beaming from Luca's lips. His eyes are full of worry for me, and his hands are all over my body, in front of all of these people. "Get me out of here," I groan to him. "Can you even stand?" He throws my arm over his shoulder, readying himself to bear most of my weight. "I'll have to." I struggle to my feet, falling almost immediately under his control as he guides my body in the right direction. Stumbling my way into the locker room again, I can feel the harsh difference between the cold air and the warmth of Luca's hands all over my torso. As gently as he can, Luca lowers me onto one of the wooden benches lining the room, allowing me to finally relax all of the tensed muscles in my body. I collapse onto the seat, my back leaning fully against the cool metal of the lockers, while Luca joins me by my side. "Are you okay?" Luca asks, holding the side of my face as he checks over my many bruises. "What do you think?" I groan and shift painfully in my seat to move closer to him. Luca shows me a dorky smile. "Come here." He holds me by the neck, ignoring my soft hiss of pain as he passes his fingers across my dark blue blemishes. Pulling my face close to his and getting a good look at my swelling eye, his gentle breath warms the cold ache on my face. He's so close to me. He's as close to me as he was last night. My eyes glance from his eyes to his lips and back again. Luca notices. "You really have a habit of getting yourself into trouble, don't you?" "I have to give you some reason to come see me," I joke. "Well," he pauses. I think I have enough reasons already." "Is that right?" He nods, leaning closer to me again, our lips barely apart. "Is this wrong?" Luca asks me. I don't care. I grab his waist and pull him against my lips, kissing him passionately. His own hands find their place on either side of my face, embracing me back. The weight of his lips on mine is incredible. I pull him onto my lap, his legs straddled on either side of me, and feel the twitch of his stiffening bulge against me. I bury my face into his neck, caressing his skin with my lips while he grinds himself against my dick. I take my hands from him and start unbuttoning his shirt, ripping it off of his shoulders and feeling his skin against mine. Lifting him up completely, I drive him back down onto the bench, climbing on top of him and pinning him down. "Do it," he begs. Reaching down, I undo his belt and zip down his fly, taking his pants off and scattering them across the floor. Still kissing him, I take off my own shorts, removing the last piece of clothing I have on. Rolling off of the bench, we both end up tangled together on the cold tiles of the locker room floor. I fall underneath Luca, my exposed shaft resting down between his legs. He pulls me up toward him, kissing me again, feeling his tongue inside of my mouth. He works his way down my body like I did to him last night, ending his journey with his mouth beside my erect penis. He kisses it softly, making sure I know what he plans next. I close my eyes, waiting for him to start. Soon I feel the warm touch of his lips wrapping themselves around the tip of my shaft. He slowly makes his way down the length of my long, hard flesh, gliding down and gagging again, but not stopping until he reaches the base of it. Luca starts licking the bottom of my rod, my cock still deep inside of his mouth. Throat deep on my cock, he looks up to me with nothing but pure lust in his eyes, which makes my whole body feel electric. Taking his hand, he grips my length and begins to stroke it up and down in perfect sync with the motions of his mouth. Not wanting to stop yet, I grab a fistful of his hair in my hand and pull his head away from my crotch. "I want to do more with you," I growl. His eyes show his shock at my request, but then his desire takes over. He releases my cock and nods at me. I smirk at him, taking my grip on him over to the bench we rolled off. I bend him over it and grab him by the hips. "Are you ready?" I ask him, my words coming out as a snarl. He nods hesitantly, and I feel his body tremble gently beneath me. I lean forward, lying myself on his back, resting my head behind his. "Don't worry, I'll take care of you," I whisper to him, placing soft kisses along his spine. "Take me," he calls back to me. I grab his ass in my hands and spread his cheeks apart, gathering spit in my mouth and then spitting it onto his waiting asshole. I use my fingers to make sure it is well coated. I spit again on my fingers and lube up the end of my cock. It is harder than ever at the thought of ramming into him. I notice his breathing change and slow as though calming himself, ready to take me. I could warm him up with my fingers, but that isn't what I want. And when I part his cheeks once again, his hole looks so deliciously tempting just as it is, as though it wants my dick and nothing else. I press my dick at his entrance and hold his hips with my hands as I drive myself into him, his muscles tense as he feels me enter him. Fuck. A harsh groan escapes his lips. I pull away from him slowly, my cock stroking itself with the grip of his asshole. "Can you take it?" I ask him, my tone softening. "Keep going." Listening to his instruction, I thrust myself deeper inside of him, feeling him tighten around me before he finally relaxes himself, and I impale him all the way until my flesh slaps against his. Perfect. I love feeling him open up for me. Gripping his shoulder for support, I begin to increase the rate of my thrusts, feeling his hand holding my own as I do. He calls for me again, screaming loudly. "Deeper, Dominic, deeper," he moans. Ramming myself inside of him again, I answer his request and fuck him harder and deeper than before. "You like that?" I grunt at him. "Yes, yes," he wails. "Fuck me harder, please." This feels so wrong but so right at the same time, and I don't want to stop. I don't want this to end. Driving myself back and forth in his tight ass, the immense feeling of pleasure shoots through my body, all starting from my stiffened shaft inside of him. My legs tense as I hold my weight beneath me and push myself closer to him, deeper inside of him. I feel the ecstasy overwhelm his body as it overflows, and he screams out for me again. "I'm going to come. Keep going," he yells. Hearing his loud cries, I remember again where we are. We have to keep this quiet. I take my hand from his shoulder and wrap it around his face, sticking my fingers inside his mouth to the hilt, stuffing them down his throat. He wraps his lips around them and sucks on them. Quieting him down, I keep fucking him. Hissing from the pain, I feel his teeth digging into my fingers as the rest of his body starts to tense and shake. Luca grunts and groans as his cum sprays from his hard dick and splatters on the floor. I jam my fingers down his throat again, and I pull at his lips with my other hand as I recoil back and thrust harder and harder, taking my own pleasure from his body. I'm close. I'm going to. I stutter before the only thing left I can say is a loud moan. Knees shaking beneath me, I hold him tight in my hands as I blow a hot load of my semen inside of his tight hole. Fuck. Every muscle in my body finally relaxes as I rest my body on the back of his, feeling the warmth from his body. Our sweat mixes together, and our harsh pants sink as we both start to unwind from the intensity. I pull myself out of him. The endorphins fade from my veins. No longer numbing the pain from the fight, my body collapses. Landing beside him on the floor, Luca turns himself around again and wraps his arms around me. This feels so wrong, but so right at the same time, and I don't want to stop. I don't want this to end.
Chapter 12, Luca. Sitting on the tiled floor, I hold my hand to my chest and try my best to settle my breathing, which is still coming down from the intensity of what we've just done. I can feel his cum oozing out of my asshole onto the tiles. "Are you okay?" Dominic asks me, throwing his shirt back on. "Yeah, I'm fine." Trying to get back onto my feet, I feel my legs quaking beneath me as I stumble toward the locker to brace myself. "Take your time, okay?" he tells me while raising his arm to touch my shoulder. Grabbing my shirt across the floor and slowly putting it over my back, I ask, "What do we do now?" Dominic buckles his pants and sits down beside me. "I should probably head out of here first. We don't want anyone catching us like this." "You're probably right," I murmur to him, feeling empty without his dick in me and uncomfortable with his cum still seeping from my ass. "You go. I still need a minute." He looks at me with fierce green eyes that have never looked so mild before. He just seems so calm and caring right now. "Are you sure?" I nod to him, leaning toward him and kissing him gently, placing nothing more than just a single press against his lips. Dominic smiles at me, almost ear to ear, as he blushes. I can't help but let out a chuckle seeing his whole intense and callous persona falling apart in front of my eyes. "Shut up." He laughs back to me. "I'll see you around, right, brother?" "Of course," I say, returning his smile. Standing up from me, Dominic releases his hold on me as he walks away. He walks around the locker behind my back, disappearing from sight, and eventually, with the soft click of the door closing behind him, leaves the room. I take a moment, letting in a long, slow, and gentle breath. That was incredible. Not just because of the pure, wild, and almost primal connection between us in our moment of lust, but because of this different and much deeper attachment I feel to him. There's not a single part of this that I think I can actually explain, even to myself. In the middle of me toiling with the implications of this whole situation, I am startled by the sudden sound of the locker room door opening up again. I almost go around the side of the locker, suspecting it's Dominic coming back for something or someone he left behind, but I'm frozen in place by the unmistakable sound of two separate pairs of shoes clicking against the tiles. Crouching in place, I do what I can to stay still, knowing that I can't be caught in here. I crashed this whole event without an invitation, took away one of the fighters and got fucked by him in the locker room. If any of them catch me in here, I don't know what could happen. And I certainly don't want to find out. Everything went according to plan, a mysterious voice says. Who is that? What plan are they talking about? Rossi got messed up tonight. It was pathetic. The man laughs. There's something in his tone that makes him sound young, maybe my age. Still, I can't place the voice without a face. My teeth grit tightly behind my sealed lips. Who are they to talk about him like that? Barely moving an inch, I hold myself still so that I can listen closer to what he's saying. And how does all of this benefit us? Another voice asks the first. Wait, that voice does sound familiar. I have heard that one before. It was a long time ago, but I have definitely met them. That's Antonio Greco, the patriarch of the Greco family and the man who wants to tear the Valenti and Rossi families apart. Don't you see it all? The stranger asks Antonio. A Rossi son getting into illegal street races and underground fights, getting himself beaten within an inch of his life over and over again, all while defying the family name and fighting back against every Valenti he comes across. Through his reckless activities, he's making the Rossi name and reputation go from bad to worse, and soon enough, Salvatore will cut any ties with them, Antonio Greco continues. This whole deal is built as a trick from the ground up. Every facet of their plan is designed to turn the Rossis and Valentis against each other and tear them apart. Exactly right, the stranger confirms. It won't be long at all until Sofia Rossi and her runts are kicked out onto the street and Salvatore Valenti is caught off guard, giving us the perfect opportunity to take everything away from him. There's no way my dad would fall for any of this, I think to myself. He would see a Greco deception like this coming from a mile away, right? Or is he too stubborn and busy punishing me for my slip-ups to see that he's about to destroy himself? I want you there tomorrow night, Antonio tells the mystery man. I would expect nothing less. I can hear the pure entitlement fill every word he speaks. Now, let's get out of here before campus security get their anonymous tip. He cackles. Still reeling from the secret reveal of the plan to take down my family, I don't even have the time to think about trying to catch a glimpse of Antonio and his mysterious conspirator before they vanish from the room. Left alone in the locker room again, I want nothing more than Dominic to be here right now. But if he was, he wouldn't have the patience or perspective to not rush at them both fists first. This is something he can't know about yet, or else he'll just end up proving the Grecos right and getting on my father's last nerve. I have to fix all of this on my own. I can't let Dominic know. I have to hide this from him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Following the aftermath of the fight, the college gym seems to be back to its normal state of darkened emptiness for this time of night. I can't say I'm surprised. Things got intense even before Dom and I ducked off to be alone. The extent that he was hurt had even the most invested audience members backing away from the ring, not wanting anything to do with him once he was unconscious on the floor gasping desperately for air. It was painfully difficult to see him like that, battered and bruised, a wreck of his usual self. There was something about it that was just so terrifying to see. That's all probably down to those unexplainable feelings I have for him, but no matter how troublesome they are to define, I still have them. Antonio's accomplice spoke of an anonymous tip given to the campus security guards, something I'm more than confident was their doing as a way to worsen Dominic's situation. I wouldn't be surprised if there was money changing hands to get this whole fighting operation up and running. Valmont College has a rightful reputation for being filled to the brim with the extremely wealthy and privileged heirs and heiresses of Mont Cove, but most of the staff are just regular people looking to earn a decent wage to make a living for themselves. And the students are all well aware that while words talk, money shouts. Even those whose family fortunes aren't built on less than legal affairs like the Rossis and the Valentis know that sometimes cash had to be put aside to make sure that parties, pranks, and any other clandestine activities could go off uninterrupted. Not that I can judge. I have never been one to refrain from doing what is necessary. But none of that matters right now. Right now, I need to get out of here without anyone noticing. Even if I can try my luck with a bribe, the Grecos have the go-ahead from their patriarch to use whatever funds necessary. I don't have that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Keeping myself low, I creep my way down the halls of the college gym and the long, exposed corridor of the building, the small beams of moonlight crashing through the glass skylight overhead and lighting up my path. It's great in terms of my ability to see where I'm going, allowing me to dodge stray chairs and a forgotten gym bag not too far from the walls. However, it also makes it easier for everyone else to see what is going on in the hallway. Most importantly right now, and most detrimental to me, the pair of security guards just making their way into the gymnasium can see a lot better. Especially when they whip out their heavy-duty flashlights. "You!" one of the guards bellows after me. "You shouldn't be here." I can almost feel the soft burn of the flashlight on my back. If I don't turn around, they shouldn't be able to know who I am. I book it down the hall, immediately breaking into a full sprint, not turning back for a single moment to get an idea of the leeway I have between myself and the pursuing guards to make my getaway. Instead, I focus everything I have in getting away. "Get back here," the other security guy yells. Not listening to them, I fly past the doors and trophy cases that adorn the walls. The small frame of the doorway grows larger as I get closer and closer to it. Finally, it becomes larger than I am as I crash through the double doors. The doors swing wildly to the sides, exposing me to the cool nighttime breeze. Feeling the fresh air of freedom, I make a harsh turn out of the gym and cut off to the left, seeing the height of my dorm block come into view in the distance. Hearing the rapid footsteps of the trailing guards behind me, I try my hardest to break their line of sight before they get out of the gym, ducking behind a row of dumpsters along the way. Keeping my pace as I run alongside them, the barking commands of the security team slowly fade into an unintelligible mess of distant cries. I was free, but I couldn't stop yet. Continuing my escape, I dashed toward the dorm hall and rushed through the doors. Climbing the stairs, my feet barely touch each step before they're propelled forward onto the next one. Reaching my floor, I race down the hallway, almost crashing in through the door to my room and slam it shut behind me. I struggle to catch my breath, fighting off the incredible pain my legs building off of everything they had endured so far tonight, remembering the only good part of this night. I think of Dominic and everything we'd done so far, imagining the possibilities of whatever great things that could come soon for us and forgetting, even if just for a moment, all of the danger we're in and trouble I would need to face. My entire mind falls away, leaving only my thoughts of him. Collapsing onto my bed, still wearing my ragged clothes from what will soon be 2 days ago, I can only manage to think about the way I feel about Dominic. About how no matter how much I've tried to resist it, despite everything I try to reject, I always seem to find myself with him when we both need it most. For now, I don't care what it might mean for our families. I care about him and I need to protect him. That's what matters to me right now. With the warm thoughts of Dominic filling my mind, and the way his dick felt so incredible deep in my ass, my eyelids gently crash into each other and finally I fall asleep. Faster and better than I have in what feels like years.
Chapter 13. Dominic. My room illuminates quickly as the morning sun rises well past the horizon, shining on my eyes and waking me from sleep. Tearing myself away from the sheets of my bed, I sit up straight and kick my legs off the side of the mattress. The aftershock of all the pain and pleasure from last night hits me instantaneously like the worst hangover of my life. I wipe my face with my hands, scrunching my eyes hidden behind my palms. We didn't talk about when we would actually see each other again, but part of me hoped I would have seen him after leaving the gym last night. I waited up most of the night, staring out from my window, hoping to catch a glimpse of him going past. I'm confident he would have gotten out of there okay. He is far too smart to have gotten caught, but I still never saw him. I need to see him again. I need us to figure out what exactly we are. Oh my God. Never before have I worried about what I was to another person like this. I've never really cared about labels or exclusivity or even taking a relationship seriously before, but for some reason I want to with Luca. For some reason I need to make all of this even more complicated than it already is. Suddenly I am not interested in even fucking anyone else, male or female. Luca is already my enemy. He's already my stepbrother. He's already the person I have casual hookups with. Why do I want to make it messier? Why do I feel like I need to? Shooting myself up on my feet, I fight off my dizziness and struggle to find my balance. Snatching at the odd sets of clothes dispersed around my room, I slowly piece together an outfit from a recently worn shirt, old pair of jeans, and my usual jacket. I grab my watch and phone from my side desk and stuff the phone into my tight pocket, then wrap the cold metal of the watch around my wrist. Looking down at it, I see the time. It's well past 11, closer to midday than morning. My first class is probably getting out soon. Luca's probably is too. Striding toward the door, any thoughts of making it to any of my classes today have already vacated my head and been replaced with the idea of finding Luca and getting a straight conversation out of him. Marching my way across campus, I head directly toward where I typically see him going to and from his classes at this time of day, the law building. I can't say I'm surprised that he's studying such a subject. He's always seen the type for it. I wouldn't be shocked if I found out he's taking law for the same reason I am taking business. Our families are making us so we can use what we learn to exploit the system. It's not like either of us need a college degree to get a job once we graduate. We've both been bred into a family business. It's just the culture we've been raised in. Thinking about everything now, I realize that our families aren't really that different. I mean, sure, we go about our work in different ways. The Valentis take things slowly and seem overly anxious to get themselves into anything too quickly, while us Rossis tackle a problem head-on and get the job done quickly. However, we both care about our families and take our business seriously. I think that similarity is what draws me to Luca like this, and might be the same reason a relationship between any Valenti and Rossi will have a lot of bumps before it smooths out. That's why I want to talk to him, here and now. We're confronting this all face first and smashing through these roadblocks. We're not going to get anywhere if we just stop the car and wait for some shortcut to turn up out of nowhere. This time, when we catch each other's eyes from across the square, neither of us is going to get to duck off and avoid a conversation. I'll chase him down if I have to. Actually, that kind of sounds like fun. I find the perfect spot to wait for Luca to get out of class. I don't want to ambush him the second the doors open. Even I know that wouldn't be the right start to this chat. I want to give him the chance to talk to me on his own. The hands on my watch reach their peak, all of them ticking into place and landing on 12. Only seconds later, the doors to the lecture hall open, and the stream of students come filing out. The large crowd begins to blur into one blob of students, each of them becoming seemingly indistinguishable from the last. I bob my head around, trying my best to see over and around the front lines of the marching army for any sign of Luca coming out. Where the hell is he? Just as I begin to question coming here in the first place, my feet slowly shuffling back away from the oncoming swarm, I see him. Luca, walking as one with the crowd, acting like he's no different from any of the other students he is surrounded by. But he is. Seeing him so graceful amongst all of the others is like a single star in an empty night sky, standing out like no one else could even hope to do. I force myself to act casual and try not to look as if I came all of this way just to see him, even though I'm well aware there's no other reason for me to be here. Eventually, I catch his eye. Our stares cross from across the way, and the rest of the students fade from my peripheral and leave only Luca. I see his eyes dart around his surroundings, looking around for someone or something else near him that I could be waiting for. In real time, I watch as the realization grows across his face that there's only him for me. Cutting his way through the crowd, Luca pushes past everyone in his way to get to me. I stand in place off to the side of the horde's path, waiting for him to get to me. "What are you doing here?" Luca asks in a hushed tone as he steps toward me. Well, I pause, noticing him scanning all around us. It takes me a moment to understand why. Even though we're stepbrothers and are forced to coexist at family gatherings and other such events, it hasn't even been a week since we hated each other's guts and would start fights on sight. So the two of us choosing to socialize in public would catch the attention of the wrong crowd. I wanted to talk. I lower my voice. "Is everything okay?" he asks, a slight panic underlining his words. "Yes, everything's okay." I hesitate, feeling embarrassed about what I'm about to say. "I just wanted to talk to you." "Oh," Luca pulls back in surprise. "Sure, but we should probably go somewhere quieter," he says as he scans around again. "Is my dorm okay?" I give him a nod before he walks past me and makes a beeline toward his building, almost leaving me behind as if to act like we're not together. It's a smart move, but it still digs deep into my pride. Reaching the door to his room, Luca stuffs me through the cracked opening like he's smuggling in a convict. Slamming the door shut behind us, he gestures for me to take a seat on his bed as he keeps his back turned for a moment to compose himself. Slumping down, I look around at his bedroom, noticing the small details that he's meticulously placed that speak volumes about him that must have faded from his consciousness a long time ago. Almost every item is placed to line up perfectly with the one beside it, all exactly level with whatever edge or corner nearest to it. Not a single thing is out of place. No clothes, shoes, accessories, or anything that wouldn't be needed at a moment's notice is even in sight. If it wasn't for the closets and cupboards around the confined dorm room, someone could easily be convinced he didn't own anything other than what he's wearing. The entire room is decorated in vibrant monochrome shades, ranging vastly from black and dark gray all the way to light gray and white. Meticulous, dull, and painstakingly deliberate. This could only be Luca's room. Luca pulls his jacket off of his shoulders, places it directly on a coat hanger, and slots it neatly into his closet. So, what did you want to talk about? Luca asks as he sits down beside me on the bed, crossing his leg neatly over the other. I didn't see you get out of there last night. I wanted to make sure you were okay, I respond. This feels pathetic. Oh, he seems caught off guard. Was that really all you wanted? My brows narrow and I look away from him. Well, I'm all good, Dominic. Are you going to run off now? That's your move, not mine. I don't even know if these words are meant to hurt. He ignores my impulsive dig. So there's something else you want? Looking at him, I see the slight gap in his collar exposing his neck. The call of his skin is almost irresistible to me. I grab the base of my shirt and start to tug it upward. Luca grabs my hand to stop me from taking it off. I'm serious. Pulling my hand away, I ball it up into a fist by my side. What is this? What do you mean? You're the one who came here. He fires back. I stand up, flailing my arms in frustration. I'm not talking about this. I ramble while gesturing to the entirety of the room. I mean this. I point between myself and Luca. What is this? He drones, at a loss for words. What do you want it to be? That's a cop-out answer. I'm being serious here, I say, shutting him down. He wrings his hands. I don't know, Luca mumbles. I don't know how to explain it. Pacing the floor of his room, I can't keep myself still as my mind races. I don't even know how to explain this, but one of us needs to figure out how to define this. Look, if this is something just casual, then we need to just stop, I blurt out. Luca stays quiet, thinking over his words carefully. You're right, he begins. If we're just fooling around with each other, then that's just stupid. We could mess up a lot of things. I can't stop thinking about being buried to the hilt in his ass, or mouth. Either way felt exquisite. Exactly. I managed to lock myself into place, but my foot taps rapidly against the wood floor. So is that all this is then? That's what it seems like so far, he replies. We meet up, get in a fight, and then, you know. You're right, that's all it's been so far. So far? What? I exclaim. You said so far, so I said so far. Does that mean you want this to be more? Do you? I fire back. I asked first, he rebuttals. Well, I started this whole conversation, I assert. Fine, he sighs, once again taking his time again to piece together his response. Every second that crawls past feels like an eternity. Each slight tick of my watch seems hours apart. I guess I wouldn't be against it. Okay. Well, come on, it's your turn, he declares. I guess I wouldn't be against it either, I admit. We both fall silent, looking at each other awkwardly, not wanting to be the next to speak. Both of us eye up the other to break the silence. You know that if something were to happen, there's a good chance it ends badly. Don't you think I know that? I shout. Do you think I want all of this? What happened to you not being against it? I'm still not, but that's the problem. All of this isn't a choice for me. I've tried to fight it, but you just keep coming back to my head and I can't stop it, I rant. I want to forget you, but I just can't do it. I fall back down onto the bed, my body feeling almost limp from my frustration. I get it, Luca begins. I hated you since I met you. Hell, part of me still does, but when I see you, when we're alone, there's a much louder part of my brain that won't stop thinking about you. And that part, I can't shut up. He looks at me, and his eyes are so earnest that I know that he feels the same way that I do. That same Luca from the wedding who would have torn me apart for not knowing every single thing he does feels the same way. And there's something so comforting in what we both don't know. Letting out a short chuckle, a slight smirk grows across my face. What is it? He challenges. It's nothing. No, what's so funny? Luca probes again. We finally agree on something. I laugh again. This time, I can't seem to cut it short and it just devolves all on its own. Shut up, Luca says while starting to giggle himself. Leaning toward me, he plants a kiss on my lips. The shock that it sends through my body is different from any other time we've kissed. Unlike before, there is no raw passion or heat-of-the-moment decision-making. There is only the care we have for each other in a moment of calm intimacy, where there is no expectation for more. When he pulls away from me, our lips part and his face falls back into the stupid smile that I just love to see on his face. I know everything that we're doing is dangerous, but I still want to see you again, I confess. I don't want to stop seeing you either, but we need to be smart about this. We can't be seen together like we're together. You can't wait for me outside of class, and I can't come around to your dorm in the middle of the day. What do you suggest, then? If we're going to keep seeing each other, it can't be like this. Luca gestures around his room. We'll have to sneak around, hide everything we do together, and make sure no one else knows. Luca changes track for a second as another thought pops into his head. No one else knows about what we've done, right? He seems paranoid, like there's some part of this he's not telling me. No, I haven't told anyone, I lie, knowing that Angelo already managed to pull this thread out of me. Good, he sighs, because you won't be able to. Is that something you'll be okay with? His question hits me hard, harder than any of the hits I took last night. All of this either has to be some twisted secret, an elaborate lie, or it can be nothing more. I think it's worth it, I tell him, not lying at all.
Chapter 14. Luca. Holding down the pressure of this secret building up in the back of my throat starts to burn. As I sit here and look him directly in the eye, the warmth I feel listening to him put himself out there and talk to me honestly is already bittered by me discarding the truth. Someone who feels far too close than they should be has been plotting Dominic's downfall and waiting for him to take the Rossis and Valentis down with him for far too long. Knowing the weight this holds, I know I can only bear it myself in fear that letting Dom share the burden could be the final straw that breaks his back. Despite my intentions, it still feels dishonest. So what now? I ask him, trying my best to smile and hide my inner conflict. Looking at me, something in his head clicks. Dots connect, and he grabs for the base of his shirt and starts to pull it upward, the lower half of his abs on display between his clothes. Grabbing his hand and stopping him going any further, I freeze for a moment and can't help but just stare at high. I didn't mean it like that. It takes me slightly too long to remember that I'm still holding his hand and let go. As the fabric falls to cover his torso again, my trance seems to end as his body's spell over me is broken. Then what do you mean? He inquires. I kind of have a class I need to get to. I have to admit it's not exactly the end I would like to have in this conversation. It's nowhere near as dramatic or romantic as we're used to. Usually, when one of us leaves any conversation we have together, it's because they're being dragged away, storming off, or purposefully leaving with one last dramatic line. I guess that's what our whole situation will need to be if we want it to continue any further. Oh right, of course, he replies, straightening out his shirt. I'll leave you to it. Standing up and heading across the room to the door, Dominic goes to leave. I rush after him, taking hold of his shoulder and spinning him around on the spot so that we face each other. What is? He starts to ask, but I interrupt his question with a kiss. Wrapping his arms around my waist, he pulls me in closer. My hands hold either side of his face, keeping his lips against mine long enough for me to be satisfied. Pulling away from his face, I let him go and smile. Now you can go. See you around, he says. And maybe I can come over again soon? I'd like that. Just make sure no one sees you. Dominic nods in response, turning back for the door and walking out. As the door closes behind him, leaving me by myself, I am overtaken by my guilt again. It feels so wrong to keep what happened from him, but I don't have a choice, and if I can handle this by myself, hopefully I won't have to lie to Dominic for long. Asterisk. My afternoon lecture seems to crawl by. The drone of my professor's every word fades from my consciousness and becomes completely incomprehensible. My mind has wandered far from the topic of the lesson and returned back to everything that has happened in the last week. It's all just so much to take in at once. My father marries Sophia Rossi, the woman who was married to our family's worst enemy not even a year prior. As our families merge, I am faced with my brand new stubborn and asinine stepbrother, Dominic, a man who seems to be my opposite in every single way possible and who wants to start fights with me on sight for next to no reason. All of a sudden, however, after I've done nothing but fire back and taunt him, we kiss and soon devolve into a spiral of lust and spite. Then once I learn that he's in trouble and an entire family wants him out of the picture, a thought that only days ago would have me jumping for joy and begging to help in whatever way I can, leaves me terrified to lose him and trying to find any angle I can to help him. What choices do I even have, though? My father won't listen to any of my concerns and is even intrigued by the idea now, so he's no help. The Rossis are just like Dominic in all the worst ways. All of them are too headstrong and self-reliant to handle this whole situation delicately. I need to be delicate. I need to handle this quickly and simply make sure this doesn't create any waves. I can't have this rippling out into something bigger. I'm not even sure that I can handle this as it is, but I know I won't be able to deal with something worse. My hand twitches slightly, shaking the pen held loosely between my fingers, reminding me it was there in the first place and that I am in class and not just in my own head. Shifting my eyes toward the clock on the wall, the minute hand taunts me with its position. I still have half an hour left of this mind-numbing hell. Hanging my head, I lock my eyes back on the blank page of my open notebook in front of me, giving up any hope of it being filled. Collecting my belongings together, I stuff them all into my bag by my feet and prepare to leave early. I stand up in the middle of the class, not caring what anyone, even my professor, might think, and walk out the exit. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Breaking out into the open air, I stride away from the lecture hall and leave my class behind. I've never been one to leave or skip class before, only missing lectures when it was absolutely necessary. There isn't a definitive time crunch or ticking clock in this situation yet, at least not one that I know of, but I can't focus on anything else. Every time I try to distract myself, whether it be with class, my family, or parties, my head always seems to come back to Dominic and the constant threat from the Grecos. Somehow, I need to work all of this out and get it sorted. I need to take a walk. A long walk. Listening to the rhythmic taps of my feet on the sidewalk, I do what I can to break my thoughts into manageable sections. Tup, tup, tup. The Grecos want the Valentis and the Rossis to separate. They're somehow getting Dominic to involve himself in dangerous and illegal activities to get him to slip up and tank his reputation. Tup, tup, tup. His reputation reflects on his family, so if Dominic looks bad, then all of the Rossis look bad. The Rossis lose their reputation, then Dad will lose his reasons for siding with them and will cut ties with them soon enough. Tup, tup, tup. With the Rossis out of the picture and having masterminded the entire scheme themselves, the Grecos take their place alongside the Valentis. Tup, tup. Unable to fight the feeling that there's more pieces to this puzzle, I stop walking. Is that their whole plan? Is there anything I'm missing? What angle am I not seeing? What can I do to stop it? There has to be some string to pull that makes this whole thing unravel, but what is it? Racking my brain for any idea of what the missing piece to the puzzle could be, I relent the attempt for now. Before I can make any major moves against the Grecos, I need to learn more about their plot. Right now is not the time for action, but for reconnaissance and planning. Interrupting my mind spiraling, my phone begins to vibrate against my leg inside of my pocket, and as I take it out, I look over the screen to see my father's name plastered across it. With a deep breath, I accept the call and hold the phone to my ear. "Luca," he declares. "Where are you right now?" I take a look around my surroundings, having been lost in my own head as I was walking. I managed to lose track of how far I'd gotten away from the college campus. "I'm just out on a walk at the moment," I explain. "About half a mile down Harbor Street." "What?" "Philo will be there with the car soon." "I need you back home," he instructs. "The Grecos will be paying us a visit." Falling silent, I let the silence build between us. This is their next step and this is how I can find out more. Of course. Have they said why they're coming by? "Well, after your attempt the other night," he digs, "we've all decided that another meeting is needed to properly work this all out." His spiteful attacks at me cut deep, but I can bear them for now. Knowing that if I bide my time and prepare myself to cut down the Grecos' plan, I can recover my standing in my father's eyes. And don't worry about getting in over your head this time. I'll be taking the lead from now on. Biting my tongue, I swallow my pride. This will let me focus on figuring them out while Dad navigates their games. "Just let me know what you need me to do." "Excellent. I'll brief you once you arrive." The phone line clicks and the call ends. Sighing deeply, I prepare for my next round against the Grecos. Sitting beside my father in his study makes me feel like his lapdog, just here to look good and play nice while he handles everything. Which is exactly all he wants me to do. Antonio Greco relaxes in a chair on the opposite side of the dark oak coffee table from us, keeping his entire posture and attitude loose and almost carefree. Being the patriarch of the Greco family, I had always expected him to act far more focused when it came to meeting a man like my father or even the former Franco Rossi, but instead he opts for a more informal approach. It is this very same nature that makes me suspicious of their recent success and growth. Not to say that the Grecos were entirely unsuccessful before, as they certainly had power and renown in the city. However, they always acted more like vultures, picking off their rivals at their lowest moments and snatching control when others weren't looking, a strategy that worked perfectly well for them up until recently. But their new approach is far more cunning, thought out, and long-term than I would expect from Antonio. Which is all to say that, for tonight, my attention will stay on the young man beside him instead. At face value, he doesn't seem to be all too threatening. He's young like myself and hasn't said a single word since he got here, but knowing about Antonio's mysterious conspirator from last night, I am inclined to believe that this is the same man. That he's the one who's behind this whole scheme. One thing that I am unsure of is who exactly he is. He sits beside Antonio the same way that I do beside my father, so is he his son? I've never heard of Antonio having an heir of any kind. Even his relations with women have only ever been brief from what others have said. So who is Antonio's business partner, and why is he making his first appearances now? My dad pours a glass of whiskey for Antonio, handing it across to him, and then pours one for himself. Antonio swirls the amber drink around the glass before taking a sip. Are we ready to begin? My father asks him, getting a nod in response. Already I am unsettled by the stinging sense of déjà vu. This entire situation is all too similar to our negotiations with the Rossis only months ago, meeting with Sophia and her children in this very room and discussing every detail about their wedding and how the joining of families would go. I can't help but feel like this is the very reason the Grecos are here. My son told me what he could from the short meeting he had with you, my father says. So why don't we continue from there? Actually, I interject, I don't think I've ever spoken with him before. I look the stranger directly in the eye. Have we met? The man returns my question with a shifty grin, letting Antonio do the talking. You wouldn't have, Antonio says. He wasn't able to make it last time, so you met with whoever we had available. Well then, it sounds like we're all on pretty equal footing then, Dad says. Plead your case. Antonio places his glass on the coffee table in front of him and sits forward in his chair. Look, he begins. Every single one of us here knows that your whole wedding with the Rossis is all for show and that your alliance is fresh. His words are strange, almost rehearsed from a script someone else wrote. What we want to offer you is a better option. And what makes you a better option? I ask, shooting the question straight to the mystery man. Instead of answering, he decides to hide behind the bangs of his dark brown hair. Well, our methods align better with yours. The Rossi's tendency for taking things by force isn't right for your preferences for formal matters, Antonio continues to explain. And I'm sure a man like yourself knows that the Rossi reputation isn't something you want to associate yourself with. My father pauses, taking another sip of his drink, and contemplates how to answer. What about their reputation? Well, they're known for their violence, recklessness, and their all too public illegal activities, Antonio elaborates. Is that really the kind of people you want to associate with? We all know that none of us are completely clean in the eyes of the law, I defend. To me, it just sounds like they're not afraid to get their hands dirty. Isn't that needed sometimes? I taunt them. Doing what needs to be done is one thing, but street races in downtown Montcove and fight clubs in the dead of night are another. The stranger speaks for the first time, and his monotone voice sends a chill down my spine, tearing me from the space around me and throwing me straight back to the locker room last night. This is the same guy. But who is he? Is this true? My dad asks Antonio, who nods back in confirmation. I push my way back into the conversation. Do you have any actual proof of this? How can we know you're not making all of this up just to get what you want? Before I even seem to finish talking, the conspirator pulls a phone from his jacket pocket and displays a readied set of photos of all of Dominic's escapades. Dominic gripping the steering wheel of a luxurious sports car, the very same car tearing down a city street with cop cars in hot pursuit, and Dominic throwing heavy punches at the fighter from last night, the one of Dominic lying on the floor out cold. I was there last night too. For all I know, they have pictures of my attendance, so I need to tread carefully here. They have me playing their game in my own home. These activities are only growing more severe and frequent as time passes. He's showing no signs of stopping. The man delivers the end of his speech with a proud smirk on his face. My father looks at me, wondering if I had any knowledge of this, and if so, why I hadn't told him. Thank you for bringing all of this to our attention. Of course, Antonio remarks. Do you have anything else for us? I sneer. We'll leave the next step to you. You know where to find us. The stranger stands and Antonio immediately follows. We certainly do. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The moon commands its control of the night sky, cresting high over the many surrounding buildings, taunting the stars like that man did to me for the entire meeting. Stepping from the car, I call back to the driver, "Have a good night, Philo." My tone is tired and I feel drained both physically and mentally. Everything has become too much throughout this entire week, and I haven't had any kind of distraction yet today. You too, Luca. His words cut out once I shut the car door lazily behind me and stagger away from the curb. The short trek from the parking lot to my dorm building has never felt so far, each step seeming to make no headway in my journey. Rising into the edge of my eyesight, Dominic rears his head into my vision. Standing outside his own dorm, his faint blur of a face still clearly calls for my attention. He's in danger. I need to handle it myself, but so far I've only made things worse. There is not a single part of me that can bear to face him tonight. So I won't. Turning from his direction entirely, I fake ignorance and head back to my room, leaving him behind by himself. I hate that I keep having to do this, but I can't do anything until I know more about this.
Chapter 15. Dominic. I see the clear frame of his figure in the distance, but Luca just walks away. Knowing for a fact that he saw me, him choosing to ignore me cuts me so deep. What happened to us trying to take this thing seriously? After everything he said earlier, I can't believe he would just do that. Well, fine then. That's it. If Luca's going to be petty, I can be petty too. I stomp back inside my dorm, and I can't fight the nagging feeling that he's hiding away from me for a reason. Like, there's some secret he's keeping to himself. But none of that matters for now. If he's just going to ignore me and not tell me anything, then I'll just do the same to him. Crashing into my room, I pull my clothes off of my body, tugging my shirt over my head and tossing it to the side of the room, then undoing my belt as I walk and letting my pants drop to the floor by themselves. Finally, I collapse onto my bed, lying on top of the covers and letting out a long, slow sigh. Now I can actually relax. What could he possibly be caught up in that he's actively ignoring me? With everything that's been happening, it'd be too much of a coincidence to be unrelated. Flipping over in my bed, I do what I can to shake off the thoughts again. I'm starting to feel like whenever I actively try to stop thinking about Luca or try to stay away from him, he always seems to find some way to make his way back into my head or my life. How does he do that? Is he doing it on purpose? Is it part of his strange effect on me, or am I just doing it to myself? I sit up, letting out a short grunt, and gaze around the dark void of my room. Hopefully I have learned enough by now that there is no way for me to forget about him for long enough to fall asleep. It's been the same almost every night so far this week, so it won't be any different tonight. Swinging my feet from the bed and placing them down onto the floor, I lift myself up and stand mostly naked in the center of the room. Wiping my face with my hand, I squint through the thick shadows trying to search for my discarded clothes. I snatch my jeans from the floor and pull them around my waist and refasten my belt before picking up one of the many random shirts that cover my floor and throwing it over my head. I sneak across the blocks of dorms to Luca's, knowing exactly where to go after our conversation this morning. I am already planning out in my head what I'll say when I confront him, and know that he'll try his best to argue back and deflect what I say, so I need to be ready for any situation. One thing I know for sure is that he can't object to me turning up to his place out of the blue without being a hypocrite. He told me clearly that we can only see each other in secret, and currently I'm stalking through the dead of night toward his dorm, crossing paths with no one else. Luca has shown his tendency for popping up into my life without a second's notice for long enough now for me to exercise my right to do the same to him. There is not a single thing that he can say to convince me to leave. I'm going there, and I'm going to get answers out of him, and there is not a thing he can do to stop me. Gently pressing the front door open, I slip inside and duck quickly up the adjacent stairs, placing each foot carefully onto each following step and slowly ascending my way up to Luca's floor. I scan down each side of the long corridor to make sure no one's around, then move through the hallway till I reach his door. Tapping gently against the wood, I try to balance the noise to be quiet enough to not attract the attention of anyone else, but still loud enough for Luca to hear through his sleep. Nothing. I knock harder against it, pushing my luck as the sound seems to echo down the long hall, but barely break through the door frame. "Luca," I whisper through the door. "Open up." I knock again. After what feels like ages, the door slowly cracks open, and Luca peeks his head through and locks eyes with me. His beautiful blue eyes widen when his drowsiness fades enough for him to realize the situation. Throwing the door open wide and grabbing the center of my shirt in his fist, Luca drags me inside of the room. The door slams shut behind us as Luca turns back to shout at me. "What the hell are you doing here?" Spinning around, I struggle to orientate myself again. The light blinks on as Luca flicks the switch on the wall. As my eyes adjust, I can finally make out how he looks. He stands in front of me in nothing but a tight black pair of boxers, the rest of his lean body on full display for just me. The sight of his soft bulge already entices me toward him. Without even thinking, I step closer to him, our bodies not even a foot apart. I wanted to talk to you," I stutter, my eyes not able to help themselves from catching odd glances at his package. "What about?" he asks me before he notices my looks. "Oh, is something distracting you?" "No, I'm fine," I bluff. "I just didn't expect you to not be wearing anything." He smirks at me. "Well, I can put something on if you'd like." I bite at my lip. "This is all right with me." "I'm so glad to hear," he whispers, stepping closer to me again. Quickly, he wraps one of his hands around my waist, pulling himself closer to me while he uses his other hand to slowly grope at my dick through my jeans. "Seriously?" I say to him, my voice becoming shaky. Still rubbing my hardening cock, he whispers gently in my ear, "I can stop whenever you want, just tell me." Fighting for the ability to tell him no, I give in to my desires for him. I just want him too bad. Grabbing him by the waist, I lift Luca off his feet and into the air. Immediately, our intentions seem to intertwine as he picks up on what I want him to do today without ever having to say a single word. He wraps his legs around my waist and holds himself tightly against me. "We can talk during," I grunt at him. Kissing him passionately, I feel his tongue start to massage my own as I push us toward the bed. I drive him down onto the bed, slamming him against the mattress and climbing on top of him. Spreading his legs, I push myself between them and grind my crotch against his. Our genitals rub against each other, separated only by the thin confines of our clothes. He sucks on my bottom lip, pulling it into his mouth as he grabs the base of my shirt and moves it upward. Taking over, I pull it the rest of the way off over my head and throw it across the room. "Why did you run off?" I ask him as I start to pant, reaching down and tearing off his boxers. Seeing his exposed cock, I spit on my hand and start to stroke it gently up and down his hard cock. "Aye," Luca stutters through his gentle moans. I got back late and just wanted to go to bed. Moving himself back, Luca grabs at my jeans and rushes to undo my belt and pulls my pants down. Now that both of us are completely naked, I push him back down against the bed and put myself on top of him, going back to slowly grinding against him. Our hard shafts rub against each other, skin to skin, making Luca moan harder and harder for me. "You seem pretty awake now," I snarl at him. He reaches down between us, taking my erect dick in his hand, and starts jerking me off vigorously, clearly trying to distract me with his fast strokes. "Well, I didn't have you keeping me up," he jokes. "Fucking brat," I growl, snatching his legs out from under me, throwing them over my shoulders, and raising him up again to expose his ass. Pros sutru. Whipping my hand against its surface, I spank him hard and listen to the satisfying noise of his whimper. Taking my dick in my hand, a quick handful of spit for the tip of it, and I shove it inside of his dry hole that I imagine is still sore from the fucking I gave him last night. I watch him bite his own lip as he fights to hold back another moan of pain. This feels like a punishment for him, and I love it. "Why were you avoiding me?" I demand, and I feel his ass beginning to open and relax around my dick. I thrust all the way into him and then out, increasing the speed and strength of my thrusts. Feeling the power of my large member inside of him, he takes hold of his own erect cock and strokes himself in perfect rhythm with my own motions. His face shows every aspect of his pleasure, overwhelming him. I have known from the start that this was all new for him, but it's still amusing to see him like this. Already, I feel his muscles tighten around my dick, his entire body shaking as cum erupts from his tip and sprays all over his stomach and chest. Phoo. Fuck. Even the shortest of words are almost incomprehensible between his loud moans. Wiping up the pools of his cum with my fingers, I rub it between them and quickly stuff them into his mouth, making him taste his own sperm. He chokes slightly on my fingers. I pull them back, and he lets out a small gasp for air before he goes back to sucking on them. "You like that?" I taunt. He nods while emitting a muffled whimper through his gagged mouth. Taking my hand out of his mouth, I grab him by the back of his neck and pull back. Lying down, resting my back on the mattress beneath me, I pull Luca on top of me, my solid shaft still inside of him. "Ride it for me," I tell him. He nods again and starts to slowly bounce up and down on my groin, his tight hole gripping onto and stroking my stiffened cock. "Are you going to give me the answers I want?" I groan. The infectious pleasure that Luca is emitting starts to catch up with me. "I told you, it was nothing," he answers, but there's something in his shifting eyes that makes me not believe him. With him on top, I grab my hand around his neck and grip his throat between my thumb and fingers. Slowly starting to tighten my hold on him, I restrict the blood flow through his veins and watch his eyes start to fade and throat choke. "Don't lie to me," I tell him as I take my hand off of his neck and give him the chance to speak again. Still riding hard on my dick, his flexed legs work hard to keep up with the motions. "Fine, I spoke with the Grecos," he chokes out. "Good boy," I praise him, feeling his body quiver in reaction. "What's that got to do with me?" "Nothing," he pleads. I grab his throat and choke him again. "Tell the truth or I keep going till you pass out." His breath hitches beneath my hold, and he grabs my wrist with both of his hands, using what little energy he has left to try and pull my hand away. "Are you going to tell me the truth?" I growl. He nods slightly, his eyes begging for me to let him breathe again. Letting go again, he gasps desperately for air, his head dazed and heavy on his neck. His body starts to go weak, each of his bounces becoming slower and further apart. Knowing he won't even last until my ensuing climax, I drive him back onto the bed and lie on top of him like before. Taking over, I reward his honesty with more quick thrusts of my cock into his gaping asshole. "Tell me," I rasp out, starting to lose my breath. Between his tired moans, Luca can just barely manage to let out an answer. They're manipulating you." I hold tight onto his waist, driving my stiff shaft inside of him one last time as I ejaculate hard, filling his ass with my hot loads of cum. My muscles give out, and I collapse on top of him, the heat of our bodies combining as I feel the sweat build between us. Our heavy panting breaths sync with each other. After taking a moment to relax and focus back onto Luca, his naked body intertwined with mine still acting as a distraction, I turn to face him. "What do you mean, they're manipulating me?" Luca takes a long breath to steady and prepare himself. "The races, the fights, they're using them to make you look bad." He places his hand on my chest to try and tame my growing anger. "What?" I exclaim. "What the hell is the point in that?" "Your reputation is the Rossi's reputation," he elaborates. "They want my dad to cut your family off and ally with them instead." Fighting off his hand, I sit up. "Is that what you want?" I accuse him. "Is that why you didn't tell me?" He sits up next to me and wraps his arm around my shoulder to keep me from leaving. He knows me too well. "I didn't tell you because I was afraid of how you'd react. I wanted to fix it myself." "You should have just told me," I yell, forgetting our need for subtlety in my frustration. "I know, I should have." His eyes drop away from mine. "I'm sorry." Letting out a short sigh, I take his hands in mine. "From now on, we tell each other anything that might affect us, okay?" "Yeah, okay." he mutters. Which of the Grecos are even doing this? I ask him. Antonio's leading the deal, but I think this other guy is really behind it. What other guy? I don't know his name, he explains. He barely talks, but there's just something about him that unsettles me. What does he look like? He's our age, and I think he goes to Valmont, he begins. Brown hair between our heights, average build. That could be almost anyone, I groan. There's been a lot going on, and he won't crack. I'll get something solid soon, I promise. All right, I pause. What do you need from me?
Chapter 16. Luca. Lying close to Dominic's side, I look deeply into his eyes and can see the true care and concern he has for us in every detail of his pupils. His soft touch around my bare waist is completely different than how he held me just moments before this. There's something so enticing in how he can switch between his gentle affection and raw lust in seconds. In one man, I feel like I can find everything I need. There's nothing that we can do for now, I tell him. We need to just lay low, stay out of trouble, and wait until I find out more about what's happening. You don't have to say we. I know you're just talking to me. Dominic chuckles softly. Fine, I relent. You need to lay low and stay out of trouble no matter who invites you. Giving me a playful shove, Dominic laughs as he begins to shift around the bed to get up. I should probably get going. Wait, I interrupt him and grab hold of his arm, stopping him from moving away. It's late. And you look exhausted. Oh wow. Thanks, he says sarcastically. You know what I mean. Maybe you should just stay here for tonight. We can both leave early so no one sees us. Dominic takes a moment to think. Are you sure? Why not? I wrap my arms around him and pull his naked body against mine, feeling every inch of him press against every inch of me. I want you to stay. Dominic's muscles relax under my touch as a smile grows on his face. I guess there's a first time for everything. I push him away from me, almost knocking him off of the bed. You know what? Maybe you should go, I joke. Too late. He grabs hold of my waist and pulls me on top of him, clutching me close in a tight hug. Rolling my eyes at him, I find myself able to relax quickly in his arms, settling down as the soft purrs of his breathing lull me to sleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My eyes blink awake as the morning glow slowly creeps through the window and shines directly on my face. I turn and watch over Dominic as he lies peacefully in my bed, completely oblivious it's morning. While I just watch him sleep and amuse myself with how calm he looks. I study every minor detail of his face that I would usually be too caught up in his intensity to notice. The slight gap in his left eyebrow, the small scar along his cheekbone from what I can only assume was some bloody brawl, and the gentle twitch of his nose while he stirs in his slumber. There's something so cute about him when he sleeps, and I feel this strange deepened connection with him. Maybe it's just because I actually have a moment to think instead of being constantly bombarded by his endless barrage of quips and comments. It's nice, but I don't think I'll be brave enough to tell him about his odd quirks or ask him about his battle scars anytime soon. A short burst of air escapes my nose. After one full night together, I'm already thinking about our future. I'm definitely glad he's not conscious for this. The twitch of his nose grows until his entire face begins to scrunch as his eyelids pry apart. Enjoying the view? He asks with a tired smile. I let out a dry laugh. His attempts at being a stone-cold flirt fall short when accompanied by his first yawn of the morning. Most people say good morning, I joke. Ugh, he groans. Is it morning already? Twisting around in the sheets, he faces toward the uncovered window. Unfortunately, I say sitting up. And you know what that means. Yep, I get it. Dominic drags himself out of the bed and trudges around trying to pick through the messy pile of our mixed clothes. Time for the walk of shame. I exaggerate a gasp. I hope you're not too ashamed. I flip the covers off of myself, letting them bunch together on the floor beside the bed, and leave my entire naked body on full display for him. You'd have to miss out on all of this otherwise, I tease. Clutching his shirt and jeans in either hand, he playfully collapses to his knees and kneels beside me. Please tell me we have some extra time before you kick me out. Not for now, but I do like it when you beg like that. He stands, props my chin up on one of his fingers and raises my lips toward his own. Speaking incredibly close to my face, he says, "That's your thing and we both know it." I lean in to kiss him, but he pulls back slightly, keeping his lips just out of my reach. His eyes glide down the length of my form, stopping in line with my hips before returning to meet my eyes. And you seem to like it too. He's such a tease. Still, he's not wrong, I do love it. He finally kisses me, then starts putting his clothes back on, taking my morning entertainment away from me as he does. Same time tonight? I ask him as he gathers the rest of his things. Spinning on the spot, Dominic looks at me and tries to tell whether I was joking or not. Are you sure? Why not? I have nothing or no one else better to do, I joke. All right then, how about you come to mine tonight instead? He offers. Block D, room 207. Sounds like a date. I smirk. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I don't plan on getting you flowers, he responds. Fine, then neither will I. I grab a clean pair of underwear from my bedside drawer and pull them over myself. But I'll see you there. Can't wait, he says with a smile I don't think he knows is there. Before I know it, Dominic creeps back out the door and closes it gently behind himself, leaving me alone in my bed again like I was just hours ago. However, this time when I throw myself back down onto the mattress, I feel far more content than I was before. Looking out the window, I take a guess at the time from the sun's position in the sky and settle back down to reality as I remember I have class soon with the very same professor who watched me walk out mid-lecture only yesterday. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mid-stride, I feel the confidence in my steps start to come back to me. Before any of this happened, before the Rossis became a part of my life, back when the Grecos were just some petty family of criminals and I had barely heard of Dominic, I would walk across the campus like I owned it without a single care or concern for who or what came in my way and feeling like my aura alone would deter even the most assertive of students. However, once everything started unraveling, I felt as if I had lost that sense of pride in myself, as if I had allowed myself to act like everyone else here. I have become a nobody and not a proud Valenti. Now, though, after my long night with Dominic, I have somehow managed to rediscover that feeling again, that self-assuredness that has sent me back to the top higher than ever. Having shared my problems with someone who actually listens to me and offers their help in any way they can, I feel like with him, we can take on anything. This is no longer just a waiting game. I don't just have to sit back and wait for a solution to show itself all on its own. I have someone in my corner to help me push back the Grecos, and when the moment comes for us to strike, I have twice the power to knock them down with. My confidence is clearly showing because the typical crowd that crams their way into the lecture hall as soon as the doors open has split down the middle around me, creating a clear path forward for me to march down with not a single person daring to get in my way. Except for him. The man whose identity has eluded me for the past 2 nights stands as a roadblock between me and my path forward. He's getting cocky. Why is he getting cocky? Have a good night? He asks me, something hiding on his tongue. What do you want? I scowl back at him. Can't I just pay a visit to a friend? He taunts. Hell, we'll even be family soon. I wish Dominic were here. He would crack this guy across the jaw without hesitation. Cut the act. Fine, fine. I just wanted to talk, he relents. I feel like we only ever talk at night. Why not change up the routine? He's got some hidden trick up his sleeve, I can sense it. That's the only way he would be brave enough to pull something like this. Just get on with it. Someone's in a mood. Didn't sleep much last night? He mocks. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that we're expecting you to go see your father so you can give your full support to our deal. Why the hell would I do that? The audacity he has to come here and say that to me makes me sick. I just thought it'd be a better alternative. Is that the Greco motto or something? Good one, he responds dryly. I'm just saying that not only can my family give you a better option than the Rossis, but also that you telling your dad that you support us is better than me telling him that you're getting very close with Dominic Rossi. My heart sinks into the pit of my stomach. The wave of students crashing around us seems to stop in place and the air vanishes from my lungs all in the same instant. There's no way that he knows. How could he possibly know? Dominic likes to talk, but even he knows better than to spread this around. Did this guy know what we were doing in the locker room? Was his conversation with Antonio afterward just an extra evil edge to his plan? Or did he find out after Dominic's race when our hookups began? It's clear that the Grecos have been pulling some strings to get him involved in these activities, so it's not too far-fetched to think they have some way to keep such close tabs on him. That doesn't matter for now. If he knows, then he knows. All I can do is hope that he doesn't know as much as he's letting on or that I can find some other way out of this. I don't even know what you're talking about, I say, trying my best to bluff. Oh, but that answer tells me otherwise. He grins. He's got me beat and he knows it. Just think about my offer, but don't take too long. I get impatient. My teeth grit behind my dry lips, and I'm unable to move my feet as they anchor themselves in place. I can do nothing but watch him disappear back into the crowd. There is more to their plan. I didn't unravel the string in time, and now it's starting to wrap around my neck. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Just when I thought we could get on top of this mess, he goes ahead and pulls it out from under me. I know I care about Dominic in a way that I've never felt about anyone else ever before. But my family is quite literally my entire life. I have always done whatever I needed to for my father and our business. I have devoted myself for years to this college purely so that I can be the best leader I can for the Valentis. However, the respect my father has for me seems to be lessening by the day. It's starting to feel like no matter what I do, it'll never be enough for him. I have put everything I have into this family and spent every moment trying to live up to the Valenti name and make my father proud. But when I'm with Dominic, it's like I don't even have to try at all. My true self is all he ever expects from me, and when we're alone, I instantly feel the weight of my father's burden lifted off of me. Is that the most we can ever be, though? Even if a miracle occurs and we somehow find a way to stop the Greco's plot, there's no way in hell that our relationship would ever be accepted by either of our families. The Valentis don't allow themselves to fall victim to their emotions, only ever letting logic do the talking, and the Rossis are known for their suspicious nature and lack of restraint when dealing with outsiders. Is giving up my entire family worth all the lies and stolen moments we might get to have together? There is no way that I could ever make this decision. Is choosing between everything I am and everything I want. No, I won't play their game. This is exactly what they want. They want Dominic and I to turn on each other like this and make their jobs even easier, but I won't let any of that happen. I can't let him get too caught up in this. The Grecos are adamant about focusing their sights on me while using Dominic as a puppet. He's been in the middle of this for long enough, and I won't let it go on for any longer. I'm going to handle this and take down the Grecos myself. I will make sure that I can keep Dominic safe and have my family at my side at the same time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I storm into my father's study, crashing through the wall of heat emitting from the fireplace, and I stare him down as he reclines in his favorite chair. Luca, he says, startled by my entrance. What are you doing here at this hour? I want us out of this deal, I demand. Why would we do that? They're making threats. What threats? And who exactly are they threatening? Well, I can't tell him what they'll do. Not only would that defeat the point in even coming here, but my father will disown me for what I've done and let the Grecos win on two fronts. That doesn't matter. It's not the way you taught me to handle things. He scoffs. So the Rossis handle their business with all the grace and decorum in the world? What part of this don't you understand? I ask, the frustration and pure spite coating my tongue as I speak. My father steps to me, trying his best to get up in my face until I step back from him. I won't be intimidated. Why I should trust the Grecos any less than the Rossis? He returns. They're manipulative snakes, I hiss. They're rigging the game. That's how this world works. We don't get attached, my father scolds. Maybe you're just not built for it. His initial doubt felt like a punch to the face, but now he's been pressing the bruise for days. What happened to loyalty? I am loyal to this family. I act in our best interest and our best interest alone, he says in that cold, lifeless tone that makes my blood boil. You need to learn to take care of your own first. If you care about your loyalty to this family, then why do you refuse to trust me? You'll have my trust when you earn it, Luca. I bite my tongue, knowing the words I want to say would only make this worse. If Dominic were here right now, he would hit him across the face, which might not be the best idea, but I can't say it wouldn't be fun to watch. The phone on the desk begins to chime as a call comes in, splitting our attention from our fight. He answers it and listens to whoever's on the other line for a moment before speaking. Is that right? He asks the caller with a smirk on his lips. Thank you for letting me know. He ends the call. That was Antonio. What does he want? I sneer. He just wanted to let us know that Dominic Rossi charged down to their restaurant to start a fight. I told him not to do anything yet. Why would he go behind my back and do that? What are they going to do with him? I ask, a slight tinge of fear in my throat. It's none of my concern, he says coldly. I don't think we'll be associating with him or any other Rossis for much longer. Well, I'm concerned. I yell as I storm out of the room.
Chapter 17, Dominic. I tap my foot against the floor and sit as close as I can to the edge of my bed, waiting for Luca to turn up. All alone in my freshly tidied room, I've been waiting for hours for him to arrive, checking my watch for what feels like the 1,000th time, I start doubting whether or not he'll even come. I thought after everything we've been through together by now, everything we've done and our time together last night, we might actually have something real. Does he not feel the same? Was it all just a way to get me to leave this morning? Just as my doubts and second-guessing start spiraling out of control, I am interrupted by firm knocks against my door. I rush up and quickly check my reflection, making sure my clothes, hair, smile, and just everything about me is in near-perfect condition, even though it'll all be messed up soon. I fling open the door with reckless abandon and pose for my guest, looking him directly in the eye with a wry smile prepared just for him. But it's not Luca, it's Angelo. What are you doing here? Angelo takes one look at me and somehow manages to piece together the whole situation. Oh, I'm sorry, he chuckles. Were you waiting for someone? Yes, I am, I say, not in the mood for his usual bullshit. So make it quick. Wait a second, he mutters. You're waiting for Luca, aren't you? I shift awkwardly. So what if I am? Well, I think I know why you're waiting. What does that mean? Angelo kisses his teeth. He's gone to see the Grecos. I clench my fists and my legs start to shake. My entire body doesn't know whether to react with anger or fear. Who told you that? Salvatore Valenti's son just stormed the Greco castle. They want to make an example of him, so they're calling on everyone, he explains. I heard from some guys going there right now. I know you would want to know. Where? Their restaurant downtown. You're not going down there, are you? Of course I am, I yell at him. Give me your keys. No way, you might get yourself killed. If I don't go, Luca definitely will be. There's no time for arguing. I grab him by the collar of his shirt and pull him up to my face. Give me your keys or I'll take them myself. Fine, he relents. But I'm going too and I'm driving. I release my grip and Angelo stumbles to find his balance. I push past him and make my way to his car. Angelo slams the gas pedal, careening around every corner and speeding through the streets of Montcove, but he's still not going fast enough. Hurry up, I growl. Angelo keeps his eyes on the road, doing whatever he can to straighten out to make up for me being the crazy one. Do you want to crash and burn before we get there? I huff to myself. What the hell was he thinking? I don't know. He's your boyfriend. That's not, I don't. I stutter, my thoughts unable to fully form with everything already going on, and Angelo throwing out labels only makes it worse. Why would he even go there? What would he even want with the Grecos? Angelo asks. They're trying to edge my family out and get themselves involved with the Valentis, I explain. The car screeches onto another block, and the final street to get to the restaurant comes into sight. So he's gone to stop it all by himself? That's almost romantic. Angelo laughs aloud. Cut the jokes. This is actually serious, Angelo. Fine. Just know that it's going to be bad when you go in there. I turn to face Angelo, glaring at him across in the driver's seat. You drove here. You're coming in there with me. I need backup. What? He laughs. I don't want to get my ass beat. You won't with me there, I tell him, no longer asking. Angelo shakes his head, pulling up in front of the restaurant and abandoning his car there. Let's go then. Throwing the passenger door open, I dive out and race toward the door to the restaurant, Angelo following close behind me. My entire body feels like it's collapsing in on itself, and the burden of my anxiety makes my back almost break under its weight. Why couldn't I be the one to charge headfirst into this restaurant? What has happened to us? He's the one that's supposed to clean up after my messes. Why did I have to be a bad influence on him? Why couldn't I get something good from him instead? If the roles were reversed, I know that no matter how bad it got in there, Luca would come after me, and everything would be okay. Does he feel the same? Can I honestly say that right now, as he's in there, Luca doesn't have a doubt in the world that I'm outside about to burst through these doors and make everything better? Why would he? This whole thing has only gone this far because of how badly I screwed up, and fate isn't even kind enough to make me pay for it. Maybe he should have just told his father to accept the Grecos' deal and to leave us to go under. Maybe everything would have turned out okay if our parents never got married in the first place. I would be drowning right now without him, but he would be fine without me. Crashing through the door, My eyes narrow immediately to try and cut through the dim light and get a better read of the room. They've left the lights off to the main dining room of the restaurant, so I'm only just able to see using the moonlight bleeding through the gaps in the window blinds and two smaller side rooms with the lights still on. They clearly want this place to seem closed for business and empty to avoid interruptions, but they didn't account for me. The Grecos and their lackeys stand in a ring around the room, Antonio standing proud with his arms folded in front of his stomach in the middle of a sadistic cackle. Their heads all turn to the sound of my disruption, each of them eyeing up my prepared fighting stance as I root my feet to the floor and cock my fists ready. Luca, lying on the floor in a crumpled pile, rests in the middle of them, finally catching a break from his beating as his assailants prepare themselves to take me on next. But they're not ready for me. They could never be. Charging forward at the closest person to me, I see his bruised knuckles that were used to hurt Luca, and a fire burns inside my stomach. "Get the hell away from him!" I roar, my feet bounding off the floor and launching me toward my target. Point, my fist rocketing across his jaw and sending him reeling back. With him dealt with, I turn to face my next opponent, but find four more already coming at me. Ducking around one of their hits, I end up taking two more instead. Flailing out another attempt at a punch, I barely glance one of their arms before the rest of Antonio's dogs come down on me with the worst pain I've ever felt. Knocking my ass to the floor, I'm thrown back by a barrage of kicks and punches. Skidding my face against the sharp edges of each tile on the floor, I feel them cut and scrape against my face. The warmth of my injuries cool down under the rivers of cold blood running down my cheek. Recoiling from the pain, I turn my body in place in an attempt to stand again. Feeling the unbearable pain and struggle of my muscles as they fail to simply hold my weight, I relent the attempt and fall back to the floor. It's okay, though. This isn't over yet. I still have Angelo to keep them busy until I catch my second wind. Gasping for air, trying to fill my emptied lungs, I drop my head, accepting my place on the floor. I turn my eyes across the room to lock gazes with Luca, who looks as defeated as he is in pain. The hopelessness in his eyes feels like a sharp knife stabbing me between my possibly broken ribs. Even if he did expect me to come after him, he didn't think for a second that I could do anything to help him. He was right. His eyes start to widen as he looks past me, staring over my body to where Angelo should be rushing through any second now. I wait for him to come flying past me with a flurry of blows or a supportive arm as he drags me back onto my feet so we can fight side by side again, but nothing comes. What is he doing? Why isn't he fighting? Persisting through my immense pain, I roll over to face Angelo, watching him just stand there, doing nothing. His brown eyes blend into his brunette fringe as it lies in front of his face. No part of his average build is ready for a fight. It's him. How could it be him? His entire act drops, his look of anxiety and alarm leaving his face as his almost trademark cocky smile takes its place. That piece of shit. With a new purpose, I push my bruised hands against the floor and stagger to my feet. Fighting through the pain, I stumble toward Angelo and try to tackle him to the floor. "You bastard," I sputter out. Struggling against the weight of gravity itself, I barely make it 2 steps closer to him before my body collapses to the floor again. The rough hands of Greco's men grip tightly onto my arms and drag me back. Propping me up to face Luca and Antonio, I am locked in place as his henchmen refuse to let me go. I'm forced to watch Luca's beaten state, his almost lifeless eyes staring back at me, trying to work out how we could ever get out of here. I have no choice but to see the exact moment when he gives up. That was easier than I thought. Angelo laughs as he walks past me to join Antonio at his side. "You did good," Antonio congratulates him. The two of them laugh at their victory. I writhe against my captors, trying to free myself from their hold, but it's no use. "You betrayed me," I wheeze, my breath slowly coming back to me. The two men share a look with each other, then burst into laughter. "Betrayed you?" Angelo echoes. "I was never on your side to begin with." I can't blame him. I always said you could have been an actor in another life, Antonio jokes. He wraps his arm around Angelo's shoulder, a smug smile on his lips. "I'm proud of you, son. Luca and I react in unison, the revelation hitting us both like a ton of bricks. You told me you were a Morganelli, I stammer. Antonio takes his hands off of his supposed son's back and throws them in the air. Well, that one's on me. I know my reputation all too well. He paces the floor around us, unable to resist playing up his victory lap. I just couldn't bear the idea of dumping that on him at such a young age. People would treat him differently, and he'd be better off without that on his shoulders. Something your parents should have considered. Angelo mocks us both, kicking us while we're already down, though that would be saving them from your embarrassment instead. For now, my boy will just have his mother's name. Antonio gives his son a smile. When he's ready, we can always tack my name on the end too. For a moment, I watch Angelo's body tense. Go on, guys, let him go, Angelo commands to the guys holding me back. You good there, Dom? Fuck you, I spit back at him. That's more like it. I was worried you just gave up altogether there, he says. Do you want to punch me? Would that make you feel better? He steps toward me slowly, getting his smug face right up in mine. Go on, he provokes. Hit me. Staring back at him, I leave my fists by my sides. I don't have it in me to even try to hit him, and even if I did, I would miss and make myself look even weaker. That's just sad, he mocks. My body gives out, and I drop to the floor again, lying on the ground, no longer able to move any part of my body on its own. I give up. My ear lands beside Luca's mouth, our legs sprawling out in either direction. I have a plan, he whispers to me, a distinct croak in his voice. Rolling onto my side to face him, the shock of pain erupting from my ribs jolts through my entire body. No, I whisper back. Antonio stands beside his son, smirking down at us in our weakest moment, as if the image is the only thing that will make him feel strong and powerful. Angelo leans into his ear and whispers something to him while he nods. He pulls away and points to 4 of the men standing around us. Separate them. I don't want any more talking. Come on, take them into the other rooms. Antonio echoes the sentiment. My arms are being pulled back and yanked toward the ceiling as I am hauled up and dragged across the room. Luca is being treated with the same level of care as the 2 of us are moved apart and taken away to the 2 rooms on either side of the restaurant. One of the Greco lackeys throws me back into one of the small, cold chairs in the room, the other man binding my hands behind the back of it. My shoulders crack as they're tied in an awkward knot. Is this really necessary? I cough out. My lungs feel like they're about to explode. With how much I've learned about you, he begins, speaking slowly and purposefully, entirely different from the Angelo I thought I knew, it's best to play it safe. Did you really spend all that time with me just waiting for this? Angelo waits to answer, traipsing across the room around me toward the desk and sitting in the grand chair behind it, lording over me as he cowers behind the slab of wood. Not at first. I tilt my head up to look at him. At first, you were just some idiot who kept screwing up his own life so badly that it was too much fun to stop watching, he taunts me. Then when you told me about your mom's wedding, well, I couldn't let the opportunity go. I can't believe you, man, I sputter out. Believe what? You were on this path of self-destruction already. All I did was give you a little push. You tried to get me killed. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead, he speaks coldly. You need something from us, don't you? I ask him through gritted teeth. Angelo rolls his head back with an exaggerated laugh. Don't think that you're going to get me monologuing like some action movie. He returns to his new emotionless composure. All you need to know is that you're here to watch me beat you. Obviously, I'm a bit biased. I chuckle. But I think you've beaten me enough already. Angelo stands from his desk, his hair falling in front of his eyes again. Is that all you've got, jokes? He gets up in my face again. Even for you, this is pathetic. Surrendering against his cold stare, I hang my head low in shame. You're right, I tell him pitifully. He looks down at me as I wallow in my defeat, feeding off of my failure. I have had to put up with your bullshit for months now, and finally you learned to shut your mouth. I should have done this a long time ago, he gloats. I get it. You're better than me, I mumble. In every single way, you're better than me. If you think your blatant flattery will get you out of this, you're more desperate than I thought. I don't care anymore, I admit. Even before all of this, I had no chance of doing what you've done. Angelo shakes his head and turns away from me, trying to stop listening to my praise. I mean, you've lied to me for months, you've manipulated almost everyone around you, and you're about to bring down two of the city's biggest crime families, and you act like it's no work at all. With his back still turned to me, Angelo boasts, "They won't be the biggest for long." But hey, at least we can relate on one thing, I say. Angelo spins around on the spot to face me. I have his attention now. He doesn't want to ask about what I mean, but I know he could never go without knowing. We both get the same credit from our families, right? What are you talking about? He demands, his tone starting to falter. I'm just saying, you're doing all that work to bring the Grecos back from obscurity, and your dad still won't let you share his name? I get that kind of treatment, and I'm a deadbeat. I laugh. Angelo tries to keep his cool, but it's not working for even a moment. I can see the frustration in his eyes, the fire burning inside him as he can't stop his hands from shaking. That's not what's happening. Are you kidding? When he's ready, we can always tack my name on the end, too, I quote. How long has he been saying that? That's not true, he persists, but it sounds like he's trying to convince himself. Sure, man, I chuckle. You keep telling yourself that. Angelo huffs and lets out a series of half sentences. No, I mean, he knows. I have done so. He gives up on whatever he was trying to convince himself of, and without adding another word, Angelo storms out of the back office and leaves me all by myself, completely unattended. Perfect.
Chapter 18. Luca. My feet drag against the rough floor of the storage room I'm thrown into, and I crash down onto a hard wooden chair before the men handling me tie me down to it and vacate the room, leaving only myself and Antonio alone in there. The air is cold, the chair beneath me is almost painful to sit on, and the wrappings around my wrists are tightly fastened. Everything about this is designed to keep me as uncomfortable as possible. Antonio parades around the small room, already celebrating his victory over us. If only you could have learned a thing or two from me, he mocks. Fighting back against the intense agony radiating throughout my entire body, I struggle just to sit up in the chair. Every muscle in my body aches and just wants to give in forever, but I force myself to persist and lift up my head to face him. What could I have learned from you? I ask him, my words coming out with a lisp due to my busted lip. Antonio can't help but scoff. I gave you the option to be in on this deal from the very start, he begins. I wanted to give you the chance to do the right thing, but you spat in my face and left me with no choice. Your plan wouldn't have changed even if I had some part in it. Well, I guess you'll never know now, he taunts. You're just far too defensive, close-minded, and indecisive. Do you really think that you could ever become a leader with those qualities? Hanging my head again, I conceal my face from Antonio's view, not able to even look him in the eye. My voice spills out my defeat. What would be the point? Antonio shakes his head at me. That's your problem. You have no motivation, no initiative. I still avoid his gaze, staring down at the harsh concrete floor beneath me. Does your son have motivation? Does he have initiative? I ask him. Of course he does. He is a far better fit for a leader than you could ever be. He is so proud of his son for everything he has done that Antonio gloats about all of Angelo's accomplishments as if they are his own. So if I was like him, I begin, then my father would respect me enough to trust me with the family business? My tone is even more pathetic than it was before. I know that I look so weak to him. Exactly, he lectures. But instead, you choose to sit back, let everything happen around you, and choose a Rossi of all people over your entire family. So if your son's the perfect example, then how come he hasn't gotten the recognition for it? I ask. What? Antonio exclaims. He gets plenty of recognition for what he's done. Even after being severely beaten and tied down to this chair as I struggle to fight off my drowsiness, I can tell that even he doesn't believe what he's saying. He stammers through the sentence. His voice shakes with uncertainty, and his pitch falters, putting his insecurity on full display. If this is a man who is worthy of being the leader of one of Monkov's most powerful crime families, then I am glad that I am far from it. You know what, I can't blame you, I tell him. Blame me for what? He challenges. He's getting defensive. Good. You've managed to get all the credit and reap all of the rewards all while your son's doing all of the work, I say to him, my tone almost making it sound like a compliment. If ability actually mattered, wouldn't he be running the Grecos and not you? Antonio's face scrunches up tight, his blood starting to boil beneath his skin and turning his face red. You have no idea what I do for this family, all the work I put in, everything I've sacrificed. He grabs me by the collar and gets up in my face. Yeah, you must have had to sacrifice your pride to sit back and watch your son do everything you couldn't do. I laugh. What a great leader you must be. He grunts loudly, no longer able to put words to his frustration. Throttling me with one hand, he backhands me across the face with the other. You shut your mouth, you little runt, he screams. Interrupting Antonio's screams with his own, Angelo bursts through the door to the room. What are you doing here? Antonio yells, taking his attention away from me and preparing to take it all out on his son. Angelo's face is red with anger, his body language all out of order from his usual composure, and spittle is already flying from his mouth. When are you going to stop telling me what to do? When you stop being my son, so listen to me when I am talking to you. I can't believe it. It's all worked so well. Everything fell perfectly into place, and the Greco men are at each other's throats already. Back when I was lying defeated on the floor of the restaurant's dining room, the Grecos forced me to watch as Dominic was assaulted until he collapsed beside me. I thought he had given up on everything, that he had given up on me when he cut me off as I tried to explain my plan. He didn't want to hear it, but I'm glad he didn't. His plan worked so much better. I have done everything for you. Angelos. If it wasn't for me, you would still be making deals in back alleys with lowlifes. I made you everything you are. Antonio berates his son. Bullshit. Don't talk to me like that. I am your father. Hearing the two of them fall into disarray, their entire plan crumbling as they fight with each other like children, I burst out into near hysterical laughter. The two Grecos fall silent in an instant, their intense argument having made them forget all about me sitting beside them grinning along to their bickering. Are you enjoying this, you? Antonio blurts out, but goes quiet when Angelo grabs hold of his arm. This is what he wants, he says, pulling his father toward the door. Let's talk elsewhere. Both men bite their tongues as they practically shove each other out of the cramped storage closet. They leave me alone, tied up in the chair, waiting for the next step of the plan. I feel awful for never giving Dominic the credit that he actually deserves. He wasn't the one who ran into this whole situation completely blind, hoping to take out the Grecos single-handedly. He was the one that actually came up with a plan to solve this problem without anyone getting unnecessarily hurt. If it wasn't for him, I may not have gotten into this situation in the first place, but I certainly wouldn't have come out the other side as a better person without him either. I writhe around in my bindings, trying to wriggle free of the tight constraints around my wrists, but every movement just makes them dig further into my skin. Feeling the friction burn against my wrists makes me hiss in pain. Relenting my attempts to escape, my arms go slack and I let them fall behind me. What am I supposed to do now? I mumble to myself. A slouched figure leans itself on the doorframe in front of me. You wait for me, the unmistakable voice says. Dominic steps into the light, showing the extent of his injuries, his damaged limbs causing him to need the frame for support. How did you get out? I ask him as he stumbles toward me and begins messing with my restraints. If you think getting out of these is impressive, you should see me with handcuffs. He laughs as he fights against my bindings. With another quick tug, he manages to break apart the wraps around my wrists, allowing me to move my arms in front of myself and massage them. How about we do that later? But for now, let's get out of here. Dominic helps me to my feet, the two of us using each other for support as we stumble for the rear door to the storage room. That was a good plan, I admit. How did you come up with it? Well, I know for a fact that no one pushes buttons like you do, he responds with a chuckle. It's pissed me off in the past, so I thought if we both did that, we could push them over the edge. You weren't half bad. We crash out onto the side street beside the restaurant, the darkness of night as our cover and the roaring argument of Antonio and Angelo already reigniting in the restaurant, and we stagger away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Throughout the dark, empty streets of the city, side by side with Dominic, the pair of us hardly say a word to each other. The only noises we emit are the pained grunts and panting breaths that call and respond to each other like its own kind of conversation. For now, though, Dominic guides us both through the labyrinth of street grids to some location unknown to me. He is leading this dance, and I am only his blind partner. We need somewhere to lay low until we know if our plan came to fruition or not. We can't head back to Valmont. Angelo knows where Dominic lives, and I wouldn't put it past him that he knows where I live either. Where are we going? I ask him between my exhausted gasps. Back to mine, he replies, his voice showing just how tired he is. Won't Angelo find us? I ask in a panic. Not my dorm, my home? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The door to the Rossi mansion creaks open, revealing the entranceway behind it. Dominic's family home is nowhere near the same size as the Valenti mansion, but there's something so much nicer and more homey about its much more humble design. Come on, just up here, Dominic whispers to me as he takes my hand in his and leads me up the stairs. Nodding to him slightly, I follow him up to the second floor, limping with each step along the way. Creeping down the hallway, Dominic has each floorboard committed perfectly to his memory, placing his feet on the exact right spots to avoid the ones that creak. Sneaking behind him, I slip up every few steps, tensing as they creak at me like an incorrect buzzer on a game show. Luckily, though, even after a few of my missteps, we both manage to make it to the end of the upper hallway and duck into a small, dark room. Flipping on the light switch, Dominic reveals his home bedroom to me and drops quickly down onto his bed. Come sit down, he urges, beckoning me over with his hands outstretched. You need to rest. Moving closer to him, he takes hold of me and pulls me toward him and down beside himself on the bed. How are you feeling? He asks earnestly, looking over each and every one of my assortment of bruises and injuries. You handled yourself well. Thank you. I blush, not wanting him to know just how much pain I am in. But you took some pretty bad hits, especially with finding out about. Can we not? Just for tonight at least, he interrupts. I just want to be with you and forget about it all for now. Okay, I like that. I smile at him. Tonight it's just us. He pulls me in close to him, wrapping his arms around me as we both lie down beside each other in the bed. As my body touches and rubs against Dominic's, we both recoil slightly as our many pains and bruises press into each other's, but soon we accept the aching and soreness. We still want to move closer again. Lying with him, I feel safe in his arms, despite the intense agony and suffering I've been put through tonight. Even with the aftershock of everything that's happened, not just within the last few hours with the Grecos, but this whole roller coaster of a week, I feel pure bliss wash over me. Soon enough, I both drift off to sleep, sharing a night of peace with Dominic for a second night in a row. I forget all about our pain and problems for now, letting there just be me and him. For tonight, there will be only us.
Chapter 19. Dominic. I wake peacefully in my old bed. I haven't slept here in almost a year, and the whole place feels so foreign to me. Luckily, I have the familiar feeling of having Luca lying beside me, wrapped tightly in my arms. Somehow, I've already grown so used to this. The calm, quiet morning in bed, the sun hiding behind the closed curtains, and the calming knowledge that we don't care about what might happen next. Letting out a long, relaxed breath, I nestle myself closer into his neck, feeling the warmth of his smooth skin against my face. The searing pains of my injuries have settled slightly and left a constant soreness in its place. Despite my entire body hurting, I still feel so calm and relaxed while beside him. I gaze down at Luca as his eyes start to flutter open, sluggishly trying their best to stay open as he begins to wake up. Morning, he whispers, his voice not quite warmed up yet. Morning. I speak softly. You sleep okay? Luca nods to me, resting his head on my chest and somehow bringing us even closer together than before. What do we do now? I ask him. I mean, do we celebrate? Do we just wait? Gradually running his hand over my chest, Luca leans closely into my ear. Well, I think I know a way that we can do both. Oh, is that right? What do you have in mind? He smiles, deliberately gliding his hand back down my chest and to my crotch, rubbing back and forth. Luca, I moan gently. Yes, he asks, his bratty expression getting even worse. After everything we've done, I utter, still feeling the soft touch of his hand against my trapped bulge. I've been waiting for this. Grabbing hold of his wrist, I pin it behind his head as I roll on top of him, completely holding him down. Beneath my weight, Luca wriggles playfully to get free. You wanted this, I say to him with a wink, so you're going to take it. His pointless attempts to escape end quickly when I rest my knee gently against his groin, rubbing it gently as I do, and making sure to find the perfect line between pain and pleasure. He whimpers slightly at the sensation, fully letting go of any control he had left, and waiting for me to do whatever I want to him. Do you like that? I ask him as I start to apply more and more pressure. He doesn't say a word, only leaning his head back into the pillow behind him. presenting his quivering lip to me and closing his eyes, waiting for more. I lay a passionate kiss on his mouth, feeling the warm, shaking touch of his lips against mine as he kisses me back. Freeing his hands, I take off his shirt, giving me a better look at each and every one of his injuries from last night. I trail my hand across them, feeling each bruise and bump with my fingertips, and he recoils. "Don't worry," I whisper to him. "I'll be gentle." Pulling down his pants, I free his erect penis before taking out my own. Switching up my approach, I lift myself up slightly from his body, moving my hands under his back, rolling over and resting him on top of me. After he settles in place, he grinds himself gently against me, letting our hardening cocks rub together. The gentle caress is incredible. I find an old bottle of lube in my bedside drawer. Ideal. I squeeze some onto my dick. Taking his petite waist in my hands, I guide him to the perfect spot, lowering him gently down onto my stiff dick and letting him go wild on top of me. He grinds against me, bounces on me, and rides my hard shaft passionately. The both of us quickly forget all of our problems, our old hate for each other, our battle with the Grecos just last night, and soon find ourselves as nothing more than just two people alone, intertwined with each other. Every single one of his movements is filled with vigorous desire as we both give in to our cravings for each other's bodies. Pulling him down to me, I kiss him gently, massaging his tongue with my own as we rub against each other. "Dominic," he moans. Do it," I interrupt, knowing what he wants to say. Luca falls silent, biting down on his own lip and clinging tightly to me as his body trembles on top of me. I feel the gush of his cum seal the small creases between us. Then his muscles relax as the energy leaves his body along with it. "You're so good for me," I sigh. Taking back my control over him, I thrust my hips and use him to stroke my hard cock, feeling his tight hole gripping against it, pumping myself over and over, hammering his entrance as he whimpers with excitement. "Dominic, he stutters out, losing track of his sentence with each of my drives. "Shh," I whisper. "I'm almost done with you." Unrelenting, I speed up my motions and thrust myself faster and harder inside of him. The immense pressure builds up in my throbbing cock, and the ecstasy runs through its veins and overflows inside of him. My muscles tighten around him as my thighs gripping against his own, pulling him closer to my body and finally letting go when my load stops pumping into him, and I relax again. My fast pants of breath and thumping heartbeat overwhelm my ears and make me almost deaf. Slowly, his voice comes back to me as everything else fades out and I can hear again. "Dominic," he gasps. "Sorry, I got carried away." "That's okay, but that's not what I was trying to say," he stutters slightly. "What do you mean?" "I was trying to tell you," he says, settling his voice and becoming almost serious. "I wanted to tell you that I'm in love with you." My mouth falls agape, not knowing what words to say next. "I don't expect you to say it back," he rushes out. "I wouldn't blame you if you didn't feel the same. I know I've caused so many problems for you." "Luca, I try to interrupt, but his ramblings drown out my attempts. "I ran away from you countless times, leaving you alone after we just started getting somewhere, and I tried to fix everything myself and only made things worse and got you hurt." Luca quickly starts to spiral, pulling away from me and retreating into his own head. Holding on to his shoulders, I shake him back to the present. Looking deep into his eyes, I try to keep him here with me. "Luca," I sputter out, "I love you too." My admission makes him finally go quiet. "Look, I'm not going to say that you shouldn't have tried to fix things alone, or that you shouldn't have run away from me either," I begin. "But I also shouldn't have kept running in headfirst and creating this whole problem." "Can you forgive me?" he asks, almost like he didn't hear a word what I just said. "Of course I do," I tell him, "and I want you to know that I love you too." His eyes go wide. "Really?" Laughing slightly, I can't help but smile. "How could I not love you?" I joke, pulling him back into my arms. After we shower together and wash each other tenderly, I follow closely behind Luca as he wanders the hall of my family home, watching as he looks over all of the different family photos that hang on the walls. "You were cute as a kid," Luca giggles to himself. "Hey!" I shout, offended. "I'm cute now." He murmurs as he looks at me. "I don't know if cute is the right word for you." He shows me his usual cheeky smile, knowing that it can get him out of almost anything with me. Fine, I huff. Turning back to the rest of the hall, Luca stands almost in shock at all of the random photos of me and the rest of my family over the years, either from family gatherings, me and my brother playing together when we were young, or individual pictures from big life moments or events through the years. It's weird, Luca admits. We have big photos like some of these at mine, but we don't have ones like this, he says, pointing toward a random photo of me standing with my father in my graduation gown from high school. Really? Yeah, my dad doesn't like to celebrate the kind of things he considers expected, he shares with me. Sure, we had birthdays and parties, but he never saw the point in documenting them and displaying them. I mean, I can see that, I guess. I can't, he says through gritted teeth. I like it like this. He keeps smiling at the photo before he turns back to me and gives a slightly nervous look. So is that your dad? Yeah, I respond. That was a few months before he passed. Looking between me and the photo, he says, "You look a lot like him." Yeah, I was always told I took after him, I say as a nostalgic smile creeps over my face. My brother looks like my mom. I think that's why it's easier for her to be around him. Dom, he says softly. Luca walks toward me and takes my hand gently in his. Do you really think that? Of course I do, I tell him, not able to look him in the eyes. When I lost him, that's when I started really acting out, getting into trouble and just doing everything I wasn't supposed to. A small tear starts to build in the corner of my eye before I blink it away. And when she would find out, she would shout and complain, and she would always say that I wasn't acting like my father, that I wasn't like him. My hold around Luca's hands gets tighter without meaning to. So when I got into Valmont, I stayed there whenever I could, so she didn't have to watch me screwing up his legacy. I'm sorry if it isn't my place to say, he says, testing the waters for my reaction. But I don't think that's fair on either of you. You're not your father, and that's okay, but when you keep your distance from your mom, you're taking away her son and one of the few things she has left of him. The single tear I tried to hide away before comes flooding back to my eyes, many more just like it following closely behind it. I lose any and all words I can think of to respond, not knowing what to say, not knowing how to feel. My lip quivers slightly as my mouth stays open. I'm sorry, Luca says, trying to take back what he's already said. I shake my head, the only reaction I can manage to give. I don't want him to take it back. I think he's right. Before I can properly wrap my head around all of it, the front door swings open downstairs, its hinges announcing somebody's entrance. Peeking my head down the staircase, I see my mom and Gianni making their way into the entranceway and quickly catching sight of me. Dominic, what are you doing here? My mother asks. Oh well, I search for a good enough excuse. Not even thinking, I look to my side to Luca, who's still hidden out of their sight, hoping that he can give me some kind of answer. Who's up there with you? Gianni asks, already making his way toward the stairs. It's just, I fight for words again, staring at Luca while I pray for something to happen to clear this all up. Just as Gianni's halfway toward us and Mom stands on guard downstairs, Luca steps out around me and makes himself known to them both. Dressed in his disheveled clothes from our multiple encounters and much more obvious injuries than my own on his face. What the hell is he doing here? Gianni demands. Luca, my mom asks, how come you've decided to visit? Her tone is a lot more gentle and not nearly as standoffish as my brother's. Look, I can explain, I begin, not quite having an explanation ready for when I next have to speak. Oh my God, my mother gasps. What happened to you both? It was the Grecos, Luca says. They attacked us. What? Gianni says through gritted teeth. Sore losers. Sore losers? I ask, sharing a confused look with Luca. Antonio's backed out of his deal. Gianni scoffs. My eyes widen. I can't believe it. Our plan worked. It actually worked. I turn to Luca again, showing off the most joyful smile and making me almost completely forget about my family just a few steps away preparing for their interrogation. Even after everything we've had to deal with together, the things that they know of at least, why would we be spending the night together, traipsing around my family home and stealing looks with one another? Do you know why? Luca probes for more information. There was some kind of coup last night. Someone tried to take power from him, but the rest of the family didn't want anything to do with either of them anymore, Gianni explains. Antonio looked weak for letting someone else try and take control, and the would-be usurper was nothing better than a backstabbing snake for trying it. It worked, I murmur under my breath. I can't believe it. What did you say? Gianni asks. Well, I stutter out, not knowing the right way to say it. I look back to Luca to see if he wants to take the lead, but all he does is nod along to my ramblings. I assert. We dealt with them last night. You did what? My mom asks, her voice shaking slightly as she decides between worry and anger. There's no way. Gianni almost laughs. How could you even manage that? Dominic's a lot smarter than you give him credit for, Luca says. I put my hand out, trying to settle Luca before he takes it any further. He's certainly gotten more daring, especially when it comes to fighting my battles with me, but Gianni is a whole different type of game. I'm even scared of pissing him off. Last night they tricked us again, I admit. They got us exactly where they wanted us, and that's when they did. I gesture to our myriad of cuts, scrapes, and bruises. I can't believe you could do something so idiotic, Gianni jeers. Let him finish, Luca jabs again. Don't talk to me like that. Gianni scoffs. Gianni, Mom scolds. Finally, they all go quiet again. Turns out the man who was working with the Grecos was actually Angelo, I confess. Angelo, as in your friend, my mother clarifies. I nod, still not over the betrayal. He's Antonio's son. My mother covers her mouth, holding in a shocked gasp. I know I screwed up by not realizing, but last night we managed to turn the two of them against each other, and that's why they've imploded. I ramble through my explanation. Yeah, Luca exclaims. He's the one that fixed everything. My dad wanted you guys gone, but Dominic kept us together. And how do we know that for sure? Gianni challenges. How can we know that Salvatore won't just let our family fall to the bottom as well? We don't, I respond. But more fighting won't fix anything. It never has. We'll talk to my dad, Luca promises. Fine, Gianni relents. But if you mess up, I don't want anything to do with it. I shrug off my brother's constant complaints. I've dealt with them my entire life, and I'm tired of them. I place my hand on Luca's back and guide him down the stairs, trying to get us out the door without any more questions. I'm not done with you. Mom speaks in an almost sinister tone. Why are you both here? Her cold gaze freezes us both in place. We were so close, only steps from the door. After we escaped, we needed somewhere to lay low, so we came here, I tell her, not completely lying to her. That explains why you're here, but why you, Luca? She says, zoning in on him. Well, basically, he stumbles over his words for an explanation. We were both hurt, so we thought it would be better to stick together, I answer for him. Sticking together with a Valenti. Gianni scoffs. Mom scowls at my brother. Can you give us a minute? Gianni rolls his eyes and turns away, pacing away to the next room in a huff. Now, she continues, are you both going to stop lying to me? Why does she have to be able to read me so well? What the hell can I even say to convince her? Dominic, I think we should tell her the truth.
Chapter 20, Luca. Every part of me is shaking, terrified of the pit I've just dug myself into and praying that it won't end up as my grave after this. Dominic stands beside me equally as frozen, still searching for some kind of an answer to my question. Dom? I ask him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Tell me what? Sophia asks, growing even more concerned and impatient. Yeah, okay, Dominic murmurs as he prepares himself to explain. I can't believe we thought we would be able to keep this a secret. With how much our secrecy and plans have been falling apart recently, it's a miracle we lasted this long. Angelo held our affair over our heads and it almost ruined everything. I think it's best that we come out on our own terms and not anybody else's. Mom, Dominic begins with a heavy sigh. Luca and I were kind of dating. He grabs hold of my hand and squeezes it tightly, scrunching up his face as he starts to already flinch against what's to come next. That's right. We've been seeing each other in secret, but it's about time we tell the truth, I confess to Sophia. I see, she says, taking everything in with an almost unsettling level of composure. So you're the one that let my son go through all of this? No, Mom, Dominic interjects. It's not like that. But it is, I blurt out. I put him through dangerous situations countless times and I'm sorry. Look at what's happened to him. Do you think sorry can make up for that? Sophia demands. And look at what's happened to him. Dominic roars as he shoves me toward her. He's been through just as much as me being wrapped up in all of this, if not more. Dominic steps forward, guiding me alongside him so that we're both closer to his mother. Sure, he's got me into some bad situations, but he's gotten me out of even more. He chuckles slightly to himself. I've lost count of all the times Luca's come charging into the most dangerous of situations just so that he can drag me back out of them. Sophia's hardened exterior starts to crack, the sharp shell beginning to expose the caring motherly figure that I'm more used to waiting beneath it. I don't care if you don't approve of us being together and you end up doing whatever you can to stop us, Dominic snarls. But don't you dare act like he doesn't care about me for even a second. Dominic pants out short, heavy breaths, still fighting to settle the brewing anger inside of him. I gently squeeze his hand, reminding him that I'm right here beside him. I feel the rapid pulsing of his hammering heartbeat against my fingertips, its rhythm slowly starting to slow down. I do care about your son, Mrs. Rossi, I assure her. I care about him a lot. Good, she finally speaks again. Because I care about him a whole lot more, and I promise you that it won't end well for you if you end up hurting him. I'm willing to accept that risk, I reply nervously. Come here, she says. Both of you. Letting her cold front fade away, she embraces both of us in a warm hug and holds us tightly against her, ignoring all of our pained groans and attempts to pull away sooner than she wanted. Looking down at her in the embrace, I have to say that I underestimated Sophia, like many others have done before me. Just because she likes to project this warm, caring figure most of the time, it doesn't mean that she can't get serious and downright intimidating when she has to. I suppose that's what makes her such a good parent. She's like a mother bear, warm and soft when she needs to be, but prepared to tear someone to shreds at any moment if they endanger her young. It's certainly better than my father, a man more akin to a bird pushing its child from a tree branch and expecting it to fly all on its own. Well, he pushed me from the highest branch long ago, and after hitting the hard ground over and over, I'm ready to fly now. All right, she says while eventually letting us go. Of course I support you too. I haven't seen you passionate like this in quite some time. Sophia smiles and gently pats Dominic's shoulder. But I can't tell you that everyone will be the same. You're both in a tough world now and you'll both need to be ready for it. We know, Mom, Dominic assures her. Anyway, we have each other to get through it, I say with a smile overtaking my face. Sophia smiles back at me and gives us both a slight nod of approval before making her way toward the room off to the side where Johnny went off to before. Mom, Dominic calls after her. Can you not tell Johnny about this yet? I'm going to tell him, but I don't think now is the best time. Of course, she responds simply, walking away and disappearing through the door. Dominic sighs like it's the first breath he's taken since his family got home. Well, that went better than I expected. Your mom's nice, I tell him, my voice cracking slightly. What's wrong? Dominic asks, his face showing all of his worry. I bite my lip, hating the bitter taste of the words about to come out of my mouth. My dad, I don't know if he'll be as easy to convince as her, I mutter. Luca, don't worry, Dominic tries to assure me. We don't have to tell him until you're ready. I think we have to tell him soon, I admit. We can't let him find out on his own. We need to be there to explain everything. All right. When do you want to do this? I take my time to think. I know that we should probably get this over and done with as soon as possible, but the idea of doing it terrifies me. We are both still recovering from everything so far. Could confessing to my dad be the final thing that makes us collapse? However, if the Grecos get to him first to get one final spite-fueled hit back at us, they can not only expose Dominic and me, but he won't know about their betrayal and could take it out on him without him being prepared. Can we go over there now? I ask him. I'm still worried about the Grecos. He doesn't know what happened with them last night, and I can't be sure that they won't go after him for revenge. All right. We'll go now, he agrees. I'll ask my brother for his keys. Standing beside him, I wait for him to go ask, expecting him to chase them into the side room and talk to him there, but I am quickly reminded of the ways of the Rossis. Hey Johnny, he yells into the next room. I need your car. His brother crashes through the door and leans against the frame. Why, he groans. Where are you taking your boyfriend? Did Mom tell you? Dominic demands. His brother laughs. No, you just talk loud when you're being dramatic. Just shut up and give me your keys. The way that they talk and argue is almost childish, sounding like little kids fighting in some meaningless sibling squabble. They have tried so hard to appear more mature in the past, wanting to make sure people like my dad or Antonio Greco took them seriously, but when it's just them being brothers, it's like they're still children. I have to admit it's endearing. Growing up, I didn't have any siblings or close friends my age, and so I never had this kind of dynamic with anyone. Fine. Just don't scratch my car or I'll call the Grecos on you, he says, halfway between a joke and an honest threat. Tossing his keys over, Johnny already walks away from the whole situation and leaves us to it. Dominic rolls his eyes and shakes his head to himself, clearly hating having to put up with his brother, but still doing so anyway. My family would never. Come on. Dominic ushers me toward the door. Before you change your mind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Dominic drives us both through Mont Cove, taking the streets at a far more calm and relaxed pace than I've gotten accustomed to over these last few days. Every time I've had to go anywhere recently, it has been a race against time, speeding dangerously around street corners and weaving between the other cars on the road to get to whatever emergency had arisen. Today we can take things slow though actually enjoy the drive and the quiet scenario of the city. Usually this place seems so hectic, so to just be able to sit back in the passenger seat and let Dominic take control is a nice change of pace. The passenger window is cracked open slightly, letting the cool breeze blow through it and on my face, soothing the warm aches of my bruises. I take long, deep breaths of the wind into my lungs and hold it in there to settle my stomach. You okay? Dom asks me, glancing across to me briefly. I take a few moments to answer. Everything has been a lot recently. It's just nice to have a moment to take it all in. I get that, he says slowly, taking a deep breath. I can't wait for this all to be over, so then we can just enjoy things for a while. Yeah. Dominic looks over to me again. What was that? What was what? Luca, I thought we've been through enough to not hide things from each other anymore. You're right. I'm sorry, I relent. It's just something your brother said. Just ignore him. He's an idiot, he tries to assure me. What even was it that he said? I wring my hands in my lap, already regretting getting into this conversation. Luca. It's just, he called me your boyfriend. I know it's a stupid thing to bring up, considering everything else we've been dealing with recently. Some dumb label that Dominic's brother put on us as a joke means literally nothing. But Dom said it himself that we've been through enough together. This last week alone has felt like a trial through fire. Both of us have put our lives on the line to just try and keep the other safe. We've risked everything with our families to have a chance at staying together for just a little bit longer. Is it wrong for me to want to know what the hell that makes us? Oh wow, Dominic says. I mean, we just told your family about us and now we're already on the way to let my dad in on the secret. I elaborate. Shouldn't we have some kind of idea what exactly we are? Dominic nods awkwardly, drumming his fingers against the wheel. All right, what do you think we are? He asks with a slight falter in his voice. Despite being the one to ask the question, I don't really seem to have an answer. I mean, we have only been doing whatever it is we've been doing for a few days now, but don't you think we've been through too much together to keep things casual? It has been a real trial by fire kind of deal, hasn't it? He chuckles slightly. That's also not an answer. Neither one of us seems to want to be the one to put a label on our relationship. Neither me nor Dominic is willing to take the risk of being too forward and scaring the other away. And it's not like we can go to my father and tell him that I've risked the safety and security of my entire family for some casual fling, can I? Dominic shoots a short puff of air through his nose as he bobs his head back and smiles. Right, so you don't think we're casual then? He asks me with his proud smile. I have to hand it to him. He did get me there. He managed to duck away from having to answer my question and force me to answer it for myself. Fine, I let up. I really like you. Hell, I love you, Dom, I really do, I confess. I know we've already passed that milestone and admitted our feelings to each other, but that was in the heat of passion. And after we both said it, we both kind of pulled away from talking about it anymore. So maybe I wouldn't mind us having a label. Alright, so maybe I wouldn't mind it either, he admits. And maybe I don't exactly disagree with what my brother said. He blushes slightly as he tries to not look me in the eyes and uses the road ahead as an excuse to divert his attention. So, is that what we are then? I ask him hesitantly. What? He replies, playing dumb on purpose. You know, I insist. He tries his best to hide his cocky smile, keeping this bit going just to mess with me. Why don't you remind me? I roll my eyes and bite the bullet. I might as well get used to Dominic's attempt at jokes. Dominic Rossi, would you like to be my boyfriend? I'm not too sure, he replies with a failed attempt at holding back his laughter. Hilarious. I groan, rolling my eyes and thumping him on the leg with my fist. I'm being serious. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. That's exactly what you want to hear, isn't it? I tell him sarcastically. Okay, fine, I repeat. Oh, so now you're making me look like an idiot. He laughs. I crack a small smile and side-eye him from the passenger seat. I don't think that's my fault if I'm being honest. Is this what dating you is going to be like? He asks with an exaggerated sigh. So, we are dating then? I blurt out, finally having won this weird back-and-forth game. Dominic groans heavily, hanging his head down toward the steering wheel as he continues driving forward. Don't make me regret this, he grumbles beneath my blanket of raucous laughter filling the entire car.
Chapter 21. Dominic, I press my foot against the brake, feeling the car squeak to a halt in the expansive driveway of the Valenti home. Staring up through the windshield at the large manor, I pull the handbrake to lock the car in place. Luca and I share a long, shaky breath, trying to muster the courage to actually get out of the car and talk to Salvatore. Are you ready? I ask him, not sure if I'm ready myself. Luca nods more than he needs to. I know that he's terrified of having to do this, even though it was his idea in the first place. Reaching across, I take his hand in mine and hold it gently in his lap. No matter how this goes, whether it goes perfectly or ends up being the worst thing in the entire world, we'll handle it together. He squeezes my hand and finally looks up to meet my eyes. You're right, we'll figure something out if we have to. I rub the back of his hand with my thumb softly and release it from my grip. Let's get this over with then, I tell him as I throw the car door open beside me and take an almost confident step down onto the asphalt drive. I wait for Luca to get out as well, so the two of us can go up to the door together. Walking side by side, my body feels so tense, unlike every other time I've come to this house previously. Whenever I've had to come here, it's always been by force, and I've never cared about Salvatore's opinion of me. Hell, I wanted him to hate me and not want anything to do with us, but this time I made the decision to come here, and I need to make sure he likes me. Salvatore Valenti isn't just some stuck-up asshole who's trying to take over my family. Now he's my boyfriend's stuck-up dad. Standing in front of the large front door, I hesitate before opening it. Do we knock, or? Let's not make this weird. Just try to relax and be normal, he tells me, trying to keep himself calm as well. Well, after you then, it is your house. I usher him forward, not wanting to be the first one in the door. If I'm the first thing that Salvatore sees walking into his home, he'll immediately be on guard and come at us with hostility from the get-go. Allowing Luca to take the lead, I follow behind him and stand in the open entranceway waiting. He should be around here somewhere. Luca mutters quietly, probably in his study or something. Should we go find him? I ask, looking around the room. He could come out of anywhere to ambush us. Going to him feels like a larger hurdle, but I'm already starting to crack under the weight of the paranoia and want to get it over with already. Without saying a word, Luca makes his way slowly up the stairs, expecting me to follow behind him. We walk carefully down the long run of the upstairs hallway, the door to the study waiting for us. This single corridor has never felt so long before, each step seeming to make neither of us any closer to the end. It feels like it's taking me an eternity to make any ground. Focusing on our destination, my vision starts to blur. Forcing myself to take a breath, I draw in a long huff of air into my lungs. My eyes manage to refocus, and everything around me becomes infinitely clearer as I take my sights off of the door ahead and aim them at Luca. The image of him walking beside me fills my entire eyeline, and he doesn't feel overwhelming or daunting, just calming. I can do this. We can do this. Luca pushes through the study door, trying his best to stand assertively in the doorway with me right behind him. Salvatore is startled by the noise, looking up from his work and seeing the pair of us standing there in front of him. Luca and Dominic, what brings the both of you here? We have something we need to talk to you about, Luca says as he strides into the room and plants himself firmly into one of the chairs facing his father. I follow in behind him and take a seat beside him, folding my arms in front of me and keeping my eyes on Salvatore. The light from the fireplace casts an intimidating shadow across his face, keeping his right half drenched in darkness and emphasizing his cold stare. "My God," he exclaims. "You didn't do that to each other, did you?" he inquires as he leans across his desk to inspect our injured faces. "No, the Grecos would be the ones to blame for this," I explain while gesturing to my face. Salvatore rolls his eyes at us both and returns himself back to his work. "I hope that this isn't all another pathetic attempt to discredit them, is it? I've already made my decision." "Depending on your choice, you may want to reconsider," Luca tells him. Salvatore pauses again, peering up at us. "And why would that be? You haven't heard?" I ask him. I have to say I am surprised that he hasn't, but I guess I don't give Gianni enough credit for having his ear to the ground the way that he does. "The Greco family is collapsing in on itself," Luca informs him. "I don't think they have the time to keep that deal on the table anymore, though." "What? How could that happen?" Seeing him caught off guard for the first time is a total shock. He's usually always projecting an aura of pure composure and control. This news, however, is big enough to crack that image. Antonio's business partner was his son, Luca starts to explain. The two of them couldn't see eye to eye anymore, and they fell apart because of infighting. Even if this is true, Salvatore begins trying to piece back together his facade. "I still don't understand why you're here." His voice is as cold as ice, and his eyes are just as welcoming as he zones in on me. "I was there with the Grecos last night." I try to answer his question, but he quickly interrupts me with a follow-up question. "Right, so you went down there looking for a fight, didn't you?" he jabs at me. A week ago, I would have fallen into this trap, but after my time with Luca, I am far too well versed in the Valenti game of pushing someone's buttons to slip up that easily. "That was actually another one of their lies. I didn't get there until after Luca," I reply in a completely neutral tone. "Everything that Antonio's told you since this deal began has been nothing more than an attempt to turn you against the Rossis." Luca fights back with his own digs. "And you fell for every part of it." His voice remains calm and quiet, but I can feel the heat of the fire in Luca's throat. Right now, he is letting out every single bit of spite he has for his father. He stares down his father with the same ferocity in his eyes, like a predator about to tear apart his prey. Still, Salvatore doesn't say a word back to him, not wanting to let Luca take control over the conversation. "And everything that Antonio said was just him parroting the plans of his son." Luca continues his barrage. Salvatore sucks his teeth. "Well, now that it's all over, I'm sure you're glad to be happy again." Luca's jaw sharpens as he grits his teeth together, his eyes narrowing as I feel him take his restraints off. "Are you fucking kidding me? How dare you speak to me like that?" Salvatore snaps back. "Let him talk how he wants," I assert with my clenched fists hidden by my side. "I don't want to fight my boyfriend's dad, but I will if I have to." "You're hearing about how your son got manipulated and beaten by those assholes, and the only thing you can seem to do is be bitter about you messing up and not have an ounce of care or concern about me?" Luca yells. "I'm sorry, Luca, but I am just too busy to be able to divert all of my attention to you whenever you get into some trouble," Salvatore says, talking down to him. "Anyway, you're supposed to be an adult now. You should handle your business yourself." "Well, do you know who has time? Do you know who cares?" he snarls. "Dominic does. He cares." "Sure," his father taunts. "And that's not just because he was caught up in this mess as well?" "No," he says definitively. He gives me a quick glance, his eyes asking me a question that doesn't need to be voiced. I give him a brief nod in response, already bracing myself for what's to come. "Because we're dating, Dad. Excuse me?" Luca grabs my hand and holds it tightly in his own, both to keep himself calm and to try and slow the shake in his arms, but also to spit in Salvatore's face with an act of defiance. "That's right," I confirm. "Every single time I needed someone, whenever I needed help, Dominic was the one who was there for me. Whether it was in his benefit, or even if it could ruin everything for him, he came for me without a second thought," Luca says with a strong passion behind his words. This time, however, it's not a hot, fiery passion that he wants to use to burn Salvatore in his seat, but a warm, calming ember that he uses to keep the both of us going, caring for what we have. And if I knew that he was in danger, whenever he was alone and being torn down by the Grecos, I was there for him. Not a care in the world for what could happen to me or what I was leaving behind. Like a business deal? Salvatore asks, starting to connect the dots we've been leaving behind since this all began. Like a business deal with the men who wanted to tear us all apart and take everything from us, Luca corrects him. Why can't you just admit that you were wrong? Why can't you apologize for constantly ignoring my concerns? Hell, why can't you just thank me for fixing the mess you refused to acknowledge? Salvatore takes in a long, slow breath, pushing down his pride with a sigh, and looks back up to us both. Thank you, Luca. Him too, he says coldly. His father narrows his eyes at me. Did he do enough to earn that? If it wasn't for Dominic, I'd probably be dead on the floor of the Greco restaurant while Antonio and his son had already taken you for everything you have. Is that right? Salvatore clarifies with me. I give Luca a look, trying to gauge from him what I should say next. He gives me a nod back, and I take that as a sign to let loose. That's right. Antonio's son had been manipulating me for months to make me look bad to almost everyone in Mont Cove, and maybe even get me killed. I start with the cold, hard truth before I start to allow myself to talk myself up. When I learned what they did and thought of every time they'd gotten me into these awful situations, it made me angrier than I think I've ever been before. Do you really think that your short temper is really the best thing to brag about right now? That's not my point, but it was the start of my plan, I explain. I thought that if someone who I thought was my friend was messing with me like that, how would I feel if it was my own father or son doing it? So you alone managed to turn the two of them against each other? Salvatore asks as he leans toward me. Is he impressed with me? Luca was helpful. He's really good at pissing someone off if he wants to. I chuckle slightly, looking at him as he cracks an actual smile for the first time since getting in here. Anyway, it wasn't too hard. His son was showing him up to every important person in the Mafia, while his father was taking all the credit for him doing so. Salvatore lets out a reluctant sigh. It is difficult seeing your own son turning into a different person from you, but managing to be just as good. Better, even. Luca struggles with expressing his feelings, and I know for a fact that his father is even worse, so him saying that is the most he'll ever manage. You know, Luca says, I think the Grecos saw your marriage to Sofia as just a way to make both families stronger, and in this world, something like that only makes you look weak, telling everyone that you had no real loyalty to one another, and either family would sacrifice the other if it was needed. Luca takes a shaky breath. But if they found out that your son and hers had been sneaking around having a secret romance, despite both of them knowing that if they were discovered, they could both have been killed and forced to watch as their families tore each other apart. No one could possibly question their loyalty, I say, finishing his sentence. And right now we need loyalty. Salvatore folds his hands in front of himself on the desk. What has your mother said about this? He asks, knowing for a fact we wouldn't have come to him first about this. She's supportive, I tell him. Well then, he remarks as he stands from his chair, with my blessing as well, no one could possibly doubt our devotion to each other. He holds out his hand for me. I shake it awkwardly, and he treats his son in the same way, exchanging their respect with another handshake. Gesturing toward the door, Salvatore directs us to leave him to himself in the study. Giving him a simple nod each, Luca and I walk out of the room and close the door behind us. We wait anxiously on the outside of the study, waiting for a possible noise or outburst. Nothing. Luca rushes me into a hug, wrapping his arms around me and embracing me tightly against him. I can't believe it. I think we've done it.
Epilogue, Luca. My dorm room feels so much quieter and calmer than usual. The hum of Valmont campus and the wider city outside seems muted in comparison to how it sounded all those months ago. I suppose our family drama is larger than most others, so Mont Cove would have been affected and can now relax along with us now that it's all over. After months of running, fighting, constant stress, and the endless strings of impossible decisions, it feels like I can finally breathe again. The Rossis and the Valentis have reached some fragile peace. It's not perfect, nothing ever is, but it's stable, and for now that's enough. I stretch my legs out on the bed, rubbing my hands over my face as I lean back against the pillows. I leave my phone face down on the nightstand, no longer having to worry about any intense calls or threatening messages. It's been a while since I could just set it aside, take a breath, and enjoy the stillness. I glance down at my watch, feeling the cold touch of the metal band. I'm still not used to the feeling yet. It's very different from my old leather-strapped one, but it was a gift from Sophia that she got me a few weeks ago for my birthday. It's almost identical to the one that Dominic has, so now we have a matching set. I have to hand it to her. It's a pretty great gift, and it was completely unexpected. Getting a birthday present from Sophia Rossi was something I had never expected, let alone her getting me a matching watch as her son's. That's just how things work now. Sophia's a part of my life. She's family. The Valentis and Rossis are a part of one larger family now, and we're connected in more than just one way. The door creaks open and Dominic steps in, a little out of breath, his expression soft. He holds a small bunch of flowers in one hand, a surprising and questionable thing for him to have. "Hey," he says, dropping his bag by the door and glancing at the flowers like he's unsure what to do with them now. "I thought I'd get you something. I don't know. Just 'cause." I sit up and raise an eyebrow, my lips tugging into a smirk. "You didn't have to do that. What are you apologizing for?" Rolling his eyes at me, he doesn't back down. "Come on, I haven't done anything bad. I wanted to do something nice. And I wasn't too far from the store, so..." He pauses. "It's not weird, right?" I shake my head, my smile lingering. "It's not weird. It's actually really sweet of you, babe." Dominic smiles at me and tries to shake off his endearing embarrassment with a joke. "You better not start expecting things like this every time I come over here. Dom, you practically live here now. Would you rather I charge you rent?" I bat back at him. "Put them to the side for now," I tell him, patting the empty space beside me on the bed. "Come here. I'm not going anywhere for a while. Let's just relax." He takes a second before walking over and setting the flowers down on the nightstand, then slides in next to me. His body presses up against mine, warm and familiar, and for a moment, it feels like everything is normal. I breathe in the scent of him, smelling faint traces of soap, cologne, and whatever lingering scent of coffee or sweat still clings to him. Lying here, side by side, neither of us are in a hurry to speak. There's something peaceful about it. We've both been running for so long, running from our families, running from the inevitable. From the danger, from the expectations. Even running from each other for a while, but in these quiet moments, it feels like we've carved out something just for ourselves. "How was your day?" he asks after a while, breaking the silence. I turn my head to look at him, studying his face. His expression is relaxed, his eyes soft. For once he looks content. "Yeah, it wasn't too bad," I say. "My dad's taking me out later for a dinner/meeting thing. He wants my opinion on a couple of things, so just going out to have a chat and a fancy meal." "That's really great. You've definitely earned it." "Thanks. How was yours?" "Good," he says, his voice a little lazy from the long day. "Actually really good. I got my test back from the other week." He pauses for dramatic effect. "I got a solid B+. He smiles, really proud of himself, and I smile along with him. For so long, Dominic has never really tried when it came to academics, instead prioritizing partying and misbehaving in some self-destructive coping mechanism mixed with senseless acts of rebellion. "That's amazing. I'm really proud of you, Dom." He shrugs, glancing at me sideways. "It's not that hard when I'm not busy running around trying to save your ass all the time." I laugh, the sound warm and familiar between us. "I think you secretly like it. You're addicted to drama. I'm just your pretty little excuse." He grins, his expression mischievous. "Maybe. Maybe not." We both fall into another stretch of quiet, this time more comfortable, more natural. Turning over in the cozily intimate bed, I look over to him beside me. My gaze drifts down to Dominic's cheek, and I study the scar that's been there for as long as I can remember. Long before his midnight fight in the college gym, far older and more faded than the ones we gained from our encounter with the Grecos. Still, it manages to be the most prominent mark on his face. I've never asked about it or speculated about it out loud before. It's a long, faint line that cuts across his jaw, near his cheekbone. By now, surely we're at a place together where I can ask him about it and finally ease my curiosity. "Dom," I start, my voice a little quieter than before. "That scar on your cheek. I've always wondered, how did you get it?" He hesitates as if the question catches him off guard. Then he sighs and looks over at me, his lips curling into a half smile. All that? You really want to know? I nod, curiosity getting the best of me. Yeah. It's been bugging me ever since I noticed it. It's honestly not that good of a story, he says, trying to shake off the conversation but only making me even more interested. Come on, I urge him. He stares at the ceiling for a long moment, sighs, and then shifts on the bed so he's facing me. I was maybe 5 or 6, he begins, his voice softer now, almost a little embarrassed. I was running around the house, being an idiot. You know how kids are. I was always crashing into shit. Well, this time I ran right into the side table. Smacked my face straight into it. It split my cheek wide open. I remember there being blood, tears, and screaming. I ended up having to get it stitched up. I can't help but burst out into laughter. The image of Dominic, young and clumsy, running into furniture like a disaster waiting to happen cracks me up. He groans, embarrassed now. Yeah, laugh it up. It was embarrassing. Sorry, I managed to say between my laughs. I thought of how you've been marching around the place, being all tough and showing off your cool scar, and this whole time it was because of a table. Goddamn. I'm sorry, I can't help it. He rolls his eyes and tries to turn away, clearly not thrilled with my reaction. But I can't stop. We need to be more careful. You've been staying here a lot, I tease. Maybe I should baby-proof the place. That earns me a hard shove, though he's smiling. Yeah, sure, I don't need more scars. I've got enough. But I'm not ready to drop it. How many of those scars do you have stories for, Dom? I ask, glancing at the rest of his body, already having seen the marks on his arms, chest, legs, and back. Each one has its own tale of bad decisions, reckless abandon, or just plain misfortune. He sighs, clearly realizing I'm not going to let it go. You wouldn't believe half of them. Fights, crashes, and well, some of them are just dumb. I lean over and kiss him, cutting off his rambling. I kiss him deeply, feeling the warmth of his mouth against mine, the rush of his breath, the spark of everything between us. He responds instantly, his hands going to my sides, pulling me closer. He rolls on top of me, his weight comforting and familiar. The room fades away. The quiet, the city, the scars, the stories, all of it fades. Just for tonight, it's just us. And that's enough. The last thing I hear before everything else slips into the background is Dominic's voice, low and teasing in my ear. I'll make sure my next scar has a good story behind it. I laugh, the sound echoing in the stillness of the room, and for once I feel like the past is finally behind me. We're finally just Luca and Dominic. And it's enough.
Thank you so much for reading. I really hope you loved this story. Please do check out the next story in the Gods of Mont Cove series, and don't forget to hit subscribe to follow my YouTube account. See you at the next audiobook.